In the story, CEO Shin woke up from a strange dream. He found himself running away from a big fish, and in a bizarre turn of events, he pointed his fist at a bright star and leapt towards it. However, the fish suddenly lunged at him and swallowed him whole. Shin could not shake off the silliness of the dream, sitting on his bed and gazing out the window, lost in thought. He went to his office in a black car with a driver, thinking it was just another ordinary day. As they arrived at the company's front, the driver opened an umbrella to shield him from the heavy rain. Stepping out of the car, all the staff were waiting outside, bowing and greeting him. That was the day which changed his life. In the conference room, a staff member presented a report showing that last year's operating profit had dropped by 10% due to slow sales. However, they believed that with active investment and improving new business capabilities, they could turn things around and make a profit in the second quarter. CEO Shin interrupted and thanked the staff members for their hard work in preparing the presentation materials. The staff member responded with gratitude. However, CEO Shin questioned whether their hard work was only about preparing materials, pointing out that the performance was lacking. He emphasized the need for everyone to work harder to secure their positions, gesturing towards the window where many other hard-working individuals could be seen. After the conference ended and everyone headed out, CEO Shin sat in the car. The driver then asked him where he wanted to go next. Shin replied that they should move on to the next appointment. As the driver acknowledged Shin's request, he glanced at the list and expressed disbelief at some of the board members. Shin noticed messages from his wife on his phone, inquiring about his return home time, and he realized it was their daughter, Yuju's birthday that day. He regretfully replied that he would not be able to make it home. While looking at the list, Shin asked the driver, Kim, if there was any store nearby where he could buy toys for Yuju. Kim informed him that there was a department store right next to them. Shin decided they would stop by before returning home. However, as they were about to leave, they were suddenly hit by another car. In the chaos of the accident, Shin's phone slipped from his hand, revealing a photo of his wife and child. Two guards emerged from the other car, lifted Shin onto their shoulders, and carried him towards Chairman Kang, who was fishing by the sea. The chairman remarked that he thought there was a big catch near the submerged trees, but it turned out to be Shin. Shin knelt with his hand on his back as the chairman expressed his disappointment. He mentioned how they used to go fishing together in the past, but had not done so recently because Shin had been too busy with his responsibilities. The chairman wondered how Shin had been. In response, Shin asked Chairman Kang why he was doing this. Looking at Shin in his raincoat, the chairman inquired if he had any inkling. Despite catching only a small fish during their fishing trip, the chairman praised Shin for his intelligence, attributing his success as the chairman of the Xinhua group to Shin's guidance, despite being the child of a mistress. However, Shin's presence posed a threat to Chairman Kang as he feared Shin might expose the secrets he held. Shin was like a ticking time bomb of hidden truths that should never be revealed. Chairman Kang ominously hinted that if Shin was smart, he would understand the implication. In response, Shin warned him that he would regret his actions. Ignoring Shin's words, Chairman Kang justified his actions by claiming it was Shin's fault, and then struck him on the head with a baseball bat. Afterwards, Chairman Kang inquired about his schedule for the day from the girl beside him. She informed him that he had a dinner appointment with Chairman Kim and about 4 hours to spare. Kang decided to spend that time fishing, especially since it was raining. The guards forcibly took Shin and threw him off the boat into the deep water. As he struggled to stay afloat, he thought about his impending death and recalled a moment when he returned money to someone, implying there was a way to repay him too. Suddenly, Kang forcefully opened a door and questioned why Shin did not choose to work with him. Kang found it amusing that their 16 years of working together had led to this outcome. Shin also thought about his family and all the things he had not yet done for them. Amidst these thoughts, Shin heard a strange noise asking if he wanted to start a new life. He initially dismissed it as hallucinations, but then heard it again, prompting him to consider the possibility. He tentatively agreed, and the voice presented him with a list of fish species to choose from for his new life. Shocked, Shin pleaded to be saved as a human, but instead he felt water fill his throat, enabling him to breathe underwater. The voice urged him to choose quickly, warning that time was running out. Feeling overwhelmed, Shin hesitated, realizing he had to make a random choice before losing consciousness. Confused and disoriented, he questioned his actions, but ultimately hoped his wishes would be fulfilled. In a twist of fate, CEO Lee Yu-shin reincarnated as a tiny bass fish, navigating the waters with newfound survival instincts. As a tiny bass fish, Lee Yu-shin recalled a moment from his past when he stood with Chairman Kang on the roof. Kang had asked him if he wanted to go fishing the next day, to which Shin questioned the sudden invitation. Kang replied that it was for lure fishing, and since Shin had been busy lately, it would be a chance to get some fresh air together. During their conversation, Shin asked Kang if he wanted him to increase his allowance, to which Kang responded with another question, asking if Shin could keep that secret. Kang mentioned he enjoyed various hobbies, but fishing stood out because nature always changed, unlike games with set rules. He usually fished alone, but made an exception for Shin. Shin jokingly remarked that the reason must be significant for him to receive an extra allowance. They went fishing at the lake, and Shin caught a remarkably large fish. Kang took the fish from the mouth and commented on Shin's talent for fishing, suggesting it was exciting and reminiscent of the awakening of hunting instincts. Shin asked if Kang planned to sell the fish, but Kang threw it near a cat instead. Shin found the situation amusing and remarked on the fish's appearance, calling that ugly, to which Kang disagreed, finding that cute and jokingly suggesting Shin look closer. As a fish, Lee Yu-shin found it unbelievable that he, the CEO of a 4-star company, was now living as a fish. He could not comprehend how he ended up in this situation. He considered it a hallucination and wondered what was expected of him in this form. However, the voice explained that he had become a bass and had to overcome challenges to become the master of the lake. It offered him a choice and assured him that any wish could be fulfilled. Disbelieving, Shin thought it must be a dream. After all, he was the CEO of Saseong, the largest company in Korea. He could not accept that he had turned into a bass overnight. He desperately hoped it was just a nightmare and tried to wake himself up by hitting his head against a stone. However, the shock from the impact paralyzed his entire body, confirming that this was indeed his new reality. He realized that he would have to live his life as a bass from onward. As Shin found himself surrounded by mocking fishes, he bumped into a rock and felt like a fool. Another fish complained about hunger, to which Shin jokingly referred to him as robot. Wondering when the shock of his transformation would fade, he questioned if these fishes were a hallucination sent to save him. Uncertain of his purpose as a bass, he pondered if he would be given a chance to fulfill his true desires. Spotting another tutorial quest, he learned he hatched from an egg and needed to feed himself to survive. Reflecting on his earlier disturbance, he realized these quests offered rewards. He considered if completing them could grant his wish to become human again. Recalling the main quest of mastering the lake as a bass, he wondered if success would allow him to return to his human form. Growing angry with Chairman Kang for causing his predicament, he longed for his family, who had waited for him for over 10 years since he started fishing. Despite feeling ridiculous in his current situation, he remembered his past successes as Lee Yu-shin, a CEO who climbed the ranks from poverty. Confident in his abilities, he vowed to overcome the challenges of the underwater world, filled with creatures like plankton and gulby fish. Determined not to be underestimated, he pledged to climb back up and reunite with his wife and daughter. He warned Chairman Kang of his impending destruction. With resolve, he set out to fulfill his quests and reclaim his former life, driven by the desire to return home. He lifted himself up and observed other fishes voraciously devouring their meals, likening them to a swarm of locusts. Realizing the harsh reality of survival in this world where the weak perish, he knew he had to outpace them or risk being consumed by them. With urgency, he propelled himself forward to scavenge for food, swimming alongside another fish to seize a morsel and replenish his strength. However, a warning signal alerted him that his stamina had depleted, halting his movements abruptly. Meanwhile, nearby fishes engaged in discussions, suggesting they share their meals to alleviate his hunger. Dismissing their proposal, he scornfully remarked that they were foolish to consider unity, as they were merely preying on each other instead of cooperating. He could not believe he was allowing himself to feel emotions toward these fishes, no matter how dire the situation was. Reminding himself of his identity as Li Yu-shin, he knew he had to maintain efficiency even in the face of intense competition. Determined to adapt to the changing circumstances, he decided to explore other markets. As he moved, he noticed several fishes beginning to follow him, urging him to join them in their quest for food. Responding confidently, he agreed to lead the way. However, the sight of a large bluegill, a level 10 predator, devouring a smaller fish nearby, interrupted his thoughts. Reflecting on the brutal reality of that world, where the strong preyed on the weak, he realized the importance of survival and the chaotic nature of the food chain. Fleeing from the bluegill in a desperate attempt to save himself, he pondered the harsh truth of existence, where the weak were destined to be consumed. In that moment, he acknowledged the impossibility of returning to his former life and felt a pang of regret for leaving his family behind. He recognized the instinctive fear of being overpowered by larger creatures and quickly turned to flee. However, he received an alert indicating that he had exhausted his stamina and needed to rest. As he paused to catch his breath, he noticed a large base nearby, fiercely protecting its family. These sight-triggered memories of his previous life, sitting at the dining table and scrolling through his mobile phone. He remembered reading about how, after female base laid their eggs, the male base would remain behind to guard the nest. This paternal instinct was strong among base, as they instinctively protected their offspring until they hatched and grew. Reflecting on this natural behavior, his wife asked him what he was watching on his phone, and he replied that he was studying the spawn fishing season and learning more about the ecosystem. She asked if fishing was really that enjoyable, and he responded that it was like satisfying his hunger since he couldn't go fishing those days. Sitting beside him, she suggested he could delegate his work to someone else and take a break, as he had been so busy lately. They hardly even had time to eat together. He hesitated, expressing concern about what might go wrong if he handed over his responsibilities. Looking at her wedding ring, she asked him if he regretted getting married. Surprised, he asked her what she meant, and she explained that it had been difficult for her. She worried that she might be holding him back, given how busy he was. She tried not to think that way, but she couldn't help that. She acknowledged that he was also making an effort, but they had Yuju, and she asked if he could give them more time. He simply replied no, as he took a bite of food with his fork. He observed that she seemed tired from parenting, and he suggested that he would hire someone to help with that. He observed a male base diligently tending to his offspring, aware that male base expend considerable effort in preparing the spawning ground for the eggs. After the female lays her eggs, she departs, leaving the male base to guard the nest tirelessly without eating to protect the offspring from predators. He wondered if this sense of duty stemmed from male pride or simply a reverence for nature. Despite being just a fish, the male base's dedication seemed more dependable than anything else did. It made him question if he had been living his life correctly. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he took a moment to consider his situation. Initially struggling to navigate the quest window, he quickly adapted. His priority was understanding the environment he found himself in. He acknowledged that he should have remained calm in such circumstances, realizing his recklessness was foolish. He considered himself fortunate to have survived the ordeal, narrowly avoiding being eaten. While he noticed smaller fish in the vicinity, they posed no significant threat after evading the protective male base. However, he remained wary of a few opportunistic individuals who appeared to be waiting for the right moment to strike. Reviewing the skills he had acquired as a base, he identified 3 key abilities that he had focused on. The first skill he acquired involved stealing the opponent's abilities by digesting the enemy he had consumed, converting them into experience points. While he acknowledged its potential usefulness, he hadn't yet had the opportunity to utilize it and thus disregarded it for the time being. Instead, he focused on the second skill he had obtained, detecting danger. With this ability, he could assess the information of nearby enemies within his sight range, allowing him to anticipate their attacks in advance. This skill was particularly valuable as it enabled him to differentiate between allies, blue, neutrals, yellow, and enemies, red, by color, providing him with crucial insights into his surroundings. He observed a level 2 base fry, noticing its red coloration, and muttered under his breath, calling it a heartless creature for preying on its smaller siblings. Recognizing his own hunger, he resolved to be cautious around the fry, deeming his investigation complete. Surveying the area, he spotted two other species, a level 11 crucian carp and a level 5 river prawn. He reasoned that while the fry were easy targets due to their lack of swimming skills, it would be foolish for them to venture far from their protective father. With two hungry fishes nearby, he realized that competing with them for food would likely result in disappointment. Instead, he decided to focus on exploring the area outside the spawning ground, where he believed he could find better opportunities. With this plan in mind, he set out to investigate the surrounding environment further. He spotted small plankton creatures nearby and felt relieved, realizing they were the answer to his hunger. With a sense of satisfaction, he consumed his first meal. Although the plankton looked strange, he was grateful that they had no discernible taste. He found it much easier to feed on them, as there were fewer competitors vying for the same food source. Each plankton provided about 30 units of satiety, quickly bringing his hunger level to 91 out of 100. He continued to consume more plankton to increase his satiety further. As he ate, he recognized the importance of his skill dash in hunting. While he fed, he also remained alert to potential dangers, detecting a level 11 bluegill as the most significant threat in his vicinity. He possessed a skill that allowed him to dash approximately 1 meter at a time, which proved vital as he lacked strong swimming abilities. This skill enabled him to temporarily escape from the sight of enemies, although it consumed a significant amount of stamina with each use. Therefore, he had to use it sparingly to avoid exhausting himself. However, it provided him with a means to return to the safety of the spawning ground where his father protected the offspring. As he received an alert indicating that his stamina had run out, he realized he needed to take a rest before continuing his journey. 3 bluegills, levels 11 and 10, were chasing him, taunting that if he found it unfair, he should bring his parents too, as they could not eat due to being eaten themselves. Annoyed by their remarks, he encountered a large bass ahead and muttered about its irritating presence. Determined to regain his stamina, he decided to resume hunting after resting. As a man wearing a black cap approached for fishing, he commented that catching a big fish would be worth recording for a video upload. Suddenly, a hallucinatory voice announced that he had received a reward of someone's memory upon completing a quest, earning him 10 experience points. His body size slightly increased, and his health and stamina began recovering until full. Perplexed, he questioned if he had grown bigger, noticing little difference, and inquired about the source of the memory. Displayed on a screen was a prompt asking if he wanted to view the memory he had obtained. Without hesitation, he selected yes, using his tail. As the memory began to unfold, he found himself standing in front of his wife, sitting on a sofa, addressing her affectionately as "dear." He reached out to touch her face, but his hand passed through as he was not physically present. She received a call from her mother inquiring about Yuju's birthday. She responded that her daughter had played until she was exhausted and had just fallen asleep. Her mother praised her for doing well and then asked about her husband. She replied that she knew Yusin Oppa was busy with work, so he could not come back. Her mother questioned if he was so occupied that he could not attend his daughter's birthday. She responded that being a CEO was extremely demanding, not a leisurely job, but they were financially stable because of him, so she was not worried. Her mother expressed her love for her husband, to which she remarked that she inherited that trait from her. Her mother then inquired about her well-being. Watching all this with a heavy heart, he felt sorry and promised to return soon. He pondered whether he would revert to being a normal human from that creature and assured himself that he would certainly go back. He received a new tutorial quest indicating that a larger body required more energy, with the satiety set at 0-200 and the reward being someone's memory at exp20. Observing the new quest and the updated requirements, he acknowledged it with a silent okay. Unsure of what quests lay ahead, he resolved to follow them diligently, knowing the drill. Despite being reincarnated as a fish, he still saw his family in front of him. He moved towards a level 1 water flea and consumed it, which increased his satiety to 31,200 and his experience by +1. Reflecting on his life, he realized it had been solely focused on chasing money. As he ate another piece of food, a level 4 Tridentiga lurked behind him, ready to attack. Memories of his past and family flooded his mind. He remembered a time when his family seemed like adversaries, and he felt compelled to escape because they lacked resources. This desperation drove him to strive for a higher position in life. As a level 17 Crucian carp approached from behind to attack, he noticed another one lurking nearby and felt defenseless once again. However, he found solace in the presence of the dad base, who was protecting him. Reflecting on this, he realized the reliability of parents and questioned the significance of his past pursuits. With his stamina fully recovered, he only needed to eat one more to complete the quest. Grateful for the dad base's protection, he looked forward to being with him in the future. As he moved forward to continue his quest, he detected danger from a level 3 fry base and called it a bastard. Was it trying to eat him, or was it just hungry? He remembered being in the same position not long ago, wondering what it had eaten to level up so quickly. Showing his anger, he told the fry base to go away, wary of any opportunistic attacks. Nearby, he noticed a lure and wondered why it was there. Realizing it had dropped right into the spawning ground meant for the male base, he understood it was for catching them. Shin knew he had to stop it. If the dad base saw the lure, it might attack it as an intruder. He pondered what to do to prevent that from happening, realizing that if the dad bass who protected him was caught, it would be difficult for him to survive. He considered his options carefully. He remembered Kang's advice from the past. During spawn ground fishing, the bass should not see him. Once caught, the bass became suspicious and did not bite the bait. Remembering this, he noticed his tail was in the mouth of another prey fish from behind. Shin, furious, called the fish a bastard and demanded to be released. He feared they might all die before the dad bass saw the lure they had. With determination, he pushed himself toward the dad bass, who was just about to attack the lure. Shin remembered a conversation with Kang, who asked if he knew the quickest way to catch a male bass guarding its eggs. Shin admitted he did not know, suggesting disturbing the spawning ground with a lure until the base bit. Kang explained that in fishing there is no correct answer, but the fastest way was to find a base with strong paternal instincts, those sensitive to intruders at the spawning ground. The more protective they were, the more aggressive they became to protect their territory. Shin watched as the dad male base attacked the lure, only to be caught by the fisher. Frustrated, Shin thought he could have saved him, but his tail was caught in the mouth of another prey. Shin found himself trapped in the mouth of the predatory fish, desperately pleading to be released. The fish replied that it could not eat him anyway, but Shin noticed it was using a skill called Binge Level 1, capable of consuming larger prey. Shocked that a fish could use a skill, Shin wondered if other fish could do the same. He received a warning that he would die if eaten, realizing he had to escape immediately. Using his dash skill level 1, Shin attempted to break free, but it backfired, causing his backbone to break and reducing his movement by 10%. His health also decreased as a result. Shin pondered if this was due to using the skill while in the fish's mouth. Hungry and relentless, the predator fish approached him again, leaving Shin wondering how he could escape. With his level reduced to 3 and his body injured, Shin knew he could not win in a direct confrontation. Faced with imminent danger, Shin considered his options, recalling the hallucination and preparing to complete the quest by eating more. Shin reaffirmed to himself that completing the quest would allow him to level up, putting him on equal footing with the predatory fish. Desperate for anything to satisfy his hunger, he spotted a water flea level 1 nearby and slowly moved towards it. However, before he could reach it, the predator fish attacked him again, causing his health to plummet and his movement to become restricted due to the injuries. Despite the pain, Shin persisted in reaching the water flea, determined not to give up on this opportunity. Despite running out of stamina and needing rest, Shin continued his pursuit. Once again, he found himself trapped in the jaws of the predatory fish, which was using the skill Binge, but Shin refused to surrender, fighting against the pain and exhaustion to finally reach the water flea and consume it with great effort. Feeling the surge of newfound strength after consuming the water flea, Shin braced himself to face the predatory fish. With his satiety now full and his experience increased by 30 points, he also gained another memory. Fueled by anger, Shin lunged at the predator, using his dash skill to deliver a powerful blow and sinking his teeth into the creature's flesh. He berated the predator for its ignorance, unable to recognize its own kin or even its parents. As he continued to attack, Shin vowed not to let himself be seen as prey by anyone. However, his exertions took a toll on his stamina, and he received a warning that it was running low. Nearby, other predatory fishes, including bluegills, watched the confrontation unfold. As a fish, Shin defeated the predator and reflected on how he never expected to be in a situation where he almost got eaten. He felt regretful and apologized. Without the dad base around to protect them, other predatory fish began to gather, turning the spawning ground into an easy hunting spot. Shin found it somewhat appealing, but he saw no reason to stay in such a dangerous place. He bid farewell to the other predators, acknowledging that they might survive if they were lucky. He questioned himself if he could truly become human again, urging himself to stay strong. He realized that he had no choice but to survive and find a way back home. As he moved away from the area, a small orange fish observed him. Meanwhile, the fisherman who had caught the dad base prepared to gut it, and Shin completed his quest. Shin understood that surviving in a world where size mattered meant he needed to grow bigger. After leaving the spawning ground and being on his own, he sought out a suitable place with plenty of hiding spots for safety. However, others often claimed such spots. As he explored the lake, he could not find anywhere to settle and missed the security of the spawning ground. Finally, he found a spot he deemed suitable. However, as he moved forward, he encountered a level 17 Odontobutis and was startled, realizing it was too close for comfort. He considered retreating since he had not noticed it earlier. He marveled at the size of the Odontobutis interrupta, realizing he had never seen one so large before. Fortunately, it seemed to be a nocturnal species, which meant it would be less active during the day. He resolved to be more cautious from then on. As the sun started to set, he realized he still had not found a suitable hiding spot. It was proving to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Spotting a bottle nearby, he reasoned that he had no other choice but to settle there for the night. Finding a deep area, he wondered if the bottle would stay in place or roll if disturbed, but it seemed deep enough for safety. He told himself it was not the time to be picky. He needed to be thankful for the bottle as his hiding spot. Entering it, he found it cozier than expected. He decided he would spend the night there and search for a better spot the next day. It struck him as funny that fish were now chasing him, once the CEO of Saseong Company. It had been a day since he became a base, and he wondered what was happening in the outside world. Putting aside those thoughts, he focused on the task. He realized that there was nothing else after receiving the notice that the tutorial quest had been completed. There was always an alarm before. Then he received a new notification, and he wondered what it was. Shin was congratulated as he had completed all tutorial quests and the boss hunting quest had been unlocked. He was the 6th survivor and PvP mode would be activated. He questioned why there were so many notice windows. One of the notices showed boss hunting, and there was another window notifying him about being the 6th survivor. The main quest was updated to defeat all the bosses and become the owner of the lake or eliminate all the survivors to become the last one standing. Then, whatever his wish was would be granted. He wondered what that meant, the last 6 survivors. Did that mean there were other survivors besides him? If he was the 6th survivor, that meant there were at least 5 more before him. He remembered the fish that used the skill. It was not strange there were other participants. However, the newly updated main quest meant either becoming the last survivor or defeating all bosses. This meant they could be allies or competitors. In the worst-case scenario, they might have to hunt each other. He glanced at the list of boss hunting and thought to himself, "What are those?" It seemed to be a list of bosses, but that was the only hint they had, and they had to find them on their own. It was frustrating. Emerging from the bottle, he noticed some predator fishes nearby, indicating that it was feeding time. During the time when the sun rose and set, the fish species were most active, making it the prime time for predators to hunt. It was already late, and he was relieved to have found a hiding place. Outside, he observed bluegills predating, indicating that they had completely taken over the area. He knew he had to hide himself for the night. As he re-entered the bottle, he heard a voice say hello, and he was taken aback. What was that? He wondered. He thought it might be a goldfish, but why would there be a goldfish in that lake? Did he hear it correctly? He approached the opening of the bottle and cautiously said, "Excuse me." Confirming that he did not mishear, he realized the goldfish was indeed talking. Was this another survivor? The goldfish introduced himself as Park Ji-hae, level 8. She remarked that the bottle seemed like a rat trap. Shin decided to engage in conversation to learn more about him. Park Ji-hae explained that she had followed Shin after seeing him nearby. Shin, displaying frustration, urged Park Ji-hae to stop beating around the bush and simply answer his questions. Park Ji-hae felt a pang of hurt at being shut out so abruptly. She wanted to enter the bottle as well, attempting to do so. Shin sternly told Park Ji-hae to stop and questioned why she was there. He referred to the fish as fatty in his frustration. Park Ji-hae, taken aback, asked if calling her fatty was too harsh. He expressed his joy at seeing Shin and praised his style. However, Shin warned that their noise could attract predators. Park Ji-hae apologized and asked Shin to calm down. Shin, concerned about their safety, suggested they move away from the entrance. He offered to leave if Park Ji-hae wished. Shin was not sure about Park Ji-hae's intentions, but he decided it was best to be cautious. He planned to go with the flow and escape quickly if he got the chance. Park Ji-hae apologized, explaining she thought she was stuck at the entrance. She requested Shin to give him a push instead of just watching. Shin accused Park Ji-hae of lying, suspecting she planned to eat him if he got closer. Park Ji-hae denied being a barbarian and questioned why she would eat him. She pleaded for Shin's help. Shin wondered about Park Ji-hae's plan and if drawing attention would be dangerous for him too. He questioned Park Ji-hae's intelligence. Despite his doubts, Shin agreed to help him if he calmed down. Park Ji-hae expressed gratitude and agreed to cooperate. Shin instructed her to prepare for a push when he counted to 3. As Shin began counting, Park Ji-hae readied herself. When Shin reached 1, he pushed Park Ji-hae using his dash skill, hoping Park Ji-hae would seize the opportunity to escape. The force of the push caused the bottle to drop, and he found himself in the boss dungeon known as Blue Dome's spawning ground. There, he encountered a large bluegill. Shin was surprised to find himself inside the bottle, wondering if it had rolled down. Upon emerging, he noticed eggs nearby, indicating it was a spawning ground. However, he received an alert indicating he had entered the boss dungeon and the boss, Blue Dome, had spotted him. Quickly, Shin retreated into the bottle, just as the boss struck it forcefully, causing significant damage to his HP from the impact. The bottle was flying multiple times, leaving Shin bewildered by the boss's immense strength. He realized the bluegill he had encountered was no ordinary fish. It was as large as an elephant, far bigger than any bluegill he had ever seen. The boss struck the bottle once more, prompting Shin to label it a monster. He pondered his options, considering whether he should flee. However, he doubted he could escape through the entrance given the boss's size and strength. As the boss relentlessly attacked the bottle again, Shin's HP continued to drop from the powerful impacts. Reflecting on the nature of bluegills, Shin mused that they were originally raised as food, but eventually dominated all the rivers in their country. Their curiosity he likened to that of cats. A freshwater predator resembling a hyena with an insatiable appetite for anything that moves was lurking nearby. Alongside it, a hungry hunter trailed behind a falling rock, ready to seize any opportunity for a meal. Moreover, the fish, growing more vigilant in defense of its spawning ground, was also keenly observing Shin at that moment. As the boss approached the entrance and spotted him inside, Shin wondered if he had been waiting for him to emerge. Shin urged himself to stay calm, recalling the saying that even if a man found himself in a tiger's den, as long as he kept his wits about him, he could survive. Reflecting on his efforts to protect the spawning ground, Shin considered his options. He reasoned that if the bottle were to leave the spawning ground, the boss might not follow immediately. Instead, he could wait until the boss tired itself out from exerting so much strength. Shin believed that when the boss eventually grew weary, he would have an opportunity to escape. As the boss approached the entrance, Shin pondered whether it would leave or not. Suddenly, the boss unleashed a surprising attack, a level 3 twist attack. The force behind the attack, which caused a dent in the plastic bottle, shocked Shin. The boss continued its relentless assault, striking the bottle once more. Frustrated, Shin cursed under his breath, realizing that the boss would not give him a moment's rest. It seemed determined to keep attacking until Shin emerged from his hiding spot. However, Shin knew that staying inside meant risking further attacks from the boss's deadly skill. It was a dangerous situation, but Shin felt he had no other choice but to wait it out and hope for an opportunity to escape. Shin resolved to endure the boss's attacks until it used its skill again. He knew that would be his chance to escape. Despite his dwindling HP, Shin remained calm, knowing he had only one opportunity to flee. He called out to the boss, inviting its attack. As expected, the boss launched the same attack again. Shin swiftly used his level 1 skill to propel himself out of harm's way. Once outside, he realized that, monstrous as the boss was, its commitment to protecting the spawning ground meant it would not leave the area. Shin understood he had to leave quickly. With every ounce of energy he could muster, he made his way as fast as he could. From behind, he heard a strange ripping sound, which made his ears ache. He wondered what could have caused it. As Shin departed from the spawning ground, he encountered a multitude of bluegills ahead of him. The sight took him aback, realizing that something was amiss. He could not shake the feeling that the situation was not normal. Shin swiftly utilized his dash skill to break free from the swarm of bluegills chasing him. Breathing heavily, he questioned the identity of these relentless pursuers. Could they also possess the same skill as the blue damsel? With his stamina depleted, he found refuge beneath some rocks, grateful for their presence. He squeezed into a tiny hole among the rocks, hoping to evade the relentless pursuit of the bluegills. Nearby, he noticed an old fish net, suggesting it had been there for some time. Shin contemplated whether hiding inside the fish net would be a safer option, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it would only trap him further if the predators followed him inside. Instead, he decided to swim towards the pile of rocks for refuge. However, as he made his way, one of the predator fishes latched onto his tail, threatening to drag him back. Determined not to surrender, Shin employed his dash skill once more, freeing himself from the predator's grasp. Despite his efforts, Shin's health continued to deteriorate, with his internal organs sustaining damage, including a broken spine bone, severe bleeding, and a significant decrease in stamina and health. Shin reflected on the memory of his wife giving birth in the hospital. Sitting anxiously outside the operating room, he longed to be by her side. When he finally had the chance to be near her, he asked how she was feeling. She admitted to feeling afraid, reaching out her hand for comfort. Sensing her nervousness, Shin confessed that he too was anxious, perhaps even more than he appeared. In that moment, they shared their fears and uncertainties, realizing the profound responsibility they now had as parents. It was a new experience for Shin, knowing he had his wife and baby to protect, and he felt an overwhelming sense of duty and love towards them. Shin remembered a conversation he had with Kang and another colleague. Kang suggested booking a room near a hotel in the countryside for their next outing. He mentioned Chairman Kim's recent boast about catching a 60 cm fish in Jeolla-do, which seemed impressive to someone with less fishing experience like Shin. However, Shin surprised Kang by announcing his decision to quit fishing. Kang was taken aback and asked why. Shin explained that he had bigger ambitions now and would be busier with other pursuits. Kang expressed regret at Shin's decision, mentioning his desire to explore different places together in the future. The bluegills pursued him relentlessly, and Shin felt like he had entered the afterlife. Desperate to escape, he activated his dash skill once more, darting away as fast as he could. Amidst the chaos, he could not help but wonder where things had gone wrong. All he had wanted was to elevate himself slightly, to attain a better life like so many others out there. Then, faced with the relentless pursuit of danger, he questioned if his desires had been too ambitious. With no stamina left to use his skills, Shin found himself trapped in the fish net, his options dwindling. Determined not to go down without a fight, he grasped a fishing hook in his fin and dared his pursuers to come at him. He swore to hook anyone who dared to approach him. As he braced himself for the onslaught, he noticed that his Conquer skill, level 3, had been activated. When one of the predators lunged towards him, Shin retaliated swiftly, striking the attacker in the eye with the hook and sending him reeling. Yet, despite his defiance, another adversary soon took the fallen one's place, showing no signs of relenting. Shin realized that none of them was willing to back down. Fueled by rage and desperation, he issued a challenge of his own, vowing to return as a human and exact vengeance on each of them, even if it meant subjecting them to the fiery depths of boiling oil. As Shin fought valiantly against the relentless onslaught of bluegills, he felt a surge of determination. Despite the odds stacked against him, he remained steadfast in his resolve to emerge victorious. However, as the battle raged on, he received a grim alert. His stamina had reached its limit, and he was on the brink of losing consciousness. Panic surged through him as he realized the direness of his situation. He desperately fought against the encroaching darkness, unwilling to succumb to defeat. In his mind's eye, he saw haunting images of his beloved family drifting further away from him, their faces filled with worry and fear. A heart-wrenching sight fueled his determination to keep fighting. As he struggled against the overwhelming tide of adversaries, Shin could not help but feel like he was trapped in a harrowing battlefield, locked in a life-or-death struggle against his relentless foes. Seeing Lee Yu-shin in distress, Park Ji-hai the goldfish swiftly approached him and extended her hand, urging him to grab onto it. With urgency in her voice, she emphasized the need to act quickly in order to escape the approaching threat of the bluegills. By offering her hand, Park Ji-hai hoped to provide a lifeline to Lee Yu-shin, enabling them both to evade danger and find safety. With determination and swiftness, she facilitated their escape, moving rapidly to lead them away from the encroaching danger of the bluegills. In his past memories, Shin was a school student sitting beside his teacher's desk, holding a page and reading intently. His aspirations were clear. He wanted to grow up to be an adult who could earn a lot of money and protect his family. However, upon returning home from school one day, he was shocked to find his grandma lying on the ground, unconscious. This unfortunate incident was just one in a series of misfortunes that seemed to follow him. Later, in a restaurant, Shin overheard a conversation between two individuals, one of whom wore a black coat. They expressed sympathy for Shin's grandma, mentioning that she was suffering from cancer and urgently needed treatment. Despite her illness, she continued to work in the fields to provide Shin with something good to eat. The person in the black coat inquired about Shin's well-being, expressing concern as they mentioned they were unable to reach his parents. Sitting on the floor, Shin pondered the tragic events in his life. He could not shake the feeling that his parents had abandoned him due to their lack of money, and his grandma had passed away because of their financial struggles. To him, poverty felt like a grave sin, a burden that weighed heavily on his young shoulders. As Shin opened his eyes, he saw Park Ji-hai and her startled expression. She scolded him, asking why he was screaming after she had gone to such lengths to save him quietly. Shin questioned who she was and why she was there. Taken aback, Park Ji-hai reminded him that she had just saved him from being eaten, so the least he could do was thank her. She explained that she had intervened to protect him and wondered why he was dropping honorifics. Shin felt relieved to have survived, but he could not ignore the fact that his body was in bad shape. Shin pondered that if the fish intended harm, it would spell the end for him, but he did not sense any hostility from her. Deciding to play along and wait until his stamina recovered so he could escape, he apologized for his sudden rudeness. He thanked her for saving him, expressing relief at being awake. Park Ji-hai introduced herself as a 24-year-old and inquired about him. Shin revealed his name as Lee Yu-shin and his age in his late 30s. Ji-hai remarked that he was a bit older and asked how she should address him. Suggesting Mr., Shin replied that she could call him whatever she felt comfortable with she want. Ji-hai requested that he speak to her without honorifics since he was older than she was. Shin recalled her getting mad at him earlier for not using honorifics. She expressed her worry about his sudden disappearance and how she had searched everywhere for him, fearing she would be alone again. Ji-hai mentioned that fortunately an alert screen appeared informing her about a survivor facing a boss. She followed the screen's direction and found a group of fishes surrounding him, which looked dangerous, prompting her to intervene and save him. Shin acknowledged that without her, he would indeed be in big trouble. Shin realized that when he confronted the boss, other survivors must have also received the alert about his location. This implied that other survivors could be converging on his position as well. The quest's objective could involve either cooperation or competition. If eliminating other survivors was part of the quest goal, Having all the survivors gathered in one place might make the situation worse. He pondered how humans, driven by greed, often acted in ways that were instinctual and self-serving. Shin observed Park Ji-hae and pondered whether she was truly as naive as she appeared or if she had ulterior motives for saving him. He was unsure what her intentions might be and if her actions were genuine. When she asked him what he was thinking about, he apologized and admitted he was lost in thought. She then questioned if he was being too distant, considering there was someone right in front of him. He found her questions annoying and apologized before asking her to repeat herself. She inquired about how he was caught in the trap, and he explained that he ran out of stamina while fleeing from a base and had no other choice but to hide in the trap. She mentioned the intimidating fish they saw earlier, referring to it as the boss, and wondered if being eaten by it meant certain death. He agreed, stating that the skills possessed by the Blue Dome were incredibly powerful, making survival difficult. However, he noted that they needed to defeat the boss to progress in the main quest. She then asked what they should do next. She suggested that it might be too challenging for just the two of them to defeat the boss, and wondered if they should wait for others who saw the alert screen to join them. He disagreed, explaining that his skill, Eat, allowed him to absorb the skills of the creatures he consumed. Acquiring the boss's skill could greatly benefit their survival. He expressed concern that having all the survivors together might pose a greater danger. He then proposed a plan to eliminate the Blue Dome and asked for her assistance. She agreed to help to the best of her abilities and requested that he speak to her without honorifics. He explained that his most significant advantage was his experience and skills as a fisherman, which he intended to utilize for their plan. He then inquired about how she ended up becoming a fish. She revealed that her neighbor had kidnapped her. She recounted her harrowing escape from her kidnapper, describing how she barely managed to escape from the car while being transported in a remote mountainous area. She fled without a plan, wearing only slippers on her feet, and found herself cornered with nowhere to hide. In a desperate attempt to evade her pursuer, she stumbled and fell into the river, leading to her transformation into a goldfish. She expressed her discomfort with discussing the frightening ordeal and asked to change the subject. Shin agreed, and she inquired about his own transformation. Shin recounted his own betrayal, revealing how his colleague had left him to perish by burying him alive in a reservoir. Park Ji-hae apologized for prying into his past, but Shin assured her that it was fine. Suddenly, Shin sensed danger through his level 1 skill and urged Park Ji-hae to remain quiet. He explained that the true threats in the aquatic ecosystem were the nocturnal hunters who prowled every night. Shin identified a large Odontobutis interrupta, a level 17 predator, which he had encountered during the day. Thankfully, the creature did not notice them and continued on its way. Shin referred to it as a bastard for its menacing presence. Suddenly, she sneezed, and because of that, it discovered Shin and Park Ji-hae. Shin could not believe it, wondering how the fish could sense them. Suddenly, the creature attacked, prompting Shin to yell at Park Ji-hae to run. As they fled, Shin could not help but feel frustrated with Park Ji-hae, thinking she was no help at all. He contemplated leaving her behind as bait so he could escape alone. However, he hesitated and instead decided to use another skill. Luminescence level 1. This created a bright light aimed directly at the fish. Shin knew that while humans could close their eyes, fish could not, as they lacked eyelids. This meant the sudden burst of light would likely disorient the creature, buying them some time to escape. She suggested taking advantage of the opportunity while the bright light distracted the boss. As they hurried away, they reached a rock, and she abruptly stopped. Shin noticed she seemed fine and urged her to keep moving. She accused him of still being upset, noting his silence during the journey. He denied it, but she insisted, lying on the ground and claiming her legs hurt, demanding a break. Shin pointed out she did not even have legs and felt frustrated, thinking he should just leave her behind. He told her she could do as she pleased. If she did not want to continue, he would go alone. She was surprised by his suggestion. He explained that leaving the spawning grounds meant encountering the Blue Damsel, an encounter that taught him many lessons. Reflecting on his past memories with his family, he remembered that humans, lacking sharp teeth or thick skin, relied on intelligence as their primary tool. During the spring, smelts swam upstream to spawn, attracting predators eager to feed on them. In turn, anglers or fishermen gathered to catch these predators, forming the basis for hunting the blue damsels. She asked how much farther they should go. He replied that they had reached the Upstream, the best fishing ground. At the Upstream, a man with his wife and son was fishing. He pulled the rod, but there was nothing on the hook. The man expressed frustration, claiming his experience of 30 years should have yielded a catch. His wife remarked on his empty boasts, doubting his ability to catch anything. The son questioned his father's confidence in catching a fish. Shin and Park were at the Upstream where Shin was fishing. Shin warned Park about the hooks, mentioning that if she touched the wrong one, the angler would catch her. He advised her to be cautious around them. Then, Shin expressed his surprise at finding the food on the hooks delicious. He noted that his experience had increased. Park began eating from the hooks, and Shin reflected on how he had never met someone like her before. Despite his experiences telling him to avoid such people, he considered that having someone was better than having nothing. As Park looked at him with food in her mouth, Shin agreed and started eating too. As they sat by the Upstream, Shin took a bite from the hook and grimaced at the taste. Park noticed his reaction and asked if he was all right. Shin replied, expressing disbelief at how Park found the food tasty. She confirmed and questioned why he had not agreed. Shin explained that he could not believe that because he felt like he might throw up after eating that. Reflecting on the past, Shin recounted how Korea attempted to cultivate base as a high-protein source. Initially, the fry bases appeared to grow nicely, but as they reached a certain size, something perplexing occurred. The pisciculturists discovered that the base strictly adhered to living prey, leaving them puzzled by this behavior. He muttered to himself, realizing that even he could not stomach the food. It was strange. As a base, he should not have found it so repulsive. After all, as a fry, he could eat it without issue. Yet his body was rejecting it. Despite the discomfort, he forced himself to swallow, feeling the experience points increase with each bite. It dawned on him that his eating skill converted food into experience points. If he continued swallowing, his experience would surely increase. Therefore, he persisted, swallowing rapidly as his experience points climbed higher. Caught up in his thoughts of leveling up, he hardly noticed Park's concern as she approached and asked if he was all right. Memories of his family flashed through his mind, reminding him of his determination to survive. As his level rose to 4, he lay back, exhausted from the effort. The taste seemed to worsen with each swallow, making it unbearable. Park's voice brought him back to reality as she checked on him once again, expressing her concern. He expressed his concern about feeling nauseous, but she did not seem to listen, continuing her own thoughts. He could not help but feel irritated, even though her leveling up was a positive outcome. Despite her level reaching 9, he could not shake off his frustration. With the sunrise signaling the start of a new day, the fish would soon be active again, ready to feed. He knew he needed to become stronger before that happened so he could effectively hunt them down. However, he still could not bring himself to eat those dreaded paste baits. As Shin approached the trap to catch fish, Park observed him attentively. The moon illuminated the Upstream area, casting a serene glow over the scene. Nearby, a man and his son were engaged in fishing, the father imparting wisdom about the virtues of patience in the endeavor. Despite his son's impatience and desire to leave empty-handed, the father emphasized the importance of perseverance in fishing, promising a delicious meal of grilled pork belly, shrimp, and cooked ramen if they waited patiently. The son, disheartened by their lack of success, questioned the point of waiting. However, his father pointed out a rope leading to a shrimp trap tied to the end of a chair leg, explaining that their patience would soon be rewarded with a catch of shrimps, which were known to be easier to catch at night. Encouraged by his father's words, the son reluctantly agreed to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, Shin observed a raw shrimp of level 3 ensnared in the shrimp net, a promising sight amidst the tranquil ambience of the moonlit night by the river. Shin pondered the swiftness of the shrimp, acknowledging that its speed would not matter as he swiftly captured it. With a successful catch, he gained 15 experience points, causing his level to rise. Reflecting on his wish for physical growth to match his efforts, Shin continued to contemplate the nature of his transformation. Meanwhile, Park emerged from the water's surface, observing the scene unfolding on the riverbank. The man's wife called out to him, inquiring about the pork belly, prompting him to suggest checking the blue fridge. As she called for assistance from their daughter, the daughter looked annoyed, but Park expressed jealousy towards her. The man, preparing to retrieve his own net rope, remarked on his catch, prompting his daughter to mention his previous lack of success. Despite the nighttime setting, they found it peculiar that the shrimps were not appearing as expected. Inquiring about Jamin's whereabouts, they learned that he had retired to his room, deeming the fishing excursion uninteresting. Observing the interactions from a distance, Park listened as they discussed Jamin's absence and the mysterious absence of the shrimps. Shin informed Park that they were hunting shrimps with the shrimp net, instructing her to alert him when they began pulling the net out. From the water's surface, Park observed as they initiated the process, prompting her to swiftly descend underwater to convey the message to Shin, while a lobster observed her closely. Meanwhile, at the shrimp trap, Shin was leveling up. His body size increased and his health and stamina fully recovered. He was happy, and he noticed the sun will rise soon, so he decided to go back. Suddenly, his attention got catched towards Park, who approached him in nervousness, calling his name and asking him to get out because the boy is pulling the trap. However, something unexpected occurred. A red laser suddenly went through Park, and in seconds blood came out her body. Shin was shocked, eyes wide open in disbelief as he turned his gaze towards the one who launched the attack. It was another survivor named Ji Jong-gun. Shin was shocked by his attack that looked like an explosion. As Park lay on the ground in pain, Shin questioned the cause of the explosion. Meanwhile, Jong-gun expressed the intensity of the pain she was experiencing. Concerned about the danger posed by the presence of another survivor, Shin contemplated whether that would be safer to flee the scene before he could be detected. Sensing the vibrations in the net, Shin realized that they were pulling it out. Without hesitation, he knew he had to escape the trap quickly. However, the narrow entrance coupled with the increasing water pressure made it nearly impossible to break free. Anxiety surged through him as he struggled to find a way out. Meanwhile, Jong-gun, frustrated by the predicament, berated herself for allowing such a situation to unfold. Shin, equally frustrated, called himself an idiot for not foreseeing the danger. Despite Park's admonishment to cease complaining, Shin remained determined to extricate himself from the trap. With determination, Shin gathered his resolve and propelled himself upward, determined to break free from the confines of the net. Trapped within the confines of the net, Shin struggled to break free as the man continued to pull it out of the water. Feeling the pressure mounting, Shin braced himself for what came next. The man, unsure of where to put him, placed his hand on Shin's body with force, causing his health points to decrease significantly due to the impact. Desperate to escape, Shin gripped the net tightly, determined to find a way out before it was too late. With each passing moment, he felt himself slipping away, but he knew he had to hold on. As the man prepared to place him in a barrel, Shin realized that this was his last chance to break free. Taking a deep breath, he focused on calming himself down, readying himself for the opportunity that lay ahead. As the man's son approached to take him away, Shin knew it was now or never. Summoning all his strength, he used his skill, Rush, to propel himself out of the man's grip. With a surge of adrenaline, Shin leapt into the air, aiming for the safety of the water below. However, despite his best efforts, he fell short of his target, landing within the boy's reach. With a swift motion, the boy grabbed Shin by the tail and placed him firmly into the barrel, sealing his fate. As the lid closed above him, Shin could not help but feel a sense of defeat wash over him. He had missed his chance at freedom, and now he would have to face whatever awaited him inside the confines of the barrel. Meanwhile, Jong-gun attacked Park, but luckily Park counterattacked by unleashing a level 1 laser beam at Jong-gun, causing him to lose one of his claws. Jong-gun remarked that it seemed Park was going through quite a lot, finding amusement in her newfound clumsiness. He questioned whether she was pretending to be naive to lower his guard, given the absurdity of a goldfish shooting a beam from its mouth. Ignoring his taunts, Park demanded answers from Jong-gun, questioning why he was attacking the other survivors instead of considering joining forces with them. Jong-gun, displaying his cunning, responded with sarcasm, remarking on Park's eloquence. He insinuated that Park's persuasion tactics were how he managed to manipulate the survivor trapped in the barrel. Jong-gun elaborated, revealing his cynical view of human nature. He had witnessed many like Park who initially feigned ignorance and solidarity but ultimately betrayed each other when their values clashed. He demanded to know why she hid his skill until now, implying she had some ulterior motive. Feeling defensive, she retorted, claiming he was making her feel bad because what does he know about her for him to say that? She warned him to choose his words carefully, as it would be the only time she will let him off the hook. However, she persisted, asking why he had not considered joining forces with others, especially considering the option to use a wish to resurrect everyone. He dismissed the idea, asserting that those survivors were not on his level, emphasizing their repeated defeats. Raising a claw in defiance, he noted her fiery temper. She acknowledged the unpredictability of people, urging him to answer sincerely without sarcasm. He countered, questioning whether she was certain all survivors shared the same sentiments. He speculated on her hypothetical wish, wondering if she would use it to defeat him. He pondered the possibility of returning to humanity after defeating all the bosses, questioning her intentions. He suggested she was concealing her skill until the end, fearing its consequences. She denied hiding her skill, doubting he would believe her regardless. Unlike him, she preferred non-violent solutions. He remained skeptical, insisting the outcome would be the same even if all survivors united. He warned her that if she encountered that monster, she would reconsider her stance. Startled, she questioned him about the monster, to which he described its menacing abilities, demonstrated by his own red-tinged legs, capable of burrowing into the ground. Recalling a tragic memory, he revealed witnessing someone dear perish before his eyes, prompting him to plead for his own demise. Overwhelmed with grief, he lamented his inability to do anything at the time in front of that monster. Meanwhile, he dug a hole to conceal himself, preparing for the impending danger. Realizing their limited time, she pondered whether he would revert to his previous facade of kindness upon their next encounter, harboring doubts about his true intentions. Meanwhile, the boy placed Shin inside a barrel and positioned it in front of the TV. Shin knew it would not move an inch. With time ticking away, he realized it was impossible to escape on his own, given that the barrel was tightly closed. His only hope was that the child would eventually remove the lid, but how would he manage that? Feeling the pressure of time slipping away, Shin anxiously watched the next news segment on the TV. The news anchor reported that it had been 4 days since the vice chairman of Saseong Group, Lee Yuxin, had gone missing. Early that morning, a suicide note was discovered inside the vice chairman's office. According to witness accounts, the vice chairman had been struggling with depression due to ongoing work-related stress. Recent reports indicated a rapid decline in his health. As Shin watched the news, he was stunned to hear about his own situation. The headline revealed that Saseong Group's vice chairman, Lee Yuxin, had left a suicide note after 4 days of being missing. Despite police efforts to locate his body, no progress had been made. Filled with anger, Shin aggressively called Kang Jin-soo. While fishing, Kang wondered who was cursing at him and why his ears kept itching. He turned to the department head, Kim, beside him and inquired if there was any cause for concern regarding the issues with Vice Chairman Lee. Kim assured him that there was nothing to worry about, as he had managed the situation effectively. Kang emphasized the importance of ensuring they were not caught, as it would be troublesome if anyone began to investigate. Kang received a call from Yushin Jeju, Shin's wife, and he promptly answered, greeting the caller with a polite, "Hello, Chairman Kang speaking." She then inquired about the whereabouts of Yushin Oppa. Meanwhile, Shin, trapped inside the barrel, seethed with frustration as he repeatedly banged his head against the walls of his confinement. He could not shake the feeling of anger at being stuck and the lack of control over the situation. With every thud, his frustration only grew. He knew he had to find a way out, but his thoughts were clouded with irritation. As he pondered his predicament, Shin's mind raced with possibilities. How could he attract the attention of the boy who had placed him in this barrel? Was there any other way out? He racked his brain for solutions but found himself failing. The situation seemed hopeless. Meanwhile, outside the barrel, conversations continued as if nothing were amiss. Lee Jae-min, seemingly oblivious to Shin's plight, was urged to eat more pork belly by a family member. Nevertheless, the kid, confined and irritable, had no appetite and refused the offer. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, and Shin's attention snapped back to the present. The kid responsible for his predicament was returning, and Shin knew he had to act fast. As the door creaked open, Shin steeled himself, determined to seize any opportunity for escape. Shin racked his brain for a way to divert the kid's attention away from him. He needed to find a way to make the kid lose interest in him and his predicament. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in Shin's mind. As the kid approached the barrel and mentioned getting him something to eat, Shin saw his opportunity. With a quick decision, Shin feigned lifelessness, pretending to slump over inside the barrel as if he had lost consciousness. The kid's voice echoed with concern as he reacted with an "oh," perhaps realizing that something was amiss. Shin held his breath, waiting to see if his ruse would be successful in shifting the kid's focus away from him. Kang remained on the call with Yushin Jeju, who inquired about Lee Yushin's whereabouts. Kang admitted he did not know either, revealing that he hadn't slept since hearing the news. He assured her that he was also actively searching for Lee Yushin and urged her not to worry too much and wait for updates. Yushin Jeju questioned if Chairman Kang had done something, to which he emphatically denied any involvement. He empathized with her distress, but did not want to discuss such matters when she was already upset. Kang expressed his disbelief that Lee Yushin, whom he considered family, would do something like this. He suggested they wait for news as the police were actively searching. Yushin Jeju apologized and asked if she could visit him the next day to show him something. Kang agreed to check his schedule and get back to her. He bid her farewell, reminding her to take care, and she reciprocated the sentiment, expressing her apologies once more. Kang said to the department head Kim, who promptly answered with a respectful, "Yes, Chairman." Kang instructed Kim to find out what she was up to which Kim replied with another affirmative response, indicating his understanding of the task. Kang sighed, expressing his frustration with the situation, feeling that it was constantly bothering him. The kid approached the barrel where Shin was confined and questioned why it wasn't moving. Shin remained motionless, knowing that any movement might prolong his captivity. As the kid lifted the barrel, Shin feared that his ruse had failed, realizing that he appeared lifeless. He inwardly lamented falling for the bait, worried that the kid would lose interest in him. The kid shook the barrel vigorously, confirming his suspicion that Shin was indeed lifeless. Frustrated, the kid slammed the barrel against the ground, disturbing Shin. Shin could not comprehend why the kid was so insistent on confirming his condition. With each blow to the barrel, Shin felt a sense of danger, fearing for his life if the kid's actions continued. The repeated impacts on the barrel triggered alerts indicating Shin's declining health, prompting him to brace himself for the worst. Despite the danger to his well-being, Shin had no choice but to endure the ordeal, hoping for a chance to escape. The kid expressed disappointment, questioning if Shin was truly dead, which Shin interpreted as a sign of relief that the kid had stopped his investigation. Shin feared he might have met his end had the kid continued. However, the situation took a bizarre turn when the kid's mother entered and inquired about more meat. Jaemin, the kid, indicated he was already full and decided to take the barrel with him, much to Shin's dismay. Shin's sister questioned Jaemin's odd behavior, but he simply insisted he was full. Jaemin tearfully expressed his desire to grill the base, shocking Shin. Jaemin's mother reminded him to eat in moderation and suggested there was already enough food on the table. Jaemin persisted, insisting he wanted to grill the base even if it was already dead, suggesting he wanted to see how it tasted when cooked. Shin could not believe what he was hearing, realizing Jaemin might intend to grill him. She scolded Jaemin, questioning his stubbornness despite the dullness of fishing, and insisted he dispose of the supposedly dead fish. Jaemin complied, affirming that he would discard it. Shin felt relieved by this decision. As Jaemin emptied the barrel into the water, Shin imagined his wife suggesting they go on a family trip together. Shin found himself released into the water while Jaemin watched on. Upon entering the lake, Shin noticed the remnants of the other survivors' skills scattered everywhere. Despite being at level 13, he could not even defeat a mere goldfish with a basic shining ability. Considering he had not found her despite searching for so long, it was likely that she had been captured. However, he could not simply abandon her. There was no time for him to waste. With determination, he swiftly moved through the water, calling out for Park Ji-hye. Sensing danger, Shin confronted a menacing bluegill and cursed at it. With determination, he unleashed his rush skill, speeding towards the bluegill and delivering a powerful blow to its head. Surprised that the bluegill did not flee as expected, Shin realized it had grown significantly. Despite his attack, the bluegill devoured another fish before his eyes. Shin launched another attack, questioning why the bluegill remained unfazed. As he glanced around, he noticed an abundance of largemouth bass nearby, leaving him puzzled about the situation. The bass ventured out to hunt, seeking to replenish their strength after spawning. Shin pondered the difference between these hunters and the fish near the spawning ground that preyed upon them. He couldn't discern any redeeming qualities in the eyes of these predators. Deciding to wait until their feeding frenzy subsided, Shin stealthily consumed a fish and concealed himself near a rock, adopting a patient stance for his own prey. Observing the base from his hidden vantage point, he marveled at their affinity for obstacles like rocks. Peering through the gaps between the rocks, Shin experienced an unusual sense of tranquility, realizing that steady growth would require patience. However, he acknowledged that it was not the time to remain idle and wait for passing fish. Shin realized that Chairman Kang had initiated the process of erasing him, putting him at a disadvantage as time went on. He needed to return to his human life as soon as possible. However, he could not afford to wait indefinitely for the goldfish, uncertain of her survival. Moreover, could he defeat the blue damsel alone? What if he encountered other hostile survivors during the boss raid? Reflecting on the skills of the survivors he had encountered, like Park and Jong-gun, he considered the potential abilities of those he might encounter in the future. Observing the displayed screen detailing his level and other relevant information, Shin noted his modest growth compared to other survivors. Recalling his fishing experience with Chairman Kang, he expressed gratitude for the lessons learned during that time. However, he acknowledged the challenges he might face if encountering another survivor, or a formidable fish like the one he had encountered earlier. Feeling frustrated, Shin realized the importance of finding the goldfish despite his uncertainty about her survival. As he hid beside the water, he contemplated the possibility that she might be deceased if she had not appeared by now. Glancing at the screen once more, he pondered why his life, whether as a human or a fish, seemed to start from the bottom. His attention was drawn to his skill, predation. Reflecting on his past life, Shin remembered how unnecessary personnel often exacerbated problems within teams. Each team seemed to ignore feedback and passed blame onto others, highlighting the need for a new system. During a meeting, a colleague pleaded for a chance to prove their worth. Outside, protesters held posters demanding an end to manpower reduction, restructuring, and the guarantee of their rights. Shin disregarded them as he moved on. Shin contemplated the predation skill, recognizing it as a perfect fit for him, whether it was here or in outside. It was akin to being preyed upon by a stronger opponent. Days had passed since then, and he was certain that Hae-yun must be worried about him. As Shin reflected on his family, he could not recall the last time they had a meaningful conversation. He remembered urging Hae-yun to believe in him and wait, but now he found himself in this situation. Glancing at the screen displaying his remaining points, he noted there were only 6 left. He wondered if it will build up every time he raise his level. He also noticed that he had places to allocate his points: power, agility, physical strength, and luck. He says that the system should have told him that he had something like this. Since he had never played any video games, this system thing and points are unfamiliar to him. He gets a notification asking him if he wants to see someone's memory. He almost forgot about this feature due to many incidents that kept happening. He then accepted to watch. Someone else's memories started seeping into his consciousness. He saw a woman, his wife, and a man in black attire. It was Chairman Kang sitting in the living room discussing. Meanwhile, in another location close to the shore, Park remained hidden under some branches. She looked tired, not in pain. Meanwhile, someone was approaching her location. She called out, assuming it was Yushin, but the figure revealed they were hungry. In the memory, Shin found himself standing before Kang and his wife, who were seated on the sofa. Fueled by anger, Shin unleashed a powerful punch towards Chairman Kang, but to his frustration, he could not land a hit. He questioned why his wife was present, expressing concern for her safety in such a dangerous situation. Kang inquired if she understood the gravity of her words, to which she clarified that she did not mean to accuse him of killing Yushin. Shin pressed further, asking if she had conducted a background check on him due to suspicion. Shin listened intently to their conversation, pondering its significance. Kang's wife explained that her presence was rooted in her desire to trust him, particularly on the day Yushin disappeared. She then inquired about Shin's whereabouts during that time. Kang, taking a moment to sip his coffee, expressed his apology to Jeju and suggested she return home for the day. He admitted feeling remorseful about the situation. Shin's wife was referred to as Jeju-si, a term meaning chief mourner, indicating her closeness to the deceased. He conveyed that his current position was owed to Vice Chairman Lee's influence, indicating his deep regard for Yushin. This suggested to him that he cared more about Yushin than she did. He asserted that while the situation with Yushin was intricate, she was directing her inquiry toward the wrong person. He personally ensured not to make such mistakes when investigating. She apologized for distressing him and expressed regret for taking up his time. Promising to contact him again, she rose to leave. Shin observed the exchange attentively, taking note of the dynamics at play. Shin was present, attempting to call out to his wife, but his voice failed to reach her. Meanwhile, Kang rose from his seat and placed a call to Department Head Kim. Greeting Kim, he inquired about the status of Representative Lee Yushin's phone. Kim seemed confused, asking what Kang meant by his phone, and stating that he was informed it had been taken care of. Kang pressed further, questioning whether it had indeed been handled properly. Kang's frustration boiled over as he berated Kim, calling him a piece of shit for mishandling Representative Lee Yushin's phone, emphasizing the urgency of tracking its location and demanding accountability for the mistake. Meanwhile, Shin interjected, mentioning Oh Hye-yoon's presence and departure, but Kang seemed preoccupied, standing by the window with his hand against the glass. He instructed Kim to swiftly take care of Oh Hye-yoon if she makes a big deal of it. Knowing that they were planning to harm his wife, Shin's anger bursted. His killing intent and anger towards this man was powerful enough that Kang turned around thinking someone was behind him, but he found nothing there, prompting Kim to address him as chairman. Kang reiterated the importance of rectifying the situation promptly. As a base swimming in the water, Shin felt the sting of anger, but he knew he had to keep his emotions in check to focus on his next move. His priority was to ensure Hye-yoon's safety and swiftly return to his human form before any harm befell her. However, he understood that he couldn't take down the other survivors alone. Perhaps if he encountered a boss fish devoid of intelligence, there might be a chance. Yet, time was not on his side, and he felt the pressure mounting with each passing moment. Deciding not to linger in his hiding spot any longer, Shin moved swiftly before it became too late. As he ventured forth, he noticed 2 fishing hooks nearby and grasped them firmly with his fins, keeping them ready for use. Glancing around, Shin spotted a fish swimming in the vicinity. Memories of his past flooded back to him, recalling a moment in the grocery store when she thanked him for something. She mentioned his purchase of beer once again and suggested grabbing a drink together after her shift. However, Shin remained silent, his thoughts elsewhere. Kang stood on the road with his fishing rod when Shin approached with the girl. Kang greeted her and mentioned that he had already heard about them from Yushin. He asked the girl if she had tried fishing before, and she replied that it was her first time. Kang then turned to Shin and expressed disappointment, asking why Shin had not taught her how fun fishing could be. Shin questioned why Kang was disappointed when he had not told him anything about fishing before. Kang expressed his concern about when Yushin would start dating, but now he felt there was no need to worry anymore. He commented that Shin and the girl looked good together. Kang noticed Shin's heightened excitement and asked why he was suddenly more excited. Shin replied, puzzled, asking why Kang was saying such things unexpectedly. Shin clarified that they were just friends and asked Kang not to involve her in any assumptions about their relationship. Kang expressed his concern about Shin's dating life, noting that sometimes Shin didn't seem like a typical person when he was working. However, Kang felt relieved now, believing there was nothing to worry about. He told the girl that despite Shin's cold exterior, he was a wonderful person inside, and he asked her to take care of Yushin as he was like family to him. Meanwhile, Shin, reflecting on his situation as a fish, wondered how everything had gone wrong and how he had ended up where he was, where his best friend wanted killed him and being so distant towards his wife. In the midst of his thoughts, he found himself in the spawning ground of a blue damsel. As the damsel attempted to attack him, Shin prepared himself and moved forward with hooks, aiming for the fish's head. He also felt frustration over why Chairman Kang had changed. Meanwhile, Park, the goldfish, found herself hiding alongside a level 9 base, mistaking it for Yushin. However, it turned out to be a hungry predator eyeing her as its next meal. Panicked, she attempted to flee, but the base swiftly attacked her from behind. In retaliation, Park tried to use her luminescent skill, only to discover it was restricted for the next 18 hours. The base continued its relentless assault, leaving Park feeling helpless and wondering why such misfortune always seemed to find her. Desperate for help, she cried out for someone to save her, but the base struck again, depleting all of her HP and leaving her in a suspended state. Just as the base prepared for another attack, another survivor arrived, swiftly intervening to protect Park, vowing not to let the base harm her. On the other side, Shin found himself in a fierce battle with the blue damsel boss. It had been a while since he faced such a formidable opponent. As the boss initiated its attack, Shin swiftly dodged and countered with a hook from his fin aimed at the damsel's head, but to his surprise, it had no effect. The damsel retaliated with a powerful tail strike, sending Shin tumbling and causing his HP to drop. With blood in his mouth, Shin realized he needed to stay focused and avoid any mistakes if he wanted to survive. Determined to evade further harm, he began to retreat from the confrontation. Shin, utilizing his remaining points, had invested 3 points into his strength, STR. With renewed vigor, he attempted another attack on the damsel, finding a hook attached to a stick and rope. He aimed the hook at the damsel's body and managed to strike it. Shin saw this as a good opportunity to gain the upper hand. However, the blue damsel swiftly moved forward despite being hooked and delivered a powerful blow to Shin's head, sending him rolling once more and causing his HP to decrease. Shin realized that what he once considered just an annoying fish was actually a formidable monster. He decided not to rush into another attack and instead take his time to strategize. Shin carefully observed the surroundings and identified narrow obstacles that the monster could not easily navigate. He noticed a hook hidden upstream among the rocks, a valuable tool for his plan. Despite the monster's fierce defense of its nest, Shin remained determined. When the bluegill launched a level 3 screw attack, Shin countered with his rush skill, aiming his hook at the monster. In the ensuing clash, Shin's HP decreased. Shin found the bluegill to be a formidable opponent, showing no signs of exhaustion despite his efforts. Dodging another screw attack, Shin managed to escape unharmed. He reached a location littered with fish eggs on the ground and remarked that he had narrowly escaped danger. Taking a moment to replenish his strength by eating, he prepared himself for the next round of the battle. Shin gained 30 experience points, causing his level to increase slightly and his size to grow. His physical strength and stamina were fully restored. Utilizing the skill Conquer at level 3, Shin braced himself from the impending attack from the bluegill. With the skill activated, Shin turned around and faced numerous other fish surrounding him. He then reminded himself not to rush and assured himself that victory would be his. As a heavy thunderstorm raged outside the lake, rain poured down, and numerous bluegills rushed toward him. The damsel once again launched an attack, but Shin, armed with a hook, retaliated to no avail. Seeking cover beneath a rock, he thought that the damsel would not be able to reach him there. Observing the endless stream of bluegills, he called them disgusting bastards. Reflecting on how the damsel lost its rationality after devouring the eggs in the spawning ground, Shin realized the extent of its desperation to eliminate him, even resorting to summoning reinforcements. Despite the chaos of the situation, the damsel was regaining stamina, leaving Shin with no respite. Shin cursed the damsel, calling it a worthless bastard. Did it think it could catch him so easily? Shin remained determined. He knew he could still consume the other eggs once the area cleared. The damsel launched another attack with a level 3 screw attack, sending Shin flying. Regaining his composure, Shin retaliated by striking the damsel's head with a hook, but the damsel pushed him away once more, causing his HP to decrease. Using his level 1 rush skill, Shin swiftly evaded the damsel's attacks and made his way towards their eggs, devouring them. Enraged, the damsel unleashed its level 3 Conquer skill. After consuming the eggs, Shin gained 45 experience points, feeling his strength restored and noticing a slight increase in his size. From behind, Shin taunted the damsel, questioning what it was glaring at. Shin, fueled by anger, wielded the hook in his fin once more, determined to defeat the monstrous damsel. With each attack, he aimed to gradually weaken the damsel's strength. Shin strategized to tire out his opponent before delivering a decisive blow. As he battled fiercely, Shin remained vigilant, aware of the other bluegills lurking nearby. Using his rush skill, he struck the damsel repeatedly with the hook, aiming for its head. However, amidst the chaos, Shin sensed imminent danger as another bluegill prepared to attack. Reacting swiftly, Shin evaded the incoming threat and retaliated with his hook. Despite his efforts, the damsel launched a powerful level 3 screw attack, causing Shin's health to diminish further. Shin realized that the damsel's aggression had intensified, extending the range of its attacks. Frustratingly, all the hooks he had collected were now lost, leaving him with only one option directly in front of the damsel. Attempting to retrieve a previously used hook posed too great a risk amidst the damsel's relentless assault. Shin recalled a fishing trip with Kang, where he caught a fish with a hook stuck deep in its mouth. Concerned, Shin asked Kang what they should do about it, noting that the fish was bleeding. Kang explained that the hook was lodged too deeply for them to remove it safely. Shin wondered if the fish would die if they pulled out the hook. Kang replied that if the fish was healthy, it might survive, but it had already expended a significant amount of energy struggling with the hook, so the outcome was uncertain. As a base, Shin reflected on the importance of timing when setting a hook. He knew he must be exhausted, but he also knew he had to give it his all. With only one hook left, he understood the gravity of the situation. Seeing his screen, he realized he had used all his remaining points. Despite this, he utilized his rush skill, swiftly moving toward the damsel. As the damsel opened its mouth, Shin seized the opportunity, plunging the hook into its mouth. Additionally, he had invested 4 points in increasing his health. Shin waited patiently, knowing he needed enough stamina to endure until the damsel collapsed. He understood that simply waiting would not be enough. He needed to strike at the damsel's throat. If he did not act quickly, he risked being swallowed completely. Summoning his strength, he struck at the damsel's throat, causing it to bleed profusely. Eventually, the damsel succumbed to its wounds, and Shin emerged victorious. With the defeat of the boss, his bonus quest was updated. As Shin's wife emerged from the car with an umbrella, she approached the edge of the lake. Shin's wife stood by the lake where the police were searching for Shin's body. Her father reached out and urged her to stop and return home, as they had already done all they could, and now they needed to wait for the police to continue their search. She hesitated, expressing her lack of trust in the authorities and their ability to find Shin. Her father reassured her, mentioning that even the neighbors had not seen him, so they should go back and wait. However, she could not shake her fear that time was running out and they needed to take more action. She expressed to her father her concerns that if they did not act quickly, Yushin Oppa might be wrongly accused of suicide. Pointing to the area where Shin's phone signal was lost, she suggested there might be clues left there. However, a man in a yellow raincoat on a boat who was part of the search seemed unaware of any such clues. He mentioned that many people fished in that area daily and questioned whether she expected him to recognize each angler's face. She emphasized the urgency of the situation, asking if he had seen anyone suspicious. He admitted he had not. She pleaded with him to inform her if he remembered anything, no matter how insignificant. She emphasized that even small details could be important. The man scratched his head, recalling the events of the previous week. Suddenly, her father remembered something, mentioning that there were some peculiar individuals around last week. She asked for clarification about these strange people. He recollected the scene, mentioning a fisherman at the forefront with several men in suits observing quietly behind him. They seemed like high-ranking individuals as they addressed the fisherman as chairman. After a while, they left to attend to their tasks. She inquired about what he was searching for. After defeating the boss, Shin, as a base, received rewards including a skill enhancement card and additional stat bonuses. Looking at the dead blue damsel boss, he cursed it. Recalling being swallowed by it, he pondered whether consuming everything around him would make him large enough to eat the boss fish. However, he doubted it would suffice. Considering his urgency, he contemplated hunting the other fish in the vicinity. Shin received a notification on the screen panel about skill enhancement, suggesting he could enhance his skills if he met the criteria. Curiously, he looked at the skill enhancement card he had received as a reward for defeating the boss. Another notification popped up, offering options to delete an existing skill to acquire a new one, or to enhance an existing skill. Contemplating between getting a new skill and enhancing an existing one, he hesitated. While he admired the skills of other survivors, he was accustomed to his own skills and should not rush into changes. Eventually, he decided to apply the card to his predation skill, adding a devour attribute to it. After upgrading his predation skill to level 2 with the addition of devour, Shin could attempt to devour defeated targets. However, due to the devour penalty, the acquired experience value would be halved. Despite this setback, he activated his predation skill, devour, and opened his mouth wide to consume the blue damsel he had defeated. As he engulfed it, another bluegill watched nearby. Soon after, a notification informed him that he had devoured the blue damsel and absorbed its skill. This successful devouring process resulted in Shin gaining multiple level notifications and reaching level 15. Shin reflected on how even the memory of the blue damsel fish seemed to want him to feel guilty. As he examined the screen panel, he noticed that he had acquired the blue damsel's skills, Screw Attack and Conquer at level 1. Additionally, he observed that his wounds were constantly aching, but they also healed whenever he leveled up. Despite this, all that remained were the eggs left by the blue damsel. Despite knowing that consuming them would trigger more memories, he reasoned that he had to take advantage of any available resources, so he decided to consume them as well. Suddenly, Park the goldfish swam towards him, calling his name Mr. Yushin. She was visibly shocked to see him. She then remarked on how much he had grown since they last met. Park explained that she had received a notification for the start of a raid and assumed it was him, so she hurried over. She asked if he had defeated the boss all alone, to which he replied affirmatively, stating that he indeed defeated the boss. Park expressed amazement and asked him to share how he accomplished it. Mr. Yushin recounted the encounter, explaining how the blue damsel appeared just as he was about to eat the eggs, and detailed his strategy for defeating it. He concluded by saying that he defeated the boss with a combination of tactics. She mentioned that she got injured during the battle and needed some time to recover. She then asked Shin if he could share some of her food with her. However, he also realized that he had grown quite big and gained new skills, so he did not actually need her anymore. The thought crossed his mind. Should he eat her too? Park expressed her relief that he was okay, mentioning that she worried she would be left alone again. Shin assured her that would not happen, and he was not really going to eat her, right? Shin inquired about the other survivors, and if anything had happened to them. Park began eating the eggs, and explained that she had tried to persuade them to team up, but it did not work out. She narrowly escaped their attack. She shared how scared she had been during the ordeal. Another survivor attacked her, and she barely managed to escape, only to encounter a hungry base. She attributed her loss of consciousness to that encounter. When she woke up, she could not find it anymore. Shin expressed disbelief that a hungry base could be responsible. Nonetheless, he was relieved to see her okay. She asked Shin where the boss he defeated was because she had been searching around but had not seen it. Shin told her that he had eaten it. She was shocked and exclaimed how incredible it was that a base could consume something bigger than it could. She inquired about what he got for beating the boss. Shin replied that there was nothing special. She seemed skeptical and remarked that something seemed to be missing. Shin urged her to look carefully and see if there was nothing there. Upon receiving a notification about a bonus quest to meet Oh Hye-yoon, his wife, Shin used his skill rush to quickly move away. Confused, she questioned where he was going, but he did not respond. She noticed him wasting the eggs as food and suggested they go together, but he refused and hurried away. As he reached the water's surface, he saw his wife crying at the edge. The completion of his quest to meet his wife was shown, and his size increased to 15 centimeters, reaching level 15. Shin's wife sat at the edge of the lake, calling her husband a bastard and telling him to wait. Shin watched her from the surface of the water. Park approached from behind and complimented her, suggesting she had just been through a breakup. Shin called out to his wife, addressing her as honey, shocking Park. Shin continued shouting for his wife while Park watched with wide eyes. Shin reiterated that he was right there, trying to convey his presence to his wife. He wondered how she would react upon seeing him in his current state. It had been a long time, so she must have had a harder time than him. Despite his efforts, his voice failed to reach her as she cried in sorrow. Shin continued to call out to her, addressing her as honey, hoping desperately to catch her attention. As heavy rain poured outside, her father approached with an umbrella, urging her to stop and go back. He warned her that she might get sick if she stayed out in the rain like that. In frustration, she questioned what she should do about the injustice. Her father empathized, expressing his own desire to fight against injustice, but acknowledging the power of their enemy, Chairman Kang of the 4-star company, who happened to be Yushin Oppa's boss. Feeling overwhelmed, she wondered how she could reveal the truth about Chairman Kang to the world. Her father advised her to calm down and return home. Concerned for her well-being, he warned that she might collapse if she continued to stress herself. Despite his pleas, she insisted that they stay a little longer, hoping they might find another witness. Suddenly, Park used her skill of light to illuminate Shin as a base in the water. Shin's wife asked her dad if he was seeing things incorrectly. She questioned why there was a base there. Shin, in his base form, pleaded with her to stay safe and wait for him. He expressed regret for always asking her to wait, but promised to return home safely this time. He apologized for not being able to meet her as her husband. With gratitude, Shin thanked her one last time. Then he left and descended into the depths of the lake. Shin's wife was shocked and asked her dad if he had heard it too. She questioned whether she was dreaming or if she had really heard her Oppa's voice. Meanwhile, someone observed them from behind and made a phone call, reporting that Oh Hye-yun was at the scene with her father. Park asked Shin if it was all right for them to leave like that. Shin replied yes, as there was nothing he could do with a body like body. Park then asked if Shin was okay, to which he responded affirmatively. Park expressed concern for Shin's wife, noting that she did not look well, and asked if she would be okay. Park suggested that they should defeat all the bosses so they could return to being humans. However, Shin requested some time to organize himself first. Park apologized, but Shin felt upset because Park kept bothering him. Nevertheless, Shin decided to focus on the task at hand. Park then questioned whether Shin was leaving the eggs behind. Park apologized, feeling strange that she was already getting hungry. She questioned herself, wondering why she felt that way. Shin thought of her as a parasite and suggested that they should eat the eggs instead of wasting them. Surprised, she replied with wide eyes. Curious, she asked Shin how he learned so much about the aquatic ecosystem. Shin explained that he had been fishing for a long time, so he naturally became accustomed to it. Impressed, she remarked that it was amazing to study the aquatic ecosystem through fishing. He pondered the situation, realizing that sharing his food with Park might hinder his own growth. Considering alternatives, he contemplated hunting other survivors or a boss instead. Absorbing her skills and then hunting for other survivors might be a quicker solution, he thought. Suddenly, Shin sensed danger and swiftly moved aside as something fell nearby. It was Choi Jong-han, a survivor, who warned Shin to stay away from Ji-hye. Before Jong-han could attack, the hungry bass who wanted to eat Park Ji-hye attacked the catfish, sending him flying away, and then it glared at our protagonists and said, "I'm hungry." Shin and Park were looking at the other survivor named Jong-han. Shin felt like he had seen that base before. Besides the familiar scent, he knew Jong-han was another survivor. Jong-han stood still, not moving. Shin thought that the attack might have been because Jong-han temporarily lost his mind. He had said he would protect Ji-hye. Shin wondered if they knew each other. Park had told him that Jong-han was the first survivor she had met. Shin decided he needed to check Jong-han out first. He asked Park if they seemed to know each other and who he was. She was shocked and also scared for some reason, staring at Jong-han. Shin called her name, Ji-hye. She recognized Jong-han's voice and exclaimed that he was the person who had kidnapped her. Jong-han struggled to call her name, saying Ji-hye, and mentioned that he was hungry. Moving quickly, Jong-han attacked Shin with his tail, but Shin countered by striking him in the abdomen, causing Jong-han to be pushed back towards Park. Shin cursed at him, while Jonghan repeated that he was hungry and launched another attack on Shin. The two of them engaged in a fierce fight. Shin realized that was Jonghan, the one who had kidnapped her. He questioned Jonghan aggressively, asking if he was hungry. Then, using his skill Screw, Shin attacked Jonghan's abdomen, sending him flying back and leaving him lying on the ground after the powerful strike. Shin was surprised by the strength of his attack against Jonghan. Although that was not as powerful as the Blue Damsel's attack, that was still a significant improvement. He recalled the saying that happiness often follows hardship, and he felt relieved to have acquired a strong attack skill. However, he realized that his rush skill, which had sustained him through life-threatening situations, was now depleted. Shin acknowledged the trouble Jonghan had caused him and then approached Jonghan's body on the ground. He contemplated letting him go, knowing he could not swallow him whole, but then considered using his predation skill to consume him instead. Shin received a notification on his screen panel about the Level 1 Conquer skill. The message asked if he wanted to conquer the Level 11 base, but he noticed he had 0.5 remaining kin. Kin referred to the number of fishes of the same kind he could control. Shin pondered on the nature of this skill, realizing that allowed one to command their allies. He remembered trying that on a bluegill before without success. Shin wondered if that only worked on fish of the same species as him. If so, they could be considered blood brothers, making that difficult for him to eat them, right? He decided to use the Conquer skill on Jonghan's body, commanding that to move forward. Park was very scared to see Shin controlling Jonghan like that. Shin reassured her, telling her to calm down and reminding her that that was not really him. Meanwhile, from within Jonghan's body, Jonghan pleaded to be released. Park expressed her dislike for Jonghan, and he tried to explain that he did not know what was happening either. He struggled to speak properly, emphasizing that he was not himself. Despite this, Park insisted that he stay away from her, and Jonghan repeated his plea for her to go away. Shin released Jonghan's body and appeared in front of Park. She asked him if he was okay, and he reassured her that he was fine. Shin questioned why she was still there instead of running away, and she explained that she could not move, feeling paralyzed by fear. Jonghan, now appearing in the form of a base within his body, pleaded with them to listen to him. He insisted that that was not he, who kidnapped her, and begged them to believe him. He repeated over and over that that was not him, urging them to understand that he was just in a hurry and that was unfair that they couldn't hear him out. She expressed her disgust towards Jonghan, calling him a stalker and expressing her wish for him to perish. Despite her words, Jonghan continued to repeat "hello" incessantly. Shin swiftly moved towards him, delivering a forceful blow and rebuking him. Shin angrily questioned whether Jonghan could see the fear he had caused, leading to someone's demise. Shin condemned Jonghan for having the audacity to reappear before his victim without any remorse or reflection on his actions. Despite Shin's admonishment, Jonghan continued to repeat "hello" repeatedly. Jonghan recalled a past memory where he stood at a woman's door, holding a paper with a statement on a plate, asking for care from then on. Despite this, he continued to repeat "hello, hello." Shin remarked to Park that Jonghan seemed to have a speech problem. He questioned her certainty that Jonghan was the one who kidnapped her. She affirmed that he was. Recalling the traumatic experience of being forced into a car with a baseball bat, she expressed her reluctance to engage in conversation with him as fellow survivors. Shin suggested they should still attempt to communicate with him, but she remained firm in her decision not to engage. She questioned whether that was too much to ask to speak to the stalker who caused her death. She expressed her fear, stating that she died because of him, and she was terrified to the point of not wanting to see him. Shin pondered their next move, expressing concern that if they let him go, they would likely encounter him again soon. She suggested that would be better to kill him. As Jonghan listened to their conversation and heard the suggestion of killing him, tears welled up in his eyes, and he lay on the ground. Shin attacked him forcefully, using his skill of rush. Jonghan was pushed away and felt intense pain. He recalled his visit to the doctor, where he was diagnosed with Broca's aphasia. This condition resulted from damage to the brain's Broca's area, affecting his ability to speak. The doctor explained to him that he might feel frustrated due to his difficulty in expressing himself. He emphasized that the first 3 months were crucial for his recovery and advised him to continue with rehabilitation at the hospital. As Yonghan returned home, he couldn't help but feel like his life had crumbled. Why did this have to happen to him? As Yonghan, trapped in the body of a base, attempted to utter hello, he struggled with pronunciation. He moved to attack Shin, prompting Shin to question if he was attacked first. Shin retaliated with a level 1 screw attack, causing Yonghan to evade slightly but ultimately failing to escape. Frustration consumed Yonghan as he pondered his life's remnants. Returning home, Yonghan noticed someone relocating to the area. Observing a man unloading luggage from a truck, Yonghan empathized with the challenge of adjusting to life in the rural setting. Yonghan experienced a minor disturbance as he slept, abruptly awakening to the sound of someone moving about in the middle of the night. Annoyed by the noise, he ventured outside and approached room number 202, where the source of the disturbance seemed to originate. Listening closely, he overheard someone speaking on a live broadcast, thanking Bo Uni for a sponsorship of 1001. The individual then expressed a desire for a sexy dance practice session, suggesting they could perform later. Yonghan opened a chat room and noticed a comment questioning why he was listening to Queen Jihye when that seemed like a dog or a cow was streaming instead. Offended by the remark, he retorted, asking how dare they say such a thing. Could not they see that she was doing her best? Despite his defense, Yonghan observed that there were only 6 viewers, and he speculated that she would soon face ruin. Resigned to his fate, he decided to endure that for a few more days, knowing that he was going to die anyway. In the lake water, Yonghan, in his base form, attempted to speak out, but Shin swiftly attacked him with a screw attack. Surprised by Yonghan's quick recovery despite the injury, Shin remarked that he must be joking. Shin thought that despite Yonghan seeming weak, if the battle continued at that rate, he might exhaust his stamina first. Shin acknowledged that even if they talked about that, they would not go together anyway. However, continuing the battle would only lead to a meaningless attrition. Fairness dictated that Shin chose the goldfish he had already been with. He had to eat Yonghan as a base, although he felt sorry for doing so. Nobody in that world lacked a story to tell, right? Yonghan reminisced about watching Park on the broadcast. During the broadcast, someone asked her how she started broadcasting. Park replied, admitting that was a heavy and boring story, but she proceeded to share that calmly. Yonghan watched her pursue her dream, and he eventually found the motivation to get up again. He took a basket of fruits and left that at her doorstep with a note expressing his enjoyment of her broadcast. He expressed his desire to thank her in person someday, but for now, he believed this gesture was better, as he hoped to fulfill her wishes by then. He hoped she would also listen to him because he was determined to save her when the time came. Shin attacked Yonghan and engulfed him, resulting in a parasite explosion. Shin received alerts indicating he had contracted a white disease, bacterial enteritis, and anchorworms, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Park rushed to his side, exclaiming that it was because of her that he faced such danger. She pleaded with him to wake up, insisting that he could not die there, especially when his wife was still waiting for him. As she observed the alerts on the screen panel indicating his infestation by parasites, she was shocked by the severity of the situation. Park noticed that although Shin had lost consciousness, he was still breathing. She glanced at the eggs he had left behind and reasoned that he might recover once he leveled up by consuming them. Determined to help him, she assured him to hold on until then. However, her attention was diverted when she noticed a hungry fish approaching her from behind. In the lake, there was another group of survivors consisting of Lee Soo-bin, a level 11 tilapia fish from South Africa, and Kim Do-young, a level 11 rainbow trout from North America and Russia. They were accompanied by a red-eared turtle from South America named Jung Yun-duk. Lee complained to his companions, telling Kim to slow down and referring to him as Grandpa. Jung mentioned that someone had defeated a boss, and he intended to find that person. Kim expressed concern about rushing and the possibility of encountering another large fish, as well as the uncertainty of the intentions of other survivors. Jung countered, urging them to trust others in difficult times and emphasizing the importance of cooperation. Dismissing Kim's objections, he insisted they follow him. However, Kim suggested waiting until after feeding time, since the sun would soon rise. Suddenly, a formidable opponent, known as the Drought King, appeared and attacked Jung. Jung found himself trapped in the jaws of the damsel, but managed to twist his body and free himself. Witnessing this, Lee was shocked and terrified, calling out to Kim for help. Kim reassured him that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Jung activated his level 1 hardening skill, declaring that they should strike while they still had the chance. He urged them to hurry, as he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Kim turned and fled, apologizing as he ran away. However, Jung called out for them to come back, insisting that they needed to fight together. Park expressed concern to Shin about the presence of many predatory fishes in the area, wondering if they should retreat. Seeing Shin's condition deteriorating, she feared it might be too late if they did not act swiftly. Despite his unconscious state, she gently turned him to prompt movement, urging him not to think like a coward. She noted that they were lucky the fishes they hunted were not too large, but waiting for the hunt to end would waste precious time. Encouraged by her words, Shin agreed and began to move away from the dangerous area. As they moved away, a large bluegill attacked them from behind, but Park used her skill luminescence to momentarily stop that with a flash. She reassured herself that she could do that and focused on saving Shin, pushing him forward with her support. They noticed a base attacking one of the bluegills behind them, and Park identified that as a level 12 base, hungry and aggressive. She turned to Shin, questioning if he had told her to go first earlier. Expressing gratitude to the base for intervening, she urged Shin to hold on a little longer. With other bluegills closing in behind them, Park expressed her determination to ensure Shin's recovery. Frustrated by the pursuit despite not being the same size as their usual prey, she felt constrained in her speed due to Shin's presence. Realizing they would soon be caught if they continued, she searched for a place to hide and evade their pursuers. Spotting a nearby net cage, Park swiftly led Shin there to hide from the pursuing bluegills. She urged the fish to leave them alone, but they circled around curiously. Eventually they departed, reassured that Park and Shin were not their intended prey. Park persisted in her efforts to bring Shin to the spawning ground, but his condition worsened and he slipped into unconsciousness upon their arrival. Park pleaded with Shin to wake up, urging him to eat some of the eggs she had brought him. She expressed her sorrow, reminding him of his wife waiting for him. As Shin coughed weakly, Park grew increasingly distressed, realizing he was not looking well. Desperate for him to regain consciousness, she continued to implore him to wake up, even trying to feed him the eggs herself, but he remained unresponsive. Shin abruptly stopped and questioned what Park had put in his mouth. He realized they were eggs from the bluegill's spawning grounds, meaning she had brought him there to consume them. Despite his confusion, he felt grateful for her actions. Wondering how he had lost consciousness, he turned to Park for answers. Overjoyed, she hugged him, but hit him instead, explaining that she had been terrified, fearing he might not survive. Expressing her relief at finding him still alive, she revealed the depth of her fear during the ordeal. Shin politely asked Park to step back a bit, concerned about the potential transmission of parasites. Park apologized for not realizing and happily complied, relieved to see him improving. Shin assured her that was fine. However, he could not shake off the worry that the parasite might have spread while she was carrying him. Although his condition did not seem serious yet, he felt discomfort, as if his gut was twisted and his body was crawling with bugs. He realized he was in trouble. Fish diseases were hard to treat, and without access to medicine, his situation seemed dire. Park expressed her concern about Shin's deteriorating condition and suggested eating some eggs to level up. But Shin explained that he could not even swallow them. Realizing they needed treatment for the parasite, Park questioned how they could do that. Shin proposed going to the estuary bank, where seawater and river water meet. There, they could immerse themselves in seawater to kill the parasites and germs. Park was skeptical about whether this would work and if freshwater fish could survive in salt water. Shin reassured her that freshwater parasites would not survive in salt water either. They could not afford to wait for antibiotics, so they had to act fast. Park agreed, and they decided to move quickly. As a level 19 catfish attempted to attack Shin, he swiftly countered with a screw attack skill, sending the catfish flying. He urged Park to run, and she asked if they should leave. Shin agreed, explaining that the heavy rain had made the water muddier as they moved upstream. With the darker visibility, avoiding fights with larger fish became challenging, but losing would be even riskier. Despite the urgency, Shin acknowledged there was little they could do but keep moving. Shin suggested they find a hiding spot and resume their journey the next day. to which Park agreed. They spotted a nearby abandoned barrel and decided to take refuge there for the night. Shin remarked on their luck in finding shelter, speculating that the barrel had been carried there by the rain, which he considered fortunate. Park expressed concern about Shin's condition, but he reassured her that he was fine and could continue. She accepted his assurance, but questioned whether they really had to go to the sea. Shin affirmed their destination, explaining that he was familiar with the area from his fishing experience and knew they could find brackish water if they headed upstream. Park marveled at Shin's fishing knowledge, wondering if that was normal to know so much about fishing. Shin explained that he developed a passion for fishing because of his boss, who often insisted on fishing trips. Initially uninterested, Shin found himself compelled to join in to avoid conflict. Over time, however, he grew to enjoy the activity, eventually becoming deeply immersed in it. He likened his dedication to fishing to his approach to other aspects of life, such as building his own family. Kim expressed his gratitude to other man for introducing him to fishing, even though he initially felt compelled to join. Despite being dragged to fishing spots every weekend, Kim eventually developed a liking for the activity. As they prepared to fish, Kim hooked a fish onto his fishing hook, ready to enjoy the experience. Shin acknowledged that spending weekends fishing together must have brought them closer, almost like family. However, he pointed out that he had to create some distance since he had his own family to take care of. Reflecting on his experiences, Shin expressed gratitude for how his hobby of fishing had helped him in the present. Park agreed, noting that she often relied on him for support and appreciated being able to talk openly with him. She mentioned that there were not many opportunities for such conversations due to the constant challenges they faced. Shin then asked Park about her experiences and thoughts, mentioning that even survivor Choi Jong-han did not seem like much of a stalker. Shin listened intently as Park shared her aspirations and journey. She revealed her childhood dream of becoming a singer, reminiscing about singing and dancing on stage. Determined to pursue her dream, she became a trainee, facing numerous challenges along the way. Despite her efforts, she ultimately decided to leave the agency on her own terms. As she spoke, Jong-han abruptly interjected, reminding her that the world does not always respond to effort alone. Undeterred, Park continued, explaining that she refused to rely on her parents and instead moved to the countryside to chart her own path. Embracing her rural surroundings, she embarked on her broadcasting journey, initially starting as a part-time endeavor while also exploring farming. Her story resonated with Shin, who admired her courage and resilience in pursuing her dreams despite the obstacles. He encouraged her to keep sharing her story, eager to learn more about her journey and experiences. Park's show became increasingly successful, attracting more regular viewers and providing stability. Initially, she felt happy, believing that her singing had garnered recognition, drawing people who enjoyed her performances. In her memories, she danced and sang amidst a backdrop of hens and roosters, finding contentment in her unique stage. However, her happiness was short-lived when baskets of fruits began arriving at her doorstep. Feeling overwhelmed, she voiced her distress during her broadcast, labeling the actions as stalking and expressing her intention to move out with her saved money. That same night, a man confronted her, gripping her hand tightly amidst the heavy rain, demanding her not to leave as he played back her broadcast. They used to bump into each other often since they were in the same building. He played her broadcast on his phone screen, repeatedly shouting at her not to leave. She yelled back, demanding to be let go, but he forcefully dragged her into his car. She recounted the story she had told earlier, explaining how she managed to escape and ended up falling into the lake after slipping on the mountain road. She felt she might have rambled on for too long, but Shin reassured her that she hadn't. He believed everyone had a story to tell, and he empathized with her, acknowledging that she must have had a tough time, especially considering her young age. He pondered the idea that their abilities as fish might be somehow linked to the lives they were leading. Concerned for the safety of other survivors, he expressed worry that if they used all their tools, they might attract the attention of boss fishes. From American lobsters to crabs, these boss fishes possessed threatening skills and were hostile towards them. This made encounters with other survivors unpredictable. When she questioned if all survivors were necessarily bad, he admitted he did not know. She brought up a strange remark made by the crawfish, mentioning a monster and a potential change of mind if encountered. Though she could not recall the exact details, she speculated that if it was a monster, that might signify another boss fish. He questioned why information about encountering a boss was not shared with them, expressing concern about the limited time they had. When she asked if they could be stuck in their current forms forever, he reassured her that they had to return to being humans eventually. He suspected that while he was unconscious, other survivors might have encountered a boss, but she claimed to be unaware of that. He admitted he did not know if those were the same survivors they had met before or if they were others. She then mentioned the delicious smell they had been noticing, realizing that was the scent of didiokbab. He agreed with her assessment. She noticed a boat nearby and asked Shin about its presence. He was not certain why that was there, but advised against going outside. When she questioned if they were fishermen, he doubted anyone would fish in such hazardous conditions. Shin observed a pipe with some wires connected to it and found that suspicious. He realized it might be illegal battery fishing. That was also known as electrofishing, a technique that uses electricity to affect nearby fish, making them easier to catch or stun. They received an alert indicating they had lost consciousness due to the strong electrical current. They found themselves floating in the water alongside other fish, while fishermen on the boat collected them. The fishermen were pleased with their catch, observing catfishes and eels floating on the water's surface. One of them remarked on their success that day, confident they would receive good payment. Addressing Mr. Kim, he sought agreement, only to be met with a curt instruction to focus on loading the catch. The talkative fisherman defended himself, claiming he was simply trying to lighten the atmosphere, expressing frustration at Mr. Kim's response to his personality. The fisherman came across Shin's body floating in the water, appearing heavily affected by some sort of parasite. Confused by its condition, they caught that but found no usable meat, deeming that a lost cause and tossing that back into the water. As they continued their fishing, they spotted Park, who had transformed into a goldfish. Puzzled, one of the fishermen asked if goldfish typically lived in rivers. Another dismissed the idea, suggesting that must have been someone's pet that was discarded into the river. They decided not to dwell on that, focusing instead on their profitable catches. Before moving on, one of them remarked on the goldfish's appearance, planning to give that to their niece as a gift. With that, they proceeded with their fishing expedition. In a dimly lit room, Chairman Kang sat smoking when one of his employees, Kim, entered. Kang gestured for him to come in and inquired about Oh Hye-yoon. Kim reported that they were still monitoring her closely as she had not shown any suspicious behavior yet. Kang, visibly agitated, flung a cup in Kim's direction, expressing frustration. He admonished Kim, emphasizing the importance of dealing with the situation promptly. Kim reassured him that they were keeping a watchful eye on her and planned to observe her further before taking any action. In a fit of rage, Kang grabbed a golf stick and ordered Kim to get down on the floor. Without hesitation, Kim complied, assuming a push-up position. Kang admonished him, accusing him of betraying their trust after Kang had invested so much in him. He reminded Kim that he had once been a gangster and Kang had taken him under his wing only for Kim to now betray him. Kang began to strike Kim with the stick, emphasizing that this was Kim's last chance to prove his loyalty. He demanded that Kim deal with Oh Hye-yoon, referring to her in derogatory terms, and ensure her demise. Kang demanded confirmation that Kim understood his orders, to which Kim reluctantly acquiesced, asking Kang to cease the violence. Kim pleaded with Kang to stop the violence and return to their previous relationship. He addressed Kang respectfully as chairman and affirmed his compliance. Kang, however, disregarded Kim's plea and called him by his official title, Department Head Kim, emphasizing his subordinate position. Kang then warned Kim not to push him further, exerting pressure on Kim's face with his foot, causing him to bleed. Kang reminded Kim of the consequences of disobedience, referencing the past incident involving Yushin's death. Shin's body drifted on the water's surface, his consciousness fading. Numbness spread through his limbs. Opening his eyes, he pondered if this numbness was a consequence of the electrical shock. Many had perished. Had they only taken those they could profit from? Cursing the perpetrator of the electrofishing, Shin recalled hearing about such incidents in the news, but never anticipated encountering one himself. Yet amidst his own plight, worry for Ji-hyesi consumed him. Fisher Kim noticed the goldfish in the basket and questioned why it was there. The other fisherman explained that his niece had been adamant about wanting a pet fish after a fishing trip together, so he intended to give that to her as a gift. He had caught the goldfish, intending to keep it alive. Kim advised him to place that elsewhere to avoid any mishaps. The fisherman, however, remarked that despite being hit by the battery, the goldfish still looked pretty. He proceeded to slaughter and prepare another fish with a knife. Park cautiously opened one eye and told herself she only needed to wait for 5 more minutes. Her heart raced with fear as she heard the sounds of the fisherman trimming the fish. Suddenly, a truck arrived and she tensed, wondering if she had been discovered. Kim asked if the trimming was finished and the fisherman confirmed that was. They discussed hiding the boat, with Kim assuring them he had covered that well with a tarpaulin sheet. The fisherman planned to sell the fish with more meat to restaurants and suggested enjoying some soju on the way back. Kim jokingly asked if it was his treat, and the fisherman agreed, pleased with the idea. However, when they realized the goldfish was missing, tensions rose. Kim started the truck, insisting the goldfish must be there somewhere, but Park feared she had been found out. Thrown away by the fisherman, Park, now in the form of a goldfish, experienced a series of shocks. Gasping for breath, she found herself separated from the lake. Determined to survive, she urged herself to hold on just a little longer. Despite the distance from the water, she knew she had to find a way back. Pushing aside her doubts, she focused on taking action. Worried about Shin and her own survival, she knew she could not afford to stay still. With resolve, she began to navigate her way back to the safety of the water. Startled by the unexpected sound of a cat's meow, Park felt a jolt of surprise. Meanwhile, in the lake, Shin continued to call out for Park, his voice filled with concern and worry. Shin's wife caught wind of a news report discussing the crops affected by wastewater irrigation from factories. The report highlighted how these crops had withered completely, sparking widespread discussion. The absence of regulations concerning salt levels in wastewater made administrative actions difficult. The situation was particularly dire for farms that used salty water for pickling radishes, exacerbating the damage. Feeling unsettled by the news, Shin's wife turned off the TV screen. She got a call from her mother while she was putting on her sneakers. Her mother asked where she was, if she was out searching for her husband. Confused, she asked what her mother meant. She assured her mother that she was using her own methods to find him and that there was no need to worry. Her mother expressed concern about her constant absence from home and asked if she was doing anything dangerous. Opening the car door, she reassured her mother that everything was fine and said goodbye. Her mother then asked about Yuju, to which she replied that her mother should take care of Yuju and that she would find her husband. Her mother thought her daughter's words were nonsensical, considering that had been days and his body had not been found. Her daughter acknowledged that that sounded nonsensical, but since his body had not been found yet, she couldn't stop searching. Her mother questioned if she really needed to do that, considering how much Yuju had been looking for her. Her mother urged her not to be stubborn and to come back, reminding her that everyone else had to continue living. She explained that she could not reach his attendant, who had been their main contact until then. She insisted on going to their meeting place, believing something would come out of their conversation that day. Her mother asked why she was going there so late at night and advised her to postpone her meeting. Annoyed, she retorted, asking if her mother thought she was a 2-year-old child. Frustrated, her mother replied that was not the case, but she hung up before hearing the rest. She promised to call her mother back later, but ended the call abruptly. Determined to find out the truth about her husband's death, she felt hopeful as she thought she had found a clue. However, as she headed to her car, she spotted another vehicle approaching, and she exclaimed, "No!" In the lake, Shin repeatedly called out for Park, growing increasingly worried as he couldn't find her. He feared she might have been taken away. Seeing the abandoned fishes around him, he realized they must have only taken the valuable ones, leaving behind the goldfish with no commercial worth. But what if Park was indeed taken away? He cursed the electric shock for weakening his physical condition. As time passed, Shin grew anxious that Chairman Kang could erase his traces, so he knew he had to leave before that was too late. In the lake, Park was calling out to her, but Shin could not see her. He thought this might have happened because he suggested they go to the brackish area. He decided to search carefully for a little while longer, pushing himself to the surface of the water and calling her name repeatedly. He cursed under his breath, feeling frustrated that she was not there. He wondered where she could be and hoped she was okay. The area had changed a lot since he used to come there with Chairman Kang. Now there were many factories around. He reminded himself that if he had not found her there was nowhere else to look. Then he spotted their building with "Our Pickled Radish" written on that. Realizing that a lot of salt was needed to pickle radishes and that the salty radish water would be thrown away as wastewater, he concluded that there was no need for them to go to brackish water. He acknowledged that he did not know how that wastewater would affect their bodies, but he did not have the luxury of being picky at that moment. Shin spotted a sparkling light, which turned out to be Park, illuminated by her skill, but she was under attack by a cat. She knew she had to escape, but the cat used its skill, Meow Meow Punch, at level 4, bringing Park's HP down. She was surprised that her light had no effect on the cat, but then she noticed something unusual. The cat momentarily closed its eyes. Park realized she had given her all into that one skill, feeling her body tearing apart. Despite the pain, she told herself to stay strong. As the cat beat her and tossed her closer to the water, she saw an opportunity. She calmed herself, knowing that was not the time to rush. With determination, she apologized to the cat, preparing for her next move. Park tried to use her skill, level 1 laser beam, but the cat swiftly countered with its Meow Meow Punch. This attack was particularly effective for cats and other animals, allowing them to accurately strike their target in an instant. That was like a snakehead showing its fangs and charging, a swift and accurate strike that acted as a counterattack. The cat had evolved into a hunter, resembling more of a devil to a small animal like Park. She felt blood trickling from her mouth, and her HP was dangerously low. Park realized she had reached her limit. Exhausted and injured, she could barely move a finger, let alone defend herself. Park pleaded with the cat not to eat her, but to consider the other fish around her, especially the delicious fish heads of the Ioduyukmi mass. She promised to give the cat lots of yummy foods once she returned to being human, including churu and even tuna cans. Churu is a popular brand of cat treats. She begged the cat to let her go, thinking of her parents and feeling sorry for causing them worry. She remembered the saying that there was no greater betrayal than dying before one's parents, so she apologized to them. Then she thought of Shin and expressed her hope that he would meet her wife soon. Suddenly, Shin emerged from the water and attacked the cat with a rush and screw attack. He finally found Park, but wondered what kind of creature the cat was. A survivor named Crayfish dismissed Lee Yonju, a white crucian carp from Japan. After defeating her, he received a notification that he had eliminated a survivor. Another notification popped up on the screen panel indicating that his level had increased and he had earned enough skill enhancement points. He realized that there was no time to waste before he forgot everything and turned into a crayfish. He knew he had to finish everything quickly. Shin and Park were under attack by a cat. Shin wondered who the cat was. She explained that the cat suddenly followed them when she barely escaped. The cat just said meow. Inside, Shin tried to find an opportunity to escape. He asked Park if she could move, but she apologized, saying she did not even have the strength to move a finger. Shin thought this situation was the worst. Despite his hurry, he did not realize things would turn out this bad. He wondered if they could escape from the fish if they could not even move. It seemed like the cat might let them go easily, but Shin worried that the goldfish might die if they stayed on land too long. However, that was impossible for them to run away together. Shin pondered over what they should do next. Park urged Shin to run away on his own while he still could. Confused, he asked her what she meant. She explained that his wife was waiting for him and he had work to do. She appreciated his help, but felt she would only be a burden with her current condition. She believed it was impossible for them to escape from the cat together. Resolutely, she clenched her teeth and looked at him. Shin used his skill dash of level 1 to push her into the water, assuring her that he would follow soon. As she surfaced, she called out to Shin. As he listened to Park's words, Shin could not bring himself to leave her behind. Despite his bleeding mouth, he found it amusing that he, who had climbed up by stepping on others, would now make such a choice. The level 35 cat stared at him and meowed. Shin realized the cat was toying with him as it pushed him with its feet. Despite the immense pain, he resolved to endure that. His HP was decreasing rapidly, but thankfully he was not far from the waterside. The distance was close enough for one dash. Despite being treated like a toy by the cat, Shin saw an opportunity. He believed he could break through the gap and escape. With determination, he used his level 1 dash skill and leapt towards the water. However, he suddenly sensed danger, a level 1 attack from the cat. The blow was strong, making that hard for him to breathe. He wondered about the cat's incredible reaction speed and labeled it a monster. Despite the dire situation, he remained calm and observed the cat's behavior. He remembered that cats were naturally curious and realized that the more movement he made, the more aggressive the cat became. Shin knew he couldn't simply run away without a plan. He decided to use the cat's aggressive reactions to his advantage. Using his level 1 dash skill, he pushed the fish's head towards the water. The cat stared intently, but Shin remembered that, despite its size and ferocity, it was still just a cat, an animal driven by instincts. He recalled that cats had excellent motion detection but limited peripheral vision. Taking advantage of this, he positioned himself under the cat's body, targeting its vulnerable stomach. Shin acknowledged that while that would be ideal to slip by unnoticed, his survival instincts kicked in. As the cat searched for him, Shin prepared to attack. With only one screw attack available, he used both his dash and screw attack skills to strike the cat. Shin recalled his teacher's words about a cat's weakness being its stomach. Remembering how cats showed their trust by exposing their stomachs, he considered the cat's behavior as a sign of trust. This reminded him of a child from memory fondness for cats, prompting a bittersweet memory. Wondering why his attack missed despite using all his stamina, Shin urged himself to focus on the next move. The cat observed him curiously and uttered a soft meow. As Park surfaced from the water, she felt a sense of urgency, knowing that Shin was in trouble. Determined not to be a burden anymore, she urged him to move. Meanwhile, she worried about Shin being alone, thinking she could at least serve as bait to help him. Suddenly, a blackbird swooped down towards her, only to be engulfed by a large fish. Witnessing this, Park moved closer to that big fish and asked who he was. He replied that he was someone who, like her, had been crushed by their circumstances, and he added that that would be appropriate to call him the forgotten dead. The cat kept saying meow, meow, meow repeatedly. Shin thought that maybe the thing he hit was the cat's marbles, but he quickly pushed aside that thought, realizing that now was not the time to dwell on that. This was his chance to escape before the cat regained its senses. With determination, he propelled himself towards the water's surface. He reflected on his journey, from being a high-ranking executive to now fighting for survival in an aquatic world. As he bid farewell to the cat, he could not help but wonder if anyone would believe the struggles he faced to return home. Memories of his child calling out to him flashed in his mind, but he pushed them aside, focusing on finding the goldfish. With renewed determination, he began searching for her, hoping she was safe. On the other side, Park listened to the big fish as that spoke to her. That described itself as someone who, like her, had been crushed by circumstances and had forgotten everything. Despite the dire situation, it reassured her not to be afraid. The creature remarked that their meeting was merely a coincidence, implying the randomness of their encounter. Park's health points were dangerously low, but she managed to express her gratitude to the fish. Curious about his status as a survivor, she questioned him further about being crushed and what that meant. The fish responded with empathy, calling her a pitiful child. He then inquired about the duration of her time in that form. Perplexed, Park stared back at him, pondering the suddenness of her transformation and unsure of how to answer his question about the passage of time. He explained to her that as she spent more time in her fish form, her body gradually grew larger, and with time, she began to forget memories of her past life, friends, family, and even her own name. Just like her, he too had transformed into a fish due to an accident in the past. Initially, he survived with the sole thought of returning to his human form. He followed orders given to him, haunting other fishes, until one day he regained his senses and realized he had forgotten all reasons to return to being human. He questioned her about her memories and whether she remembered the place she needed to return to. Surprised, She asked if she had lost her memory. She pleaded with him to reveal who had given them orders and turned them into their current forms. Was he referring to the ones responsible for their transformation? She implored him to share any information he had about why humans were turned into fish. She urged him to tell her who had given those orders. He inquired whether she truly desired to return to being human and if she had a place to return to. She affirmed her desire, expressing her longing to reunite with her parents, resume working, and savor delicious food again, rather than subsisting on bait or fish. Perplexed, she questioned why he kept asking her. He then proposed a grim solution: to kill the other survivors. He explained that haunting other fishes would only further erase her memories, making that the sole path to returning to her original home. She stared at him puzzled and asked if he meant she should kill the other survivors. He insisted that was time to make a choice. Sensing her hesitance, he probed further, asking if she had a partner in their current trial. She confirmed she did, prompting him to suggest that eliminating her companion would make the task easier. He continued, explaining that humans were prone to betrayal. He questioned whether she believed he would not betray her once he knew the truth. Urging her to kill him first, he emphasized that that was the sole path for her to regain her human form. He pointed out her own secrecy, asking why she hid her feelings. She admitted that she could not bring herself to betray someone she had been involved with in numerous situations. Puzzled, she questioned why he was pressuring her to harm another person. She suggested that they could find other solutions together. He clarified that he was not forcing her, but rather warning her to avoid the same regrets he experienced. He warned her of the enduring despair that would accompany her if she remained alone, forgetting everything in her pursuit to return to humanity. He asserted that only one person could fulfill his wish. Surprised, she asked if what he said was true. He affirmed that it was, reiterating that only one person could grant his desire to become human again. Shin continued his search for Park Ji-hye, repeatedly calling out her name as he navigated through the water. With his mouth bleeding and his HP level dangerously low, he could not shake off the feeling of déjà vu. He wondered how many times he had been in this situation before, finding himself frustrated by the repetition. Despite his doubts, he refused to believe that Park was dead. He likened the situation to dealing with a persistent parasite, recognizing that there was no easy solution. Contemplating Park's condition, he speculated that she could not have gone far given her weakened state. Shin continued to search for Park, calling out her name in the hope of getting a response. As he scanned the area, he noticed a nearby factory complex and wondered if it belonged to the upper class. That did not make sense that he could not find anything despite searching everywhere. He began to feel short of breath, wondering if that was due to the parasite. However, he sensed a change in the air and noticed that the current seemed stronger. His thoughts raced as he observed a factory worker dumping water into the lake. Despite the distance, the discharge was affecting his ability to breathe. He realized that he needed urgent treatment for the tiresome parasite in order to restore his body and continue hunting the boss. Unable to locate Park despite his efforts, he concluded that she must have found a safe hiding spot. Determined to seize the opportunity, he made his way towards the wastewater discharge point, knowing that he had to act quickly. As he approached the wastewater, Shin cursed under his breath, realizing that was more toxic than he had anticipated. He knew that even under normal circumstances, wastewater could contain harmful substances, but now that was even more unpredictable. He speculated about what might be mixed in that, but knew for sure that was salt water. He understood that if he stayed in that too long, the parasite might take an even greater toll on him. Despite the uncertainty, he decided to proceed, believing that was his only option. With determination, he braced himself and plunged into the water, knowing he had to act quickly to restore his body and find the goldfish. The large fish informed Park that if they truly remembered each other's memories and claimed to have overcome their challenges, he would assist them. He explained that sky gaugers were a species of fish known for their ability to pacify others by banding together and defeating their adversaries. As a demonstration of their sincerity, he introduced a group of large fish who had gathered alongside him. The big fish instructed Park to eliminate all the other survivors before she forgot everything. He questioned whether she had the strength to do so. Feeling overwhelmed, Park realized she could not carry out such a task. but she also feared forgetting everything about herself. She suggested to the fish that instead of killing others, she and Shin could focus on remembering each other's lives. She pondered whether the other survivors, upon hearing her story, would remember her. The fish reminded her that only one person could fulfill his wish to become human again, urging her not to make a foolish decision. Reflecting on her confusion upon hearing the story, Park questioned the fish's certainty that only one person could fulfill his wish. She challenged him to consider whether his own wishes had ever been fulfilled and questioned his identity as a survivor or a human before them. The big fish abruptly ended the conversation, deeming it pointless to continue. Despite offering the answers she desired, he criticized Park for choosing the difficult path. He questioned whether they could fight till the end by remembering each other's lives. Suddenly, the big fish lunged towards her, prompting Park to swiftly move away to protect herself. With a group of fish, the big fish urged Park to demonstrate that sky gaugers were fish that appeased while forming a group. He challenged her to defeat their opponents and prove their words true. Park managed to evade the big fish's attack and questioned how they could endure such a life. She attempted to use her skill, but was surprised to find that its use was limited for the next 20 hours, as indicated by a notification on the screen panel. The big fish launched another attack, sending Park rolling away. Seeking safety, she took cover under a nearby stone and called out for Mr. Shin found himself in a daze as he observed his wife taking a shirt from the hanger. She questioned why he was awake so early, insisting that he could have rested more since he had no work scheduled for the day. Confused, Shin noticed his hands, then his handset. He muttered about becoming a fish and trying to cure a parasite. Perplexed, his wife reminded him that this was not his house, perhaps indicating that he had not returned home from his work outside. She mentioned their plan to go fishing with the chairman that day and urged him to wash up and get ready. Shin, still grappling with the vividness of his experience, wondered aloud if it was all just a dream. His wife, not understanding his confusion, asked if he had been dreaming and mentioned the awaited visit from former President Lee Yushin. She encouraged him to hurry and wash up as she had prepared breakfast. At the breakfast table, Shin absent-mindedly stirred his spoon in the plate, making her wife ask if it tasted bad. He reassured her that it was not bad, but he felt like that had been ages since he last ate rice. She inquired about his favorite menu, noting how he often ate out. She expressed her happiness at having him home, reminiscing about feeling lonely when he was always busy. As he took a piece of food with chopsticks, he mumbled, "Hungry?" His wife asked if he said something, but he dismissed that as her mishearing. She mentioned looking forward to their fishing trip with the chairman and asked if he was feeling well. He replied negatively. She then handed him fishing equipment, suggesting he take a break from work. Shin apologized, acknowledging that that was just a dream. His wife laughed off the idea of him turning into a fish, calling it nonsense. As he reached for the fishing equipment, he noticed the screen panel displaying blue dots, blue damsel, nasty destroyer. However, he found himself unable to pick up the fishing equipment, and his wife affectionately called him Oppa. Shin apologized, feeling he should go back to work rather than rest. Confused, his wife asked what he meant. He hugged her tightly, expressing his thoughts since becoming a fish. How many people would miss him if he were gone? Disheartened, she reminded him that there was no one else but her. Reflecting on his past mindset, he admitted his mistake of prioritizing work over family. Holding her hand, he apologized for neglecting their family due to his workaholic nature. Realizing his responsibility as the head of the household, he promised to balance work and family better. His wife handed him a shirt, and he changed before coming out. Turning to his family, he vowed to travel together once he returned and promised to take care of everything. With a heartfelt goodbye, he left, determined to make amends and be there for his family. Shin received a notification on his screen panel that parasite immunity was added to his level 1 natural healing skill. Suddenly, a bass attacked him from behind, growling, "Hungry!" Shin wondered why the fish was there and if that had tried to eat him while he was unconscious. Angered, he called the fish an ungrateful bastard as it attacked him again. Detecting danger, he saw a level 21 bass approaching and quickly retaliated with his level 1 screw attack. Despite his exhaustion, Shin knew he could not let his guard down. More bass appeared seemingly out of nowhere, making the situation even more dangerous. The aggressive base continued to attack, but Shin refused to be their meal. He questioned why the fish had not mentioned its hunger earlier and realized he needed to escape the area to save himself from the growing group of bass. Shin realized that the base, driven by curiosity and the instinct to hunt prey, posed a significant threat. Dealing with all of them seemed impossible, so he decided to take control. Using his level 1 conquer skill, he subdued one of the base. This skill allowed him to gain control over a species after defeating a certain number of them. With 2 more base under his command, Shin established himself as the leader of a schooling group, which he named the military camp. He instructed them not to play around, but to fight together as a team. Shin's wife woke up to find herself chained with iron. She struggled to break free from the chains, but realized she could not do it with her strength alone. She knew she had to escape while no one was watching. Checking her pockets for her phone, she wondered if they had taken that. She would not be surprised if they had. She thought about who could be behind this, but reasoned that if they wanted her dead, they would have done it already. Observing how she was tied up, she suspected they had a plan in mind. Suddenly, someone approached her, startling her. The man reassured her, saying she did not need to be scared. He jokingly remarked that she was making him look bad. When she asked who he was, he replied that she likely already had an idea. She asked them why they had done this to her and what they wanted. The first man told her she should have just stayed at home like she was supposed to. He blamed her for putting herself in danger. The second man told him to stop talking, saying they could not reveal everything. But the first man didn't care, as there was no one else around to hear them. He thought she deserved to know at least a little bit about what was happening. The second man warned him not to say anything he might regret later. He denied ordering him around, saying he was just giving advice. The first man questioned why he felt like he was being talked back to. She demanded to know what they had done with her husband and if they were involved in his disappearance. She warned them that once the truth came out, they would face the consequences. The man sarcastically remarked that she sounded scary, but he could see she was afraid. He doubted she fully understood the situation. Despite the other man's warning, he continued, saying they would handle her regardless. He questioned if they were negotiating with her, implying they had no intention of showing her mercy. He mocked her belief that she was protected because of her husband's status. He assured her they would ensure she joined her husband soon, so they would not be lonely. He callously revealed that they had drowned her husband in the lake while he was still alive. He ominously promised that they would soon be reunited. As he approached her with an injection syringe, his intentions became clear. Shin noticed a notification on the screen panel that he could name each target and assign them individual commands. He pondered what this meant and realized it could allow him to give specific tasks to each fish. Excited about the prospect of more effective growth, he decided to try that out. He called out to the fishes, instructing them to line up in a single file. However, they seemed to ignore him and continued to move around. Frustrated, he repeated his command, but they still did not seem to understand. Shin wondered if this approach would even work. Shin addressed one fish that seemed to understand him, feeling a bit relieved that at least one of them did. Despite his initial doubts, he found himself giving names to the fishes, realizing they probably didn't care about their names anyway. He decided to name them whatever came to mind, assigning names like fried, raw, sushi, grilled, and soup to the group. He asked if they understood their names, but their responses indicated they were more interested in other things, like rocks or boredom. Shin chuckled to himself, realizing that the fishes likely didn't care about their names at all. When he saw the names displayed on the screen panel, he wondered if they were suitable. The base kept repeating that he was hungry, but Shin wondered if the fishes were getting agitated because they did not like their names. He reasoned that that did not matter, since no one probably did not care about their names anyway. He told them that they were upset because they knew what their names meant, but they should just deal with it like everyone else. When one base complained about being hungry, Shin told him to be quiet. He then tried to give them individual commands, but that seemed like they did not understand what he was saying, which made him question the point of giving them commands at all. Shin observed that when the giant bluegill screeched, the other bluegills quickly gathered around. He speculated that perhaps they only responded when the leader was under threat. Upon noticing a notification on the screen panel about using a group attack command, he was prompted to enter his command keyword. Park found herself hiding under a rock, pondering her next move. She could not stay hidden forever, especially with hunger gnawing at her after a day without food. Feeling trapped and vulnerable, she weighed her options. The large fishes circling nearby seemed intimidating, and she wondered why they had not migrated elsewhere. Concerned about being trapped indefinitely, she knew she had to act. Remembering the advice about the migrating species, she questioned her predicament. Despite feeling overwhelmed, she resolved not to give up. She strategized about using her laser beam when the boss appeared, hoping to turn the tables. Though unable to run, she found solace in her hidden location, knowing the fishes could not attack her there. Park remembered the danger of haunting too many fish, knowing that could erase her memories. Determined not to succumb to fear, she resolved to rely on herself and not always lean on Shin for help. Seeing the fishes move away from her, she saw a chance to escape, but the boss fish attacked unexpectedly from above. She quickly activated her level 1 skill to defend herself. Surprisingly, a hungry bass joined the fray, aiding her in the fight. Though startled by its presence, Park welcomed the assistance. As more bass fish approached, the newcomer identified himself as the Bass Ambassador. Just then, Shin arrived, questioning the situation. Park explained their ongoing troubles, feeling relieved by his presence. Suddenly, a notification revealed that the boss had initiated the vicious destroyer Lake Skygazer raid. Shin received a notification on the screen panel, prompting him to enter his group attack command. Confused at first, he realized it must be related to the bluegills that had gathered, likely in response to the giant bluegill's screech. Understanding the situation, he issued the command, signaling feeding time for the group. Another base activated their domination group attack, engaging the giant and huge bluegills. Amidst the chaos, a notification indicated the start of the vicious destroyer Lake Skygazer raid. Shin was taken aback by the magnitude of the situation. Although the Skygazers had small mouths relative to their size, the sheer number of bluegills posed a significant threat. Despite the danger, he was relieved knowing none of his comrades would be completely swallowed. However, the relentless onslaught meant their survival was uncertain. Amidst the turmoil, the base ambassador's persistent hunger remained a notable concern. Shin gripped a hook in his fin, ready to strike at the Lake Skygazers. They swam in circles, forming a daunting group that seemed unbeatable. Shin knew they had to act swiftly to avoid prolonged encounters with such formidable foes. Turning to Park, he inquired if she had noticed any weaknesses or specialties among their adversaries. Unfortunately, she had not observed any. Shin sensed danger looming with his level 1 danger sense skill. He realized they were not prepared for the battle, having rushed into it without a solid plan. Nevertheless, he launched an attack with his level 1 spiral attack skill, aiming to take down the bluegills one by one. Despite their intimidating presence, Shin remained undeterred. After all, they were just fish. He resolved to deal with their leader swiftly, determined to turn the tide of the battle in their favor. With determination, he declared his intention to handle the boss himself. Shin instructed Park not to overextend herself and to focus on distracting the smaller minions. Park addressed him as Mr. Yushin. Surveying the area ahead, Shin noted the absence of large rock formations that could provide cover. He realized that his previous strategy of striking and hiding behind obstacles would not be as effective that time. A new notification on the screen panel indicated that level 19 Fried was unable to continue battling. Shin called for Ambassador, a base, to join the fight. He directed Ambassador to attack the bluegill using his tackling skill. A fierce collision ensued between the bluegill and Ambassador. Shin observed that the battle seemed to be progressing more smoothly compared to previous encounters. Meanwhile, Ambassador reiterated that he was hungry. Shin continued his assault on the bluegill, combining a charge with a spiral attack, determined to leave a lasting impression on their opponent. Shin said to him, "That's what he get for messing with his crew." Shin held that hook in his fin and thought that was perfect. He had his sight set on him. He said the moment he opened his mouth, he counterattacked that bluegill. He thought that was his cue to push forward and stab that hook into his throat. He said to him, "Come at me." That bluegill attacked Shin. There was a huge crash there and Shin was bleeding from his mouth. The Ambassador bass fish watching that, and he said that he was hungry. He said that kept them distracted. Shin was coughing there and he thought, damn him. He was about to swallow him but ended up slapping him at the last minute. He questioned whether he predicted his movements just then. He said that there was no way he might be a huge, but he was still nothing more than a fish. He held hooks in his fin, but you never know, maybe he would check just in case. He guessed he was not hungry yet. Shin initiated his charge skill at level 1 and dashed towards the bluegill. He likened the bluegill's reaction to a reflexive bite, similar to how one instinctively swats away a fly buzzing near their face. Shin recognized that behavior as an innate response ingrained in a fish's instincts. Determined to exploit that vulnerability, Shin prepared to force the bluegill to bite. With his hook raised, he poised himself for the confrontation, anticipating the bluegill's reaction. However, as he moved in, the bluegill launched another attack, causing Shin to be knocked back. Frustrated by the bluegill's resilience, Shin reaffirmed his belief that it was nothing more than a mere fish. Despite his setback, Shin remained vigilant, using his level 1 danger sense skill to detect threats. Despite sustaining damage to his SP, Shin continued to press on in his battle against the formidable bluegill. Observing the scar in the bluegill's eye, Shin wondered if it had been caused by a fishing hook. Meanwhile, the ambassador fish seized an opportunity, attacking the bluegill from behind and devouring its tail. Feeling the pressure of the situation, Park called out to Shin as a bluegill attacked her. She wondered if it was all right for Shin to face the challenges alone. Then, she noticed a notification on the screen panel indicating that she only needed 3% more to level up. Determined to assist Shin, she knew that once she leveled up, the penalty cooldown would be lifted, allowing her to provide support. Park could not just stand by, she needed to act. With determination, she focused on reaching the required experience points to level up, urging Shin to hold on just a bit longer. As the bluegill attacked Shin, his HP took a hit. However, Shin swiftly retaliated, seizing the opportunity to strike back. Determined to catch the bluegill off guard, Shin aimed to insert a hefty hook into its mouth. With a strategic move, he utilized his level 3 spike burst skill to forcefully shut the bluegill's mouth as he approached. Despite his efforts, Shin received a notification that both level 20 raw and level 18 grilled were unable to continue the battle. Frustrated by the bluegill's unexpected resilience, Shin exclaimed that it was not fair. As Park searched for food, she found that the feeding grounds had been completely depleted by the lake skygazers. Feeling desperate, she urged herself to find anything edible. Suddenly, she spotted a water strider gliding on the surface of the water. Curious, she wondered what it was. Water striders, she remembered, were carnivorous creatures that thrived on quiet water surfaces. They fed on fish corpses and other insect remains floating on the water. Belonging to the Geridae family, they emitted secretions to deter their natural predators. There were water striders of levels 2 and 3 floating on the water. Seeing them, Park wondered aloud what they were. She questioned herself if those were indeed water striders. After searching for food, she was disappointed to find only bugs. They seemed unappetizing to her, but she hesitated to eat them. Despite her reluctance, she realized Shin was fighting at that moment. She debated whether she should miss the chance just because they were bugs. Finally, she decided to overcome her disgust and eat them, acknowledging it might be better than it looked. With determination, she approached the water striders and began to eat them. Water striders live on the surface of the water, fearlessly gliding across it as if they knew the fish would not bother them. That confidence stems from their belonging to the stinkbug family. When threatened by predators, stink bugs release secretions with a strong odor to repel them. She wondered what that awful smell was and found it disgusting. When she had a water strider in her mouth, she felt like she was going to vomit. Despite feeling repulsed, she forced herself to swallow it, telling herself she had to. Barely managing to get it down, she noticed she still had not leveled up, wondering why it was stuck at 99%. The big bluegill attacked Shin, causing a huge splash. Despite the spike burst, all the other base and lake skygazers were unable to battle. Park wondered what happened to the goldfish. Shin regretted not asking for her help when he knew things would get complicated. As he moved quickly with the big bluegill on his tail, he questioned why she had to disappear at such a crucial moment, wondering if she was still alive. Shin sensed danger as the bluegill drew closer, realizing he might get eaten if it kept up. Activating his charge skill, he sped up to create some distance between them. His wound throbbed from the spike, and then the big bluegill attacked his abdomen. Shin found himself coughing on the ground, bleeding from his mouth, and losing his fishhook. Despite the pain, he detected another danger with his level 1 danger sense. As the bluegill opened its mouth to swallow him, Shin accused it of waiting for a distraction to strike. Realizing running was futile, he aimed for the scar on the bluegill's right eye, hoping it was a weak spot. Using his charge skill again, he swiftly moved away, noticing the bluegill's slower reaction from that side. Wondering if the bluegill was blind in its right eye, Shin took advantage of the situation to save himself once more. He recognized the need to seize the opportunity and prepare to strike again. With determination, he aimed for the bluegill's blind spot, hoping to exploit its weakness. Despite his efforts, the attack only had a minimal effect on the massive bluegill, leaving Shin's HP and SP dwindling. He realized that his current strategy would not suffice against such a formidable opponent and contemplated a more effective approach. Shin devised a plan to blind the bluegill completely by targeting its other eye. As he moved swiftly to execute his plan, the bluegill retaliated with a spiral attack. Shin swiftly evaded the counterattack and took cover behind a nearby stone, relieved that his plan seemed to be working. Despite feeling worn out by the battle, he resolved to wait for the bluegill to exhaust itself. Shin's danger sense tingled, alerting him to another threat approaching from behind. He quickly turned to see Ji, a level 20 survivor transformed into a crayfish. Launching an attack with a level 2 skill called Sever. Shin cursed the unfortunate timing of that encounter and questioned why he had to face another adversary at that moment. Determined to navigate that challenging situation, Shin searched for a strategy to overcome both opponents. Meanwhile, the Ambassador Bass remained inactive, lying down nearby. The Ambassador Bass regained consciousness and stood up, expressing his hunger. Shin remained focused on Ji, the other survivor who had joined the scene. Ji seemed surprised to see Shin still standing after the battle, remarking that he did not expect Shin to make it that far on his own. He inquired how Shin managed to handle such a monstrous opponent, suggesting that perhaps Shin had blinded the creature to gain the upper hand. Shin replied that despite its size, the creature was still just a fish, and by exploiting its surroundings and habits, he was able to overcome it. Shin observed that Ji appeared hostile towards the others, realizing that in his current condition, he was in no position to confront him. Shin questioned Ji about his motives for attacking other survivors, suggesting that they could achieve their goals more efficiently by joining forces. Ji responded with a counter-question, asking Shin what his plan was after they united. He sarcastically proposed whether Shin intended for them to simply hold hands and wish to become human again. Shin confirmed that indeed his goal was to revert to their human forms, just like the others. Ji then posed another question, pondering what would happen if one of them had a wish more important than returning to humanity. He asked whether Shin would prioritize granting that person's wish over the collective goal of transformation. Park noticed that she was at 99% completion, with just one more person needed to level up. She could not believe it, and wondered if she had to resort to eating another water strider. The thought was unsettling as she struggled to swallow the first one. She searched around desperately for something else to eat but found nothing. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a peculiar smell and turned to investigate. It seemed like someone was fishing nearby, attracting a multitude of fish, some of them quite large, including a level 20 crucian crab and a level 17 Japanese crucian crab. Park hesitated, considering whether she should try her luck with the bait, noting that the names of the fish were in yellow, indicating they were harmless and only interested in the bait. She contemplated whether it was worth the risk. Park approached the group of fish, who eyed her with curiosity as she greeted them warmly. She could not help but notice that they were feasting on bait and asked if there was any way she could join them. She assured them she would not eat it all, just a few bites. However, the big fish swatted her away, unwilling to share. Just then, the big fish got ensnared by a fishing hook, and as the fisherman reeled it in, Park noticed that the bait was left behind, broken into pieces. She realized she needed to act quickly before the other fish could snatch them up. Hastily, she grabbed a piece of bait with her mouth and leveled up. She reassured Yushin to wait for her as she would soon join him. Shin thought that convincing Zhongjunji seemed nearly impossible after their conversation. With only enough stamina for one charge, he knew he had to make it count. Despite the tense situation, he kept the conversation going, hoping for an opportunity to escape. Shin could not understand Zhongjunji's willingness to harm others just to ensure his own survival. He questioned Zhongjunji's motives, wondering what had happened to him to make him so distrustful of others. Zhongjunji's response only deepened Shin's confusion. He explained that his encounter with the goldfish had led him to realize that he could not trust anyone. As Zhongjunji prepared to attack with his skill, Shin cursed under his breath and swiftly moved away using his charge skill. Shin noticed a notification indicating that it was time to gather his strength and fight back. However, he suddenly sensed danger with his level 1 danger sense skill and realized he was out of stamina. Just as things seemed dire, the ambassador basefish appeared before him, expressing hunger but also serving as a shield. Shin decided to activate his level 2 skill, Consume, upon receiving a notification that Gnaw had been activated. Consuming a level 21 Lake Skygazer, Shin gained 30 EXP. That act of reliance on another was new to Shin, who had always preferred to handle things alone. Nonetheless, he appreciated the help. With newfound strength, Shin launched an attack on Zhongjunji using his spiral attack and charge skills, resulting in a significant clash. Shin warned Zhongjunji that he had struck first and was prepared to retaliate fiercely. Zhongjunji employed his Sever skill of level 2 once again, causing Shin to ponder how many times he could use that skill without limits. Observing Zhongjunji coughing, Shin found solace in the fact that his attacks appeared to have some effect. Despite Zhongjunji's formidable skills, Shin noted his apparent lack of experience in aquatic combat. With that realization, Shin reassured himself that there was still hope for victory. Zhongjunji recalled a past encounter with a formidable opponent known as the Forgotten Dead. Confronted with a dire ultimatum, they were given a choice: either fight to the death with only one survivor emerging, or both would perish. Zhongjunji expressed disdain for such a cruel rule. Alongside Yunhye, she could not bear to see him suffer any longer. They decided that if one of them were to die, they would both meet the same fate. In response, the Forgotten Dead affirmed that if Yunhye were to perish, Zhongjunji would survive. Shin launched an assault on Zhongjunji with his spiral attack and charge. However, before his attack could land, Zhongjunji swiftly dug a hole and downed himself within it, leaving Shin in a state of disbelief as he witnessed the unexpected evasion. Zhongjunji found himself lost in memories of a fateful day. He and his pregnant wife were on their way to the hospital, her pain evident as she clutched her belly. Rain poured relentlessly outside, adding to the tension. He reassured her, urging her to hold on a little longer until they reached their destination. However, as they rounded a corner, they encountered an unexpected obstacle. 2 cars blocking the road, their occupants shielded by umbrellas. In a panic, Zhongjunji attempted to stop their car, but it was too late. The vehicle careened out of control and plunged into the river, forever changing their lives. It was a dark and stormy night, just like the one when the accident happened. His car was sinking in the water, and he desperately looked at his wife, Yunhye, who seemed unconscious. He called out her name, pleading for her to wake up. Despite his efforts, he could not open the car door. In a frantic attempt to escape, he punched the car door's mirror until it shattered. All he could think about was his wife's safety. He did not care about his own fate. He blamed himself for the accident and wanted her to be saved, even if it meant sacrificing himself. With all his strength, he pushed his wife out of the car and towards the surface of the water, hoping she would make it out alive. As he glanced at the screen panel, a strange message appeared, asking if he wanted to start a new life. Confused, he wondered if he was imagining things. Then, another notification popped up, mentioning a time limit being exceeded and something about selecting a random species before losing consciousness. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light engulfed him, and when it faded, he found himself transformed into a crayfish in a place he did not recognize. Shocked, he laughed nervously, thinking it must be some bizarre nightmare. Examining the screen panel again, he saw his name and species listed as a red claw crayfish, confirming his new form. He could not believe he had actually been reincarnated into a crayfish. Amidst his disbelief, he received a notification about a main quest, welcoming him to his new life and challenging him to navigate through various obstacles to become the ruler of the lake, with the promise of a wish if he succeeded. Realizing the challenges ahead, he knew survival would not be easy in these waters, especially as a small crayfish amidst larger predatory fish. He decided to stay hidden to avoid becoming a meal for them. Spotting a big dead fish nearby, he felt lucky to find something to satisfy his hunger. That seemed like a fortunate turn of events on an otherwise daunting day. As he heard the voice, he recognized that immediately. That was his wife. She was calling for help, trapped and surrounded by big bluegills. She appeared in the form of a level 5 fish, saving him from the looming threat. His heart filled with joy at finding her again, but the relief was short-lived as he realized the dire situation they were in. Despite the despair he felt, he mustered the strength to protect her from the menacing bluegills. Unable to bear seeing his wife in such distress, he struggled to maintain composure. He wondered how he could comfort her when he himself felt overwhelmed. Yet, he vowed to navigate through the chaos together and lead them out of the predicament. Tears streamed down his face as his wife reassured him, reminding him that being together, even as fish, was a blessing. Determined to make the most of their situation, he suggested they return to their human forms once they found a way back. He asked his wife if she intentionally took the form of a male guppy, but she replied with uncertainty, brushing off the question. Despite the uncertainty of their circumstances, they found solace in each other's presence, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the menacing fish approached, that unleashed its skill, Sever of level 1, slashing through the water with deadly precision. The threat was swiftly neutralized, and his wife praised his quick action, relieved that they would not go hungry. He assured her that he would always strive to provide her with the finest, freshest fish. Reflecting on their journey, he recounted their encounters with the forgotten dead, a formidable adversary who seemed intent on extinguishing their hopes. Despite the challenges, he remained determined to navigate the waters with his wife by his side. Their conversation was interrupted by a notification on the screen panel, informing him that he had eliminated a survivor and earned skill upgrade points. The forgotten dead reiterated the grim reality they faced, emphasizing that only one of them could return home by following its instructions. With a heavy heart, he apologized to his wife for the difficult decision they were forced to make. However, amidst the uncertainty, there was a glimmer of hope as he discovered the addition of the swift trait to his skill set, a boon that would enhance their chances of survival in their underwater ordeal. Shin approached Ji with a fishhook in hand, intending to end his life. When questioned about his motives, Shin bluntly stated that he could not afford to let someone who had tried to kill him live, as they might pose a threat again in the future. Ji condemned Shin's actions, labeling him a heartless creature. He proposed striking a deal, offering valuable information in exchange for his freedom, but Shin dismissed the offer, convinced that he did not need any information from his enemy. Ji reflected on their shared predicament, emphasizing that their transformation into fish wasn't a second chance, but rather a curse. He explained how their memories of their human lives faded as they grew larger as fish until they became nothing more than ordinary aquatic creatures. As Shin pondered that revelation, memories of a child surfaced in his mind, prompting Ji to inquire about their authenticity. Shin lifted the fishing hook in his fin, ready to strike, feeling a sense of accomplishment as Ji seemed unsettled by his actions. Ji disclosed a chilling secret that a monstrous entity capable of human speech lurked in the depths below. Shin listened with a mix of skepticism and intrigue, questioning the notion of emotions in a creature like that. As he moved to attack, Ji swiftly evaded, disappearing into the ground with a splash. Reflecting on the encounter, Shin realized that Ji was unlike the other survivors he had encountered. He resolved not to let his guard down in the presence of such formidable adversaries. Coughing amidst the swirling mud, Shin contemplated the unsettling idea that as they evolved into larger fish, they began to lose memories of their human lives. That revelation stirred up a whirlwind of thoughts, including the unresolved question of his connection to the child who had called him Dad. Shin wrestled with the unsettling thoughts swirling in his mind, reminding himself not to dwell on them too deeply lest he lose focus and the chance to escape. The memory of his wife's face flickered faintly in his mind, but try as he might, he could not recall her features clearly. Meanwhile, Chairman Kang was engrossed in fishing when Department Head Kim approached from behind. Kim inquired about what they should do with Hae-yun. Chairman Kang's response was terse, questioning the necessity of Kim's inquiry. He ordered burying her alongside her husband, expressing concern for Shin's potential loneliness down below. Nearby, Hae-yun was bound and gagged in a car, her fate hanging in the balance. Shin struggled with the realization that he could not recall his wife's face clearly. That had been so long since he'd seen her that her features seemed to blur in his memory. He could not accept that he might forget her entirely, as if they had never met. The idea that he might lose all memory of his human life troubled him deeply. Reflecting on the warnings of the crayfish about the dangers of leveling up, Shin grew anxious about his future. The bigger he became, the further he seemed to drift from his humanity. He dreaded the thought of encountering even larger and more powerful bosses in the future, uncertain of what formidable skills they might possess. In the ruthless world beneath the surface, survival depended on strength and adaptability. However, Shin began to question whether growing stronger was truly beneficial. If he wanted to return home quickly, he realized that resorting to killing the other survivors might be the simplest solution, despite the moral dilemma it presented. Shin felt really confused and worried. He wondered if what he was doing was right. He was not sure if hunting other survivors was the best choice for him. He had so many questions about the scary monster down there. He was not even sure if he could handle that all. Park rushed over to Shin, repeatedly calling his name. She noticed he was badly hurt and asked if he was okay. Shin inquired where she had been all that time. She explained that she had been searching for a way to level up so she could help him, but that seemed he had managed things on his own. Shin thought to himself that maybe she had fled because things had gotten dangerous. However, he brushed off the thought, realizing he had more pressing matters to attend to. He informed Park that he encountered Jong, the survivor from their previous encounter. Park expressed concern for Shin's well-being. He explained that he struggled to fend off Jong, and ultimately Jong escaped. Shin recounted their conversation about losing human memories as they grew as fish. He asked Park if she had experienced any recent memory loss, such as forgetting a loved one's face or name. Park hesitated, unsure if she had forgotten anything. Shin pressed her, expressing disbelief that he could not recall his wife's face. To Park's surprise, Shin confessed that his mind was completely blank when that came to remembering her. He admitted his reluctance to accept that reality, convinced that the longer they remained as fish, the more distant they became from their human selves. He worried about forgetting his feelings of anger towards Mr. Kang and his love for Hae-yun. What if he lost all of those emotions and became just an ordinary fish? Remembering his conversation with Jong about their situation being more of a curse than a second chance, he wondered about his identity as Yushin. Would he ever be able to return to being human? Park urged him not to dwell on such thoughts, acknowledging the hardships they faced. She apologized for not being more helpful, feeling like she had hindered him. He reassured her, suggesting she take some time to rest. Park insisted she was doing her best, expressing her determination not to be a burden. He comforted her, asking her not to be so sad. He recalled his wife's words about wanting him to rely on her more, even if just a little. However, he believed that having expectations only led to disappointment, which brought him to that moment. Preferring independence over dependence on others, he questioned Park about her sudden departure, wondering if it was due to avoiding danger. She explained that she needed time to reset her cooldown scale and had eaten a water strider for that purpose. He expressed surprise at her other skills, apart from her glowing skill, and she admitted to hesitating to reveal them. Determined to prove the usefulness of her skills, she unleashed her laser beam skill, creating a hole in the Skygazer's abdomen. They received a notification stating that the fearsome Destroyer Lake Skygazer had been defeated. Along with that, they were informed that all participants would receive rewards, including skill upgrade points. Shin was astonished by the power of Park's skill, not expecting that to be so formidable. He wondered how a goldfish could possess such an incredible ability to shoot a laser beam capable of piercing through their opponent. It felt like something out of a science fiction movie with a war machine swimming among them. Shin could not help but feel that that wasn't fair, that he had done the majority of the work, only for Park's skill to deliver the final blow. However, Park reminded him that she had promised to be of assistance, and Shin could not deny that her skill was incredibly potent. She wrote his name, Yushin Lee, and his age, 38, in the sand. Shin confirmed that he was indeed Yushin Lee and the former president of the Saseong Group. He explained how he was killed by his old colleague Kang, who was now the chairman of the Saseong Group. Park struggled to write in the sand, finding that harder than she expected. She summarized that he wanted to become human again to stop Kang from endangering his wife, which Shin affirmed. Park expressed her surprise at his identity, acknowledging his achievements in saving Saseong's produce. She mentioned seeing him on TV before and could not believe she had been swimming next to someone so remarkable. Park criticized Kang for betraying his friend and colleague, believing that people like him would eventually face consequences for their actions. She sympathized with Shin, acknowledging how difficult his situation must have been. She said that maybe that meant he never learned to trust. He replied that he was the one punishing himself. He felt that was certain that if what Jong said about losing memories as they grew was true, then he was at a big disadvantage. But he did not intend to just sit around and do nothing. Seeing her skills made him realize there could be many other powerful skills out there. Even though he had already told her the whole story, he wanted to test if he had lost his memories. He decided he was going to eat that big skygazer. He felt a bit anxious about leaving his memories in her hands, but he was confident things would work out somehow. As he moved toward the big creature, he asked her to please make sure he did not lose his memories. There was a fisherman by the lake, fishing for fish. He cast his hook into the water, hoping to catch something. Some big skygazers noticed the bait and swam towards that. One of them took the bait and got hooked. The fisherman did not want that fish. He thought that smelled bad. When he tried to remove the hook from the fish's mouth, he struggled. With some effort, he managed to pull out the hook and threw the fish away, calling that a useless, invasive species. He wondered why he was wasting his time fishing at night and decided to go home. Suddenly, a cat approached the skygazer. Shin was eating the big skygazer when he noticed notifications on his screen. That said, he had leveled up by 6 times and had eaten the vicious destroyer Lake Skygazer. He also saw a notification that he had absorbed its skills. He thought he'd see his memories each time. Another notification popped up saying he had learned the skills of Spike Brust. He reassured himself that he hadn't forgotten anything. Maybe he was worried for no reason. Then he saw a bonus quest had been given to the biggest contributor, Yushin Lee. Another notification alarmed him that his wife was about to be buried underwater, and he needed to save her. That marked a location 850 meters north. Although Park and his other companion fishes called him, he ignored them and hurried to save his wife. He hoped he was not too late. 2 men were on a boat, one carrying Shin's wife on his shoulder while the other drove. He said to himself that he might not remember her face, but he still knew her. Shin affirmed that he knew whom he needed to protect. He swam towards the man holding his wife and angrily demanded that he let her go, calling him a bastard. As they sailed, one of the men asked if they really had to go so far. The other responded by throwing Shin's wife into the water, saying people float in water. The first man questioned if they were going too far. The other insisted that if they were going to do a task, they had to do that right. He worried about the consequences if they messed up and someone found her. The other man dismissed his concerns, saying they did not have to go the extra mile and there was no reasoning with him. He remarked that it was unfortunate for her, being the wife of the Saseong Group's president. She must have been living a luxurious life. He believed she should not have provoked the wrong man. He concluded that she did not understand how truly cruel and scary things could be. Suddenly, Shin launched an attack on the man's neck using his skill of Spiral Attack Level 1. He questioned the other man if he had hit him over some minor nagging. The other man responded, asking what he was talking about. Shin insisted that he had just hit him on the back of his head and told him not to play innocent. The man explained that he could not have done that as he was busy tying a rope with Shin's wife. He told Shin to stop trying to pick a fight and just keep watching. The other man, bewildered, remarked that he had just been hit by a ghost. Shin addressed Mr. Kang, expressing his anger at not only trying to drown him, but also involving his wife. He felt the urge to rush and tear their heads off, but knew he had to stay calm. He realized he could not let his emotions take over. He had to face reality. Observing the situation, he noticed they were using rebars to trap his wife underwater. Time was running out, and he knew once they tied her to that trap, saving her would be nearly impossible. He acknowledged that his attack would not really harm them. He needed to find another way. Searching the boat, he sensed a vibration and wondered what that was. He discovered that the boat was still running. They argued back and forth about whether one of them had hit the other. The standing man told the other that if he confessed, he'd let that go. He asked if he was absolutely sure it wasn't him. The other man angrily questioned what he was talking about, insisting that was not him. Shin leaped from the surface of the boat to the driver's seat, realizing they had left the boat in neutral. He knew that if he could shift the gear forward, he could get the boat moving. The only issue was that he needed to hold down the red switch to do so. Using his charge level 1 skill, he jumped towards the gear and tried to switch it forward. The boat moved a little, causing them to fall. The standing man asked if he had heard something, while the other man exclaimed in surprise about the boat moving and questioned what was happening. The standing man instructed him to check what was wrong with the boat. Annoyed, the other man retorted that he was going to do that anyway and called him a jerk. Shin hoped that at least one of them would fall off the boat, but that seemed they were both fine. He resigned himself, realizing he could not expect a miracle right then. Seeing the boat moving, he anticipated that one of them would come to the driver's seat. When one of them approached, he confessed to shifting the gear to neutral. Shin knew he had to act fast to stop the boat. As the man bent down to make the boat stop, Shin ensured he stepped on him to feel if there was something underfoot. Sensing something, the man looked down and asked what was on his foot, wondering if that was a fish. Shin, seeing the opportunity, attacked him with his spike burst skill at level 1, threatening to blind him. The man stood up in sudden pain as the spikes attacked him, clutching his eyes. Shin realized the attack wasn't strong since that was just a level 1 skill. Despite suspecting the man had switched the gears to neutral, the boat kept moving. Meanwhile, the other man, who was tying Shin's wife, asked what was happening and what was wrong. The injured man replied that his eyes were hurting. Shin, seizing the moment, pretended he could not see properly and waited for the other man to come help. Then he struck with his charge and spiral attack skills, targeting the man's most vulnerable spot. With a swift attack, Shin sent him plunging into the water. His companion, shocked, asked what happened. Shin angrily called him a bastard, vowing not to let him live. Park searched for Shin, calling his name repeatedly, but found no trace of him. She asked the ambassador Bass where Shin went, expressing her frustration that he always disappeared without warning. The ambassador Bass mentioned being hungry, but Park reassured him that Shin would not leave him, especially while injured. However, the ambassador Bass insisted he was really hungry. Suddenly, Park spotted a boat on the water's surface and wondered if they were the same electric fishers as last time. She told the ambassador Bass to wait and swiftly moved towards the boat to investigate. As she approached, she realized they did not seem like the electric fishers from before. Concerned about Shin's whereabouts, she decided to hurry and find him. While waiting, she spotted Shin's wife and recognized her from before. Realizing Shin might be in grave danger, she felt a sense of urgency to locate him. Shin demanded that the man on the boat go help his comrade, warning that once he did, he would push him into the lake as well. The man in the water cried for help, unable to see. Shin urged them to hurry, as he would have a bigger advantage fighting in the water. The man on the boat questioned if his partner was seriously falling over a little fish. Disgusted, he called him a wuss and told him to get over there, mocking him to the others. The man in the water explained that the fish had shot something in his eyes, rendering him unable to see. Frustrated, the man on the boat expressed his dislike for water and urged him to finish up and get out. Shin could not believe the man's refusal to help his partner. Determined not to sit idly by, Shin decided to get the man's attention before he could tie the rebars onto his wife. He resolved to push him with all his strength to make him fall over. Meanwhile, Shin's companion in the water called him a bastard, emphasizing the seriousness of the fish's attack. Shin leapt to attack the man on the boat, but the man quickly stood up and punched Shin in the face, causing him pain and sending him into the water. The man on the boat remarked that that was a real jump scare, while expressing disbelief to his companion that the base had attacked him and he was unable to shake off the feeling. Meanwhile, the man in the water pleaded for help. Shin's wife regained consciousness and, with all her strength, struck the man on the boat, causing him to bleed from his head. He scolded her for waking up, stating he would have put her back to sleep if she had just remained unconscious. As she struggled in the water, Shin, now in the form of a base fish, realized the superiority of humans over fish, feeling weak and vulnerable after just one punch. However, determined not to give up, he saw a notification on the screen panel indicating he had met the requirements to attempt skill upgrades. Resolved to survive, Shin promised himself that if there were no prey, he would resort to even hunting humans if necessary. Shin wondered if he could get so hurt from just one punch. What was the point of all his fighting until then? He felt like he could not even protect himself. Determined to get better, he told himself he needed to heal and find food. Using his skill upgrade card, he decided he needed to grow stronger. He knew he had to make the most of what he had. He upgraded his skills of Consume, Ravenous Hunter, Charge, Danger Sense, and Natural Healing. Shin's Spiral Attack, Domination, and Spike Burst skills were now at level 2. He activated his Ravenous Hunter skill and received a notification that it was active. The man on the boat warned Shin's wife to put the rod down, cautioning her that she was making a mistake and could end up getting hurt. Disgusted, she asked him if he was proud of making a living through shady crimes. He responded with a saying he liked. A job was a job. He explained that it applied to both him and his colleague, as they were just trying to earn a living. Unimpressed, she questioned if he thought she was naive enough to come unprepared and told him to give up, calling him a bastard. Meanwhile, his colleague in the water cried for help, insisting he hadn't left him behind. As she stood at the edge of the boat, she turned her face away, but suddenly the man grabbed the rod from her hand. She attempted to hit him, but he retaliated with a strong slap across her face. He grabbed her by the neck and lamented that if she had just stayed asleep, he would have let her die peacefully. He questioned why she had to complicate things. She defiantly mentioned that the police would soon begin their investigation, having left all the evidence with a trustworthy person. She pointed out the suspicious circumstances with both her first husband missing and now her. Despite her plea, he squeezed her neck and asserted that regardless of her actions, the outcome would remain the same. He coldly stated that's just how the real world worked. He dismissed the potential media attention, assuring her that it would all blow over. He warned her that in the face of powerful people, her efforts would be futile. As she tried to call for her husband, the ring on her finger gleamed. Overwhelmed, she slipped into unconsciousness as he tightened his grip on her neck. The man in the water called his companion a jerk, wishing he could get back on the boat as he thought he heard them in that direction. Shin bit the man in the water on his leg, gaining notifications that he had leveled up and consumed the target's flesh. The man on the boat asked if Shin would give up, worried about someone hearing their conversation. Spotting blood in the water, he questioned what was happening. Shin declared his intention to kill him, calling the man on the boat Sam, and mentioned something was biting him, tearing his leg apart. Sam pushed the fish away from his leg. Shin vowed to make him feel sheer fear and swallow him whole to grow even bigger. Shin bit his hand again, causing him to cry out in pain and call for help. Park watched everything, calling out to Yushin. Sam questioned if Yushin could do anything on his own, insisting his wife should not wake up again. He decided to deal with her after saving his pathetic companion. As he tried to jump into the water, Park used her illuminating light skill, flashing a bright light in his eyes, causing him to stop. Sam, puzzled, asked what was happening in the lake. Park scolded Shin, urging him to get that together and prioritize saving his wife first, as it was unlike him to act otherwise. She questioned if he was trying to become a real fish instead of focusing on the danger his wife was in. Shin calmed down after her words, expressing gratitude for helping him snap out of it. He then asked Park for a favor, acknowledging it would not be easy for her to deal with people. He requested that if they tried to get back on the boat, could she stop them? Park assured him not to worry, she would handle that and ensure they could focus on saving his wife. Meanwhile, Sam jumped into the water and asked his companion Bijun if he was all right. Bijun complained about Sam taking so long and called him a jerk. Sam grabbed Bijun from behind and instructed him to stop struggling. He urged his companion to deal with Park and get out of there, feeling uneasy about the place. Bijun reiterated his earlier warnings, expressing his fear of being in the water. Sam questioned what happened to Bijun, noticing he was beaten up. Bijun recounted the encounter with the monstrous fish earlier, but Sam dismissed that as ridiculous. Sam decided to go up first and pull Bijun onto the boat, instructing him to wait. As Sam spotted Park on the surface of the water, he exclaimed, "Goldfish!" Confused, Bijun asked what was happening, but Sam quickly told him to get back on the boat, to which Bijun agreed. Park unleashed her laser beam skill at level 2, dealing heavy damage to Sam's chest. Shin swiftly jumped onto the boat and called out his wife's name, Haye-yun. He approached her and called her name again, expressing regret that he had never taken her on a proper date. He reflected on how she had followed his trail to save him despite him being a jerk. Feeling overwhelmed, he struggled to breathe. On the boat, Shin blamed himself, admitting that his greed had put his family in danger. He regretted being on Mr. Kang's bad side, wondering what he had done to deserve it. With his wife unconscious, he questioned his actions and felt there was no point in going back since he had no family left. Remembering Park's words to get that together, he realized he needed to act before it was too late. Promising to make his wife happy, he questioned the purpose of fighting if she could not be saved. Determined not to have regrets, he focused on performing CPR, knowing he needed to ensure her airways were clear. Despite struggling to flip her over, he used his remaining points to increase his strength and succeeded. With no time to waste, he applied his charge skill to give her CPR, pleading for her to wake up. Shin repeated the process, prioritizing her survival over his own fate. Sam cried out in pain, explaining to his companion that he had been shot with a laser beam by the goldfish. Bijun was incredulous, questioning what kind of goldfish could shoot lasers. Sam insisted it was the truth, expressing disbelief himself. Bijun asked if there was some spiritual being in the lake, confused by Sam's suggestion. Sam, feeling defeated, asked for a moment to themselves as he had promised they would leave quietly. Bijun pressed for an explanation, but Sam ordered him to stay quiet and not upset the situation further. He emphasized the strength of whatever they were up against, warning that it could harm them severely. Park intervened, questioning their actions and emphasizing the importance of considering everyone's pain, not just their own. At that moment, Shin was struggling to protect his loved one, trying to wake his wife. He questioned the others if they were proud of living in such a way. Bijun explained that the monstrous fish had reappeared and updated him on the situation. Sam, feeling overwhelmed, pushed Bijun towards the goldfish and attempted to flee alone, realizing something was seriously wrong with the place. He felt the urgency to escape regardless of what was happening. As he pulled himself away, he noticed Shin and recognized the fish from earlier. Sam wondered why Shin was performing CPR, but decided he did not have time for that and needed to run before the goldfish caught up to him. Suddenly, the ambassador basefish appeared and attacked Sam's neck. Surprised, Sam turned around, exclaiming about yet another fish and wondering where they were all coming from. He attempted to jump over the boat, but the ambassador bass continued its relentless assault. Sam angrily told the base to stay away, calling that a nasty bottom feeder and disgusting. Meanwhile, Shin noticed the approaching fish and activated his domination skill. He received notifications that his domination level 2 had summoned smaller base nearby and increased the number of fish he could control. Additionally, his domination skill had boosted the base stats by 10%. Feeling a shortage of oxygen, Shin wondered if that was due to his shortness of breath or exertion, but he sensed a change within himself. Determined to press on despite any regrets, he continued with his CPR techniques. The other base fishes, now under Shin's control, joined the fight to assist him against the ambassador base. Shin persisted with his CPR efforts, hoping to revive his wife. Shin recalled a memory from his past, where his wife questioned what she meant to him. She understood that his work was important and did not want to nag him about it. However, she feared that she might be holding him back. Shin closed his eyes, realizing that he had never viewed her as holding him back. That was simply a misunderstanding due to his busy work schedule. Park suggested that they should just break up, but Shin asked if that was what she wanted. Shin pondered why he hadn't expressed his love for her more often. He questioned why he was feeling regret now. Unable to halt his thoughts, he realized he was out of stamina. He wondered if he had been nothing but terrible to her all that time. Desperately, he pleaded with his wife to wake up, promising to make her happy once he finished his work. Calling out her name, Hye-yun, he urged her to awaken. As she remembered from her past, she wondered what Yushin was going to say as he held a pregnancy strip in her hand, showing a positive result. She hoped he would finish his task quickly and come down. In the hallway, two women asked for Executive Managing Director Lee's girlfriend. That felt like they were there to mark their territory and assert that she was his girlfriend. One of them commented on how she looked simple on the outside and questioned how she ended up with a man like him. The other suggested she got lucky by snagging a wealthy guy and was now aiming for a better life. Feeling stagnant in her own life, Park expressed her desire to reach greater heights and felt like a loser for staying the same. She asked Shin to break up with her, worried that she might be holding him back while secretly hoping he would stop her. Shin asked if she was certain about her decision. Park was at home, staring at the pregnancy strip in her hand. She felt uncertain about what to do next, as Yushin was busy with work. She wondered if she should burden him with her news. Suddenly, there was a bell at her door, interrupting her thoughts. Despite his seemingly distant demeanor to others, she knew Yushin struggled to express his feelings. As she opened the door, she found Yushin standing there unexpectedly. Surprised, she questioned why he hadn't called her and reminded him that he should be at the office. Yushin entered and casually asked if she had eaten lunch yet. She felt a sense of warmth and affection towards him. Pondering why she was recalling all that moments she felt grateful for him, she opened her eyes and called out his name, Yushin. Shin was by his wife's side, urging her to wake up. A warning flashed on the screen panel, indicating that without water, his gills would collapse, and his health points would gradually decrease as he ran out of breath. He was reminded to return to the water. Despite not being one to pray for his desires, he found himself wishing fervently for his prayers to be answered. Suddenly, his wife opened her eyes and began coughing, calling out her husband's name, Yushin. She asked if Bass surrounded her. Shin watched as his wife regained consciousness, feeling relieved. When Hye-yun asked if the fish could talk, Shin inquired if she could hear his voice. She turned to the base fish near her, questioning if she was dreaming and who he was. Wondering how he knew her name and if they had met before, she mentioned hearing Yushin's voice earlier and demanded to know why he kept appearing. Shin explained that his voice could not be heard before, possibly due to consuming a piece of a human. He hesitated to confirm if he was Yushin, knowing that if he did not respond, she might dismiss that as her imagination. However, being out of the water for too long, he realized he needed to return. He asked his wife if she remembered the base boat they used to talk about sometimes. He directed her to look at the driver's seat, where she would find a lever on the right. He explained that if she held down the red button and pushed the lever forward, the boat would move ahead, urging her to hide afterward. She found that hard to believe, but Shin's coughing reminded her of the urgency. Concerned, he warned her that if Mr. Kang discovered their failed plan, he would be furious and hunt her down. He advised her not to overexert herself and to stay safe, promising to return no matter what. With a heavy heart, he jumped into the water as she called his name. Yushin. Sam and Bijun fought for their lives in the water, trying to fend off the fishes attacking them. Sam wondered where all these fishes were coming from and noticed that Hye-yun had awakened. He was surprised and asked when she woke up, as that wasn't supposed to happen. Meanwhile, Shin attacked Sam's neck, warning him that he would not move another inch after messing with his family. Sam was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Hye-yun moved towards the driver's seat of the boat, questioning if she was hearing things or if that was all just a dream. She recalled a memory of being on the boat with Shin and asked him when he learned to drive a boat. Shin explained that he picked that up naturally while fishing with Mr. Kang. It wasn't too difficult. She joked that he should teach her next time. Despite finding it strange that a fish seemed to be talking to her, she could hear it clearly. She started the boat and moved forward, while Sam called out to her from behind to wait. She wondered if she was just so exhausted from struggling that she ended up dreaming. Nonetheless, she resolved to continue with her plan. Both of the kidnappers' bodies floated on the water's surface. Park asked Shin if he was sure it was okay to let Hye-yun go like that. Shin responded that since she heard his voice, there was no point in staying by her in his fish form. It would only complicate things for both of them. He thanked Park, acknowledging that it could not have been easy for her to take on those guys, but he was grateful that she helped save Hye-yun. Park replied that seeing what they did to her made her angry for Shin. She then asked if they were just going to leave the kidnappers there, their bodies floating in the water. Shin replied that if they were fortunate, someone might rescue them, but if they did not wake up, they would simply meet their fate there. He asked Park to please overlook what happened that time. He could not bring himself to forgive them. She replied, "Sure, but what did he intend on doing from there on out?" He said that it seemed like Mr. Kang had started taking action, so he needed to act before things got even more dangerous for his loved ones. He planned to take the phones of the kidnappers and hide them, then head to the North Snakehead's habitat. He knew there was a high chance they might encounter other survivors who could be hostile like the crayfish mirror carp. He asked her if she would still join him, even knowing that. She replied, "Of course." He swam away with his group of fish and the goldfish, holding a phone in his mouth. He said that Jinsu Kang had crossed a line. He should never have done that. He was determined to fight, regardless of whatever obstacles came his way. He would hunt them all down and return home. Lee Soo-bin, Kim Do-young and Jung Yoon-duk were talking in the water. Yoon-duk asked if they were ready. Soo-bin said yes. Do-young mentioned they already took down 2 of the bosses, even though they did not know who they were. He believed something would happen if they waited around. Yoon-duk reminded Do-young that he almost died because he ran away. He asked if Do-young wasn't embarrassed to be scared of danger and only wanting to rely on others. Yoon-duk said it was pathetic. Do-young angrily asked what he said. He accused Yoon-duk of making things worse with his recklessness. He called Yoon-duk an old man and asked why he was still dwelling on it after he already apologized. Yoon-duk questioned Do-young's actions, pointing out that if Soo-bin hadn't been there, he could have died. Soo-bin intervened, urging both of them to calm down. He reminded them that there was no point in fighting. They were already weakened. Soo-bin emphasized that they hadn't fought, but had put their best efforts to get that far. Jong-han admitted she was scared, but in the end, the creature was just a fish. Soo-bin agreed with Yoon-duk, saying that the fish around them could not compare to their strength anymore. He mentioned that with Jong-han now at level 16 joining them, the 4 of them could easily take on the big fish. Soo-bin encouraged Do-young to also want to live like that. Yoon-duk declared that he would not let the fish swallow him whole that time and assured everyone that they had his support. He rallied them to band together and defeat the giant monster fish. A notification appeared indicating that they had initiated the Swamp Hunter, giant northern snakehead raid. Shin's wife reached the bank of the lake, quickly disembarked from the boat, and began running away. Suddenly she paused, turned back, and called out her husband's name. "You, Shin?" Shin noticed that he had grown bigger, making it easier for him to survive underwater. Even some of the larger fish seemed intimidated by his presence. Unless there was some huge monster fish around, he did not expect anything to attack him first. He could now roam freely during feeding times without much fear. He remembered how he used to hide from bluegills in a bottle, feeling like prey. All that hard work had been worth it. The fish were expressing their hunger, signaling it was time to go hunting. Shin saw a notification on the screen panel indicating it was feeding time for the base, and they were eager to hunt. Another notification mentioned that the ambassador had raised a complaint, warning that failure to accommodate their needs could result in other base leaving. Shin expressed frustration at the fishes, calling them damn fatties and expressing concern about their slow progress due to their constant need for food. He emphasized the urgency of reaching their destination quickly. Park intervened, suggesting they level up before continuing their journey. She expressed nervousness about still being on cooldown, indicating they needed to be fully charged before proceeding. Shin agreed with her suggestion, stating they would level up first and then proceed. He emphasized the need to hunt down hidden prey in shallow waters due to the competition they would face. They reached the shallow waters, and Shin was surprised to find that despite the abundance of hiding spots, there was hardly any prey to be found. He expressed his shock at the situation to Park, noting the scarcity of food. Park approached him and asked if he wasn't going to eat. Shin explained that he was trying to avoid eating as much as possible to preserve his memory. Park questioned if he was sure about not eating anything at all. She picked up a small fish, and although Shin found it tempting, he resisted the urge, mindful of the hunger he had been feeling since earlier. He wondered if that hunger was a side effect of his rapid growth. Shin decided to scout their surroundings while the others ate, and Park agreed, urging him to be quick. Shin reflected on how he had been experiencing a change since the previous incident. He noticed that he was increasingly inclined to follow his instincts rather than relying on logic. Sensing that time was running out, he observed that the walls had stopped and the water was becoming shallower. As he surfaced, he surveyed his surroundings and concluded that if they increased their pace, they could reach their destination by nightfall. However, his danger sense skill alerted him to a potential threat, a group of birds known as cormorants. Shin questioned whether the birds were cormorants, recalling that they were once migratory but had become residents in the area. Observing the large number of cormorants, he expressed concern about their voracious appetite, which could harm the local fishing industry if they were consuming too many fish. Acting quickly, he transformed into water and decided to lead his group away from the area to avoid any confrontation with the birds. As one of the cormorants began searching for fish, Shin knew they had to leave before they attracted unwanted attention. Park finished eating the fish and proudly announced that she had leveled up to 21. Shin arrived and asked if they were done eating, urging them to wrap things up and move away due to the danger present. Park inquired about the problem, prompting Shin to explain that he had spotted a large group of cormorants nearby. These birds were known for their insatiable appetite for fish, and being around them was risky. As Shin sensed danger once more, Park questioned whether birds could catch fish underwater. Suddenly, a bird swooped down and attacked Park. Shin quickly pushed her out of harm's way, but he found himself caught in the bird's beak. Despite Park calling out to him repeatedly, Shin remained focused on the need to return to the water. Activating his charge skill, he managed to break free from the bird's grasp and landed on the ground, determined to get back into the safety of the water. Shin struggled to breathe and cursed under his breath, realizing he was in a dire situation. Refusing to back down, he retaliated against the bird with all his might, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his charge, spiral attack, and spike burst skills. Despite his efforts, he found himself lying on the ground, coughing and in pain. A notification on his screen panel revealed that his abdomen had been pierced, causing him to bleed profusely. Shin understood that if the bird had pierced his abdomen completely, he would have been unable to breathe at all. However, he took some solace in seeing the bird appearing flustered after his counterattack. In a desperate bid to regain his strength, Shin activated his ravenous hunter skill at level 1, intending to consume the bird and heal his wounds. As he prepared to strike, he noticed the bird crying out in distress. Herons, known for their harsh cries and aggressive behavior, were dubbed the thugs of freshwater due to their insatiable appetites and tendency towards aggression. These birds were a common sight across the country, often found roaming in pairs or small groups. The chapter starts with a white heron's piercing squawk, abruptly diverting Yu Shin's attention to a second bird that has just landed nearby. His astonishment is visible as he recognizes the second bird as a gray heron, the same dangerous boss they were warned about. The unfair advantages of the herons who live on land and are far superior to the aquatic life are not lost on Yu Shin. The white heron enters the air, opening its wings to attack, but Yu Shin remains well prepared and dodges the attack. However, the attack is strong enough to send other fish reeling and cause significant injury to Yu Shin. He gets a notification that he has suffered from a severe wound, along with the warning that he has used up all of his energy. The heron still looks at them maliciously and flaps its wings in front of Yu Shin, who gets another notification, informing him that he can no longer move. Yu Shin panics and breathes heavily, thinking it is impossible to leave this battle alive, as it is absurd to try to beat a bird like a fish. He holds his wounds and reflects on how he is unable to move, and his body is getting colder and colder as he has been out of water and needs water. He wonders if this is the end for him. His body shivers as his eyes go wide. He decides no matter what, he will get to the water somehow. He gets an inner evil voice telling him to devour everything in his path because they will eventually hurt him if he doesn't hurt them. The voice tells him that he too is in pain, so why can't he put others in the same pain? The voice tells him he can't die just like this, and he must now choose to hurt others to survive. Yushin feels shocked as he thinks of how he got this feeling before too, after which he was able to beat a vicious monster. The voice tells him that he knows Yushin wants to run away, his flesh has been slashed, and he ought to be in severe pain. He asks Yushin to relax and leave everything on instinct, as that will save him. The heron jumps again, ready to finish Yushin. However, Yushin just closes his eyes, and a puff of air blinds the heron. When the air disappears and the heron looks down, Yushin is no longer there. Yushin uses his level 1 ravenous hunter skill and teleports behind the heron. He screams that he is hungry before attacking the neck of heron directly. Inside the waters, Ji-hee looks up at the surface of the water, worried for Yushin's safety as she wonders where he has gone and how long he will be able to survive on land. She wonders why he keeps disappearing like this with no proper explanation. She turns back to see that various base fish species have gathered, and they all keep saying they are hungry. They can feel him calling for them, so they must go to his help. Ji-hee becomes worried about this suspicious behavior and asks them if they are okay, asking them what has gotten into all of them. The base have all their eyes turned red and looking ready to hunt. On the other side, the giant northern snakehead attacks the fish. They wonder how they are supposed to take down such a giant monster, and their master turtle tells them to get their senses together. He tells them that if they hesitate, they will surely die, and they must bravely fight for any chance of survival. They use the level 1 skill, mucus secretion. When it doesn't affect the snakehead, the master turtle uses his level 1 skill, harden, to hide his body in the hard cover. The fish attacks the master, but cannot break the cover with its teeth. The other fish constantly launch small attacks on the snakehead, and just as the master notices the snakehead becoming confused, he orders Su-bun to use his level 1 skill, adrenaline, which gives him breakneck speed. He uses his speed and attacks the fish, causing some damage to it. The master announces that the snakehead might be a giant, but the speed advantage can make them win. He tells them they need to push a little more, and if they keep supporting each other like this, they will surely win. However, they get notified that the snakehead has gone into a frenzy. It uses its level 4 skill, Blitz, to quickly approach Su-bin and gobble him before anyone can notice. Back with Ji-hee, she notices all the base have started swimming towards the surface and asks them to wait for her before questioning their behavior. She thinks of how they are acting like all other fish without a brain of the sea. She reflects on how they kept saying they were hungry and that someone was calling them. She wonders who was calling them and then thinks their leader is Yushin, so maybe he is calling them all for help. She wonders why their names have turned to a red color and why they are all acting so aggressively. She wonders if it's okay, even blindly, to follow them. Ji-hee is very confused about the situation and unable to know what role she should play. On the other side, Yushin's eyes have turned black and he screams hungrily before chomping down the heron's neck. It causes the heron to flap loudly, but Yushin rips the skin apart. He brings his level 2 skill of domination into action, and a swarm of bass jumps out of the water. The heron manages to catch and kill one with its beak, but the rest attack him, causing it to dodge the attacks. Yushin, however, keeps screaming hungry and tries to eat even the feathers of the heron. He wonders why he is doing this, but then gets notified that he has leveled up. A bright light shines around him and notifies him that he has regained his stamina and recovered his HP. He looks up to see the heron bleeding and wonders why he desperately tries to return to the human world. The bases peek out of the water and Ji-hee questions why they have all gone so still. Suddenly, they get the notification that they have entered the dungeon of the grey heron boss. Ji-hee is further shocked to see 2 birds there who are the bosses. She then sees Yushin attacking and eating one of the herons. Yushin gets another notification that he has once again leveled up, recovered his stamina and HP, and grown a bit in size. Yushin again growls, hungry, and launches a level 1 attack. Spiral and charge. He hits the heron directly, causing damage. He reflects on how he just wanted a simple life and to be powerful enough to protect his loved ones. The heron composes himself, and a notification is released that the grey heron has gone into a frenzy. He squawks loudly and uses a level 4 skill attack called Wind Cutter. The attack causes Yushin to fly and fall far. He thinks of what loved ones he wants to protect, and if he ever has had any loved ones. Ji-hye sees the fall and shouts out for Yushin worriedly. However, she notices that he is using other bass as a shield and making them stay still so they can also take the impact of his injuries. Ji-hye thinks Yushin doesn't seem like himself. She wonders why his name is in red and decides she can no longer sit back. She rushes towards the shore, deciding to grab Yushin, and they both will escape the boss. However, the heron is in complete form and uses another attack of level 4 called Rapid Pecks. In this attack, it rapidly attacks with its beak. Yushin uses his level 1 spiral and charge attack again. He thinks of old times when he used to do various part-time jobs and wonders why he worked all day and all night. He then remembers how everything he did was to fit in the society, how he did deliveries, waited tables and did construction work, all to prove that he was worthy of respect. One day, he was waiting tables at a bar, and Chairman Kang, a customer, asked him about his dreams and aspirations. The evil fish inside him tells him that these memories are not enough, and he needs to bring out more of such memories that will make him want to fight and survive. It tells him that the more memories he brings, the stronger his instinct becomes. He uses a level 2 Ravenous Hunter attack that temporarily increases his physical ability and strengthens his skills. The heron attacks again, but Yushin jumps and avoids the attack. He is notified that his stamina is running out. He again shouts, "I am hungry!" and starts combating the Rapid Pecks attack. After various attacks, the heron becomes flustered and begins to fly. Yushin thinks this is the weak moment of the heron he has been waiting for and tells himself to use this moment to eat other bass and level up. When Yushin feels guilty, the evil voice within him convinces him that it's a choice they must make. Yushin needs to grow in size to beat the bird. The voice tells him nothing matters anyway, as Yushin has no home to return to. Just then, Ji-hye's voice pierces through his ears, and he sees a light coming out from the darkness. Ji-hye jumps on land and asks him if he is okay before telling him to come with her, as this is their opportunity to escape. She approaches Yushin, notices his dark red eyes, and wonders if this really is Yushin. The evil fish within Yushin only says, "I'm hungry," while looking at Ji-hye. On the other hand, the fish quiver in fear as the larger fish munch on Subin. The turtle master clenches his teeth in defeat and orders everyone to split into groups and run. He tells them that the fish won't be able to break his shell and that he will try to last as long as he can. But before he can even finish his speech, the monster fish bites its shell, causing a crack in it and damaging the turtle. In distress, the other fish cry and express how this was a lost cause from the first moment. There is no way they can win against a monster that big. When suddenly an otter comes and bites the larger fish, and a notification pops up saying that giant northern snakehead has been slain. The otter takes the snakehead and looks at a smaller fish, and another notification is released, highlighting that a survivor has encountered a boss. The fish makes eye contact with the otter and thinks of how he is in front of the main boss, and all he can feel is fear. The otter, however, just turns around and swims the other way. The survivor fish reflects on how they could not take the giant northern snakehead, even with various forces combined, and lost the crucial lives of Subin and the turtle. He thinks about how the main boss is an otter who was able to take the snakehead in a single bite and is one of the main predators of the lake. There is no way that the survivors, even if they join hands, can take him down. He then wonders if Jong-han must be alive, as his power revives himself, and if he can gather other survivors to fight against the bosses when he notices a crab with dark red eyes behind him. On the other side, the otter takes the snakehead he has preyed upon outside the water. He almost gets hit by a car while crossing the street, but manages to reach the other end without getting hit. He eventually reaches a closed seafood shop, drops the fish in front of the door, and squeals to get the owner's attention. He slips under the shade of an empty aquarium and takes a nap. The updated game map reveals that survivors know the boss, assassin of services, is the otter. On the other hand, Yushin screams that he is hungry and jumps on Ji-hye as if to eat her. She dodges his attack and tries to tell him that it's Ji-hye and he must return to his senses and recognize her. She scolds him and asks if he has become a full-fledged fish who has lost all the memories and desires to go home and turned plain evil. He doesn't listen to her and screams that he is hungry before using his level 1 spiral and charge attack on Ji-Hae. She dodges the attack again and, having no other choice, uses her level 1 skill called Luminate, which blinds Yu-Shin for a while. She uses that chance to attack him, telling him to return to his senses. She tells him they promised to return to the land together, and Yu-Shin can't forget such significant promises. Yu-Shin uses a full force attack on her, causing her to plop on the ground and crash into a rock. Her HP drops rapidly, and she gets a notification explaining that she has suffered a serious injury. The only way for her to recover is to hurry and hide until her HP is normal. Using all the energy left in her, Ji-Hae screams that she knows he can hear her voice. There is no way that he has turned into a brain-dead fish. She screams that he needs to return to land as a human so he can stop Chairman Kang Jin-soo. She asks him if he even remembers what happened yesterday, and the word yesterday causes Yu-Shin's ears to ring. He begins thinking about what might have happened and remembers a blurred image of Hye-Yun, Yu-Shin's wife, lying on the ground. His eyes go wide, and Ji-Hae continues telling him that she believes in the goodness in him and that he is strong enough not to allow evil to consume him. She tells him to take his time, but remember everything in detail. The evil fish inside Yu-Shin guides him otherwise, telling him that he must not listen to sweet talk as it has never benefited anyone. The evil fish tells him that Ji-Hae has never been able to help him and is a small fish, so there is no point in listening to her. Ji-Hae continues talking, telling Yu-Shin she only made it this far because of him, and he needs to remember his wife, who is waiting for his return. During this time, the grey heron has recovered and is ready to attack again. It squeals in the air and almost grabs Yu-Shin with its feet, but Ji-Hae pushes Yu-Shin out of the danger's way. Ji-Hae also suffers more damage and decides to try one last time. She tells Yu-Shin to remember when they hunted down Lake Skygazer, and he talks about his past. She tells him that it made her happy that Yu-Shin trusted her enough to open up about his past, and he told her that he had always been independent and had never depended on anyone in his entire life. The evil fish inside Yu-Shin tells him not to waste time listening to Ji-Hae, as he won't be able to defeat other bosses without her power. He tells Yu-Shin that now is the perfect time to consume Ji-Hae so they can take down the bird. Yu-Shin is alerted that his HP has decreased and his movements are limited. Ji-Hae thinks she has her laser beam skill but doesn't have the energy to use it. She tells Yu-Shin to make a run and gather himself, as she will deal with the heron somehow. She tells him that she believes in him and knows that he will be the one who turns all of them back into humans. She tells him that she is glad he was the first survivor she met and apologizes for always being a burden on him. Yu-Shin uses his level 2 spiral attack on the heron, which screams in pain. Yu-Shin tells Ji-Hae she is too injured to damage the bird. He thanks her for opening his eyes. He is now in a much better mental state. His ravenous predator skill is deactivated, causing his healing process to stop and his wounds to spread. The evil fish inside Yu-Shin once again tells him he can't take the heron on his own, so he must get help from him. However, Yu-Shin shuts him up by saying that he barely trusts human beings and that there is no way he will trust a fish. His eyes narrow as he tells him to see how he beats the heron, asserting that all humans are far stronger because of their brains than any animal. On the other side, Yu-Ju, Yu-Shin's daughter, wakes up to the noise of someone opening the door. She wonders if it's her grandma, but then the bell rings and she wonders who might be at the door at this hour. Yu-Ju opens the doors and sees a man dressed in a suit. She doesn't recognize Chairman Kang Jin-soo and asks him who he is. He tells her that he is her father's friend from work and that she doesn't remember him because she was so small the last time he saw her. He asks her if none of the adults are at home. She tells him they went out for a bit and asks his reason for coming to their home. He smirked, claimed she was quick, just like her parents, and always asked the right questions. He says he came by because he needed help to contact Hye-Yun. He squats in a friendly position, so Yu-Ju feels more comfortable with him. He tells her that he needs to give her something. Yu-Ju tells him that Hye-Yun has gone somewhere and told her to stay with Grandma in the meantime. He praises her for caring for the house all by herself and tells Yu-Ju to tell him what she wants as he will buy it for her. However, she ignores his offer and asks him if he is her father's friend, and then he must know his whereabouts. Chairman Kang's eyes widen, but he quickly conceals himself with a fake laugh and says that Yu Xin is always so busy with work that no one ever has an idea where he is. He scrolls through his phone, shows her a picture of him and Yu Xin fishing together, and tells her they look like great friends. He tells her he's the head of her dad's company and he can help them find her father if she wants. She gets excited and asks him if he knows where her father is. He takes the opportunity to deceive her by telling her he knows where Yu Xin is and can take Yu Ju to her father right now. Yu Ju, however, refuses, saying that she knows Yu Xin will be uncomfortable if she shows up at his work because, to him, work has always been more important, even more important than her birthday. She asks him what her father is like at work, and the question takes Chairman Kang aback. He thinks and wonders where he should start from. He tells her that Yu Xin is thorough, calculated, and level-headed. He values results over people and speaks through his achievements, which is why he is the company president. Yu Xin, on the other hand, is risking his life for Ji Hye. He wonders if the heron keeps getting stronger the longer they fight, or if he is getting weaker because they are on land. Suddenly, a notification shows that his breathing will be restricted as his gills have all dried up. He plops uncontrollably on the land in need of air, and Ji Hye has no option but to watch him suffer with tears in her eyes. Yu Xin gets a warning that the ravenous predator skill's after effects will continue to weaken him, and he will now start experiencing pain. He coughs out blood and thinks of how his body is giving up on him now that he has gained control and left that evil base within him. He curses the evil base for ruining all of his body and energy. The heron doesn't wait for Yu Xin to recover and moves to jump on him. Yu Xin thinks he has no time to get angry at the evil bass and looks at his and Ji Hye's deteriorated condition. He thinks the best thing is that they are close to water. A single dash will get them to protection. He clenches his teeth, hating how he has to use the same tactics the evil base within him utilizes. But having no option, he uses the level 2 skill of domination by screaming, "It's feeding time." This gathers all the base and smaller level fish, causing them to come out of the water and swarm the bird. Yu Xin uses this distraction to escape the situation and enter the water. He extends his fin and tells Ji Hye to grab onto it, then dashes towards the water. The heron is brutal with the bass and manages to kill most of them. Yu Xin receives the notification that only 110 kin are left alive and all the rest have been immobilized. The heron approaches them, and Yu Xin worries it won't let them go even when they are near the water. Ji Hye says that neither of them will be able to survive, and one will have to be distracted while the other makes a run for the water. Yu Xin explains how the evil base within him is quickly taking control, and he won't even be able to remember anything soon, so it's natural that Ji Hye, who still has clear human memories, runs and survives. Despite her resistance, he pushes her into the water. Yu Xin feels the beak of the heron against his body and thinks of how expectations always breed disappointments, and how Yu Xin, as the president of the company, treated work only as a business with zero personal feelings involved, to the point that even when the employees protested for unfair firings, he didn't bat a single eye. He knew how anyone and everyone in the world is replaceable. He tells Ji Hye to make it to the end for him. He then thinks of his last moments as a human being when he was hit with a baseball bat and he was thrown into the lake to drown, and thinks of how he too was easily replaceable. The heron makes it close to him and he uses his level 1 attack called Tackle. However, he sees that his friend Ambassador, a level 20 fish, comes in the way and becomes food for the heron as it pushes Yu Xin into the water. Yu Xin receives the notification that now 010 of his kin are alive, and he is so shocked that a fish would sacrifice its life in the name of kinship. Ji Hye tells him that his talk about hoping Ji Hye would live scared him, as she doesn't want to go through the brutal aquatic life without him. Yu Xin, however, is preoccupied with his thoughts as he wonders if the magic of domination skill causes the fish to give its life to him. He then clenches his teeth as he thinks about the employees he fired for no reason and all the people he never helped. He tells Ji Hye to stay here and rest as he will return soon. She stops him, telling him that she will come with him, but he tells her not to worry as he will be back soon and to make sure to make her the center of his next plan. She asks what plan he has in mind, and he tells her that he is going to make sure they defeat the heron, and for that, he will find a way to tie the bird so it can't fly. Then they will use Ji-hye's laser beam to pierce it and finish it. He tells her that the bird could have killed him quickly, but it wanted to torture him, so now they will have fun with it. Yu-shin frowns angrily as he thinks of the fish that gave their lives for him, saying he never knew he could form genuine bonds. He finds branches in shallow water surrounded by fishing nets, which fishermen had cut off, and he drags those, promising to avenge his friend. On the other side, Hye-yun is sitting on the sidewalk when her parents come rushing to pick her up. She gasped at how terrible and drained she looked and told her to get up so they could take her to the hospital. But she tells her mother they don't have time for that, as Chairman Kang has caught onto that she is finding evidence against him regarding Yu-shin's disappearance. President Seung-ho Woo of the company calls Chairman Kang to inform him that Hye-yun is rounding up reporters and is starting a press conference. The white and grey herons are still on the shore near the lake, looking around at the fish they have preyed upon. On the other hand, Yu-shin tries his best to untangle the branches from the fishing nets and use them as bait to capture the birds. However, he has trouble untangling them and worries about hurrying before the birds fly away. He thinks of giving up, despite recognizing this is the best spot. He realizes he won't be able to untangle it alone and thinks of finding another branch and fishing net when he suddenly comes across a fishing rod. He thinks of how someone must have dropped it accidentally from their boat. He examines it and realizes it is a heavy cover rod that pulls heavy obstacles during fishing. He believes he could use it to his advantage. He picks up the rod with his mouth, but is soon exhausted as the rod is too heavy for such a small fish. He opens his skill logbook and notices how many powers he has gained that he couldn't pay any attention to because of how hectic his life has been the past few days. He doesn't remember how he picked up the skill of Ravenous Hunter. He checks the description and realizes that when his HP is low, he will go into a frenzy, all of his stats and skills will be enhanced, and he will lose control of himself. However, he will receive a penalty once the skill effect is over. He wonders if he accidentally learned this skill while hunting the lake skygazer. He wonders if the instincts going haywire are called going into a frenzy, as he remembers the notification informing him that Heron had gone into a frenzy before it started using brutal attacks against Yu-shin. He wonders why the lake skygazer didn't go into a frenzy and thinks that Ji-hye could get rid of him before he was low on HP. He must have gotten this skill after he consumed it. He wonders what the penalty would be and thinks he doesn't remember many memories from yesterday after losing control. He thinks of how he must have forgotten other memories too. He becomes scared of his memory loss and thinks if he will even be the same Yu-shin once he returns home. However, he remembers the ambassador fish and tells himself to focus on the task at hand. Ji-hye wakes up when Yu-shin drops the fishing rod in front of her. He asks her if she is doing any better and she tells him she is okay. Yu-shin asks her to help him move the fishing rod as it is too heavy for him to move alone. She agrees to help but asks him about his plan, and he tells her there is no point in fighting the heron on dry land as it can quickly fly and recover when harmed. He tells her that he plans to trap her in the net and then, using the fishing rod, he plans to bring it down into the water. She asks him if he is sure about the plan, as he will be using himself as bait, and in case things do not go his desired way, the cost would be his life. Yu-shin, however, tells her that no one can fish without bait and must take such risks to defeat the boss. He tells her that Ji-hye must not let go of the chance to defeat the heron even if something happens to him. Yu-shin ties himself to the rod and thinks of Ji-hye's laser beam's immense power. However, trying to hit a moving object is a gamble, so that he will tie the bird's legs and wings. He goes up the water and sees that the herons haven't left the spot yet, and wonders if it is because one of them is injured. They start the attack, and Yu-shin uses his spiral attack and charge to tie the fishing wire around the bird's neck. Yu-shin seems determined to win this round. On the other hand, Hye-yun calls the editor-in-chief to ask if the preparations for the press conference are done. She tells them not to worry about anything as she has hard evidence, and they should gather as many reporters as possible. Hye-yun's mother tells her that she should rest in her condition. She proposes that Hye-yun give the evidence and information to the police and let them handle these things. Hye-yun, however, refuses, saying if she doesn't make the issue public, the police will sweep it under the rug. She tells her parents that this is her only chance as Mr. Kang thinks she is dead. She remembers how Yu Xin told her she should forget about him and move on with life if he could not return. She clenches her hands and says she will fight for Yu Xin, as he is also fighting to return home. She steps out of the car and they start asking questions immediately. She takes a deep breath before answering them. On the other hand, Chairman Kang calls one of his men to ask how the press conference went. The man assures him not to worry, as everyone will be on their side. Unless Yu Xin miraculously comes back to life, there is nothing someone as weak as Hye Yun can do. The news reporter goes live and tells the world that Lee Yu Xin's pre-assumed suicide is a murder, according to his wife Oh Hye Yun. He reports that Hye Yun came forward saying that her husband was murdered. While investigating the case, she was kidnapped by a suspicious group of people who even tried to murder her, but she narrowly escaped and is here. She says she has ample evidence and is bringing the case to the public because she wants to avenge her husband's death and clearly states that Chairman Kang is behind this. The reporter explains that because of public uproar, the police have announced they will investigate the case. The police chief watches the news and sighs, thinking the world has changed, and Chairman Kang can no longer pull such stunts. Suddenly, he gets a call from Chairman Kang, who asks for a favor to cover the murder for him. The chief clenches his teeth tightly, knowing it's such a complex case, but having no other choice, he agrees to help Chairman Kang. On the other side, Ji Hye watches Yu Xin use his fierce attack. The heron squawks as Yu Xin entangles it with the fishing wire. The heron uses its level 4 skill, Wind Cutter, to free itself, and Yu Xin is shocked at how the bird will not quit fighting back or show signs of tiredness no matter what. He keeps trying and decides he has no other choice but to fight till he finds a weakness. However, Yu Xin soon loses his stamina and cannot use his skills. As he becomes stationary, the heron gets in the air to use its final attack on Yu Xin, but the wire miraculously reaches its maximum limit and holds back the bird. Yu Xin screams for Ji Hye to use the laser beam, but she looks too scared even to move. She closes her eyes to prepare for the attack when the heron again flaps its wings, causing Yu Xin to plop as his tail is tied with the fishing wire. He thinks that if they miss this chance, they will never be able to get it again, and they must take it. He tells Ji Hye to fire without worrying about his safety. Ji Hye remembers how he told her to take down the heron regardless of Yu Xin's safety, and she closes her eyes, scared that her beam might hit Yu Xin. But she also refuses just to sit back and do nothing about it. Yu Xin tells her to trust him, as he will try his best to dodge the attack, and Ji Hye fires. The laser beam touches and damages Yu Xin, but it pierces through the heron, slaying it. Yu Xin thinks of the ambassador fish and says that he avenged his death, and the notification of the grey heron being killed is issued. Yu Xin passes out, and Ji Hye rushes towards him, asking him if he is okay. Ji Hye takes him inside the water behind some stones, away from danger, and when Yu Xin wakes up, he questions his location. She told him he was having trouble breathing, so she moved him here. She asks him how he feels before saying that his wounds look bad and that she has caught a fish for him and eating it might help him recover. He notices 2 more fish near the ground and wonders how, after using the laser beam, Ji Hye cannot use any other of her skills, so it is shocking how she still struggled and preyed on fish for Yu Xin to eat. He praises her care for him and thinks she must be exhausted. He tells her to eat up as she must be hungry, suggesting he will find and hunt his prey. She again asks him if he is okay before telling him that he always pushes himself to limits, which worries her as he never takes any help. He tells her that his wound hurts but will be fine, and tells her not to worry as he knows that Ji Hye will be by his side no matter what. He thanks her for being by his side and says he greatly relies on her. She smiles and tells him it's no problem for her. He wonders what they should do about the heron, as it would be a waste to leave it alone, and he might get a penalty for eating it. He gets shocked when he notices that the giant northern snakehead is dead and becomes excited at how only 2 bosses are left. He thinks of banding with other survivors so they can help each other. Yu Xin doesn't know that the next boss is Otter, and the notification has it written as Squealer, so he wonders what that might be. As he thinks about this, the otter comes across the dead heron on the shore and squeals. Meanwhile, the evil monster fish wonders when it will see Yu Xin again, and whether by that time he will have turned into a human or fallen victim to the evil instincts and stayed as a fish forever. On the other side of the lake, a fish tries to hide, but the crab named Junji finds it and uses its level 2 attack, Sever. It cuts the fish and coughs blood. Junji tells the fish it didn't have to swim to the other side of the lake, as he would find it anyway. He uses his level 3 attack on the fish, but the fish retaliates with its level 1 attack, Parasite Burst. Junji, however, is unfazed, as it says that red claw crayfish are adaptable creatures that can quickly develop bacterial resistance. He holds the fish by the neck and tells him it's time to go. In its last words, the fish asks why he is doing this and killing other survivors, as everyone just wants to go back home. Junji tells him there is no hope left, as the 4 band together but cannot take down the snakehead. One of them was ripped into shreds, and the other had his shell broken and crushed. The next boss is an otter, making it even harder for them to beat it. The only way out is becoming the sole survivor, as they won't be able to defeat all the bosses. He says with anger that to him banding together was never an option. Junji takes the fish by the neck, slams it into the ground, and receives the notification that he has eliminated a survivor. He gets 3 more notifications, indicating that he has leveled up 4 times and received a skill card upgrade. In the human world, Ji-Hye's company plays a past recorded stream because they do not know where she has disappeared. Her neighbor notices the stream starting, and as he passes her house, he notices a random man standing in front of her door. He feels like he is being too nosy, but then notices that the man has left a gift in front of her door. He wonders if that would make Ji-Hye uncomfortable and if he should remove the gift. But then he tells himself not to poke his nose into others' business. He thinks of how she called him a disgusting stalker when it wasn't he who was doing all this. Ji-Hye had confused him for the stalker, and when he tried to drag her away from the stalker, she reacted violently, causing her to fall into the lake. Her neighbor is unable to swim and cannot jump after her. Meanwhile, Junji uses his upgrade card and upgrades his attack Sever to the level 4 category. He has been notified that only 3 survivors remain. He thinks of how the fish he killed must have led a sad life as well, but then brushes it off as he doesn't care enough about anyone but himself. He looks at the card and notices that the other survivors have killed the grey heron and is shocked at their abilities. He thinks back to how Yu-Shin had said that a monster might be a giant, but it is a fish at the end of the day, and he is sure that it must have been Yu-Shin who killed these monsters. He wonders how Yu-Shin will react once he finds it in vain, as Junji will kill all the survivors and turn into a human on his own. In his imagination, he talks to someone named Yun-hee and tells her he will return home soon. On the other hand, Yu-Shin is busy thinking about who their next opponent might be. It is labeled as Assassin of Crevices, indicating that someone lives in crevices where the only fish are Korean peaches and golden mandarins. However, Yu-Shin knows that no matter how big they get, these fish are still small and in the lower food chain than the grey heron, so it must be some other species. He then wonders if any fish could prey on grey herons and thinks their next opponent might also be some species from the land. Ji-Hye is worried about other survivors as she tells Yu-Shin that the new boss was sighted at the same spot as the giant northern snakehead. They get worried that they all might be dead, and Yu-Shin thinks there's no point in making assumptions, as the fastest thing they can do is check the site themselves. Before they start their journey, Ji-Hye passes a few fish to Yu-Shin, telling him he must be hungry. Yu-Shin realizes he is starving and has low energy levels because he has not eaten. He thinks of how he tried not leveling up, but he will face much stronger and scarier monsters in the future, and he should logically not leave Grey Heron's body behind. It would be a more intelligent move to eat it, but on the other end, the otter drags the dead body of the heron away. Meanwhile, Hye-Yun is investigated and hands the police the recording where Chairman Jin-Soo's men told her they would send her to the same place they sent her husband to, and that she shouldn't think she is untouchable just because she's the wife of Yu-Shin. After hearing the recording, the officer says that while this is evidence that Yu-Shin was murdered, the evidence doesn't lead to Chairman Kang in any way. The police officer says they will start the investigation, but this is insufficient proof to bring such a well-known figure to court. He tells her he understands she might be feeling unfair, but going forward with the investigation, she is just putting her life in danger. He tells her to consider giving up, but she refuses and asks him why she must give up when she takes off her clothes to show her wounds and brings the recording as well. She wonders if the law is this unjust. The day Yu Xin went missing, she gave evidence that Chairman Kang was with him. Why does the police not even have enough power to barge into his home and office and do an investigation? He tells her that arrest investigations are not as easy and she must rethink her decision. Hye Yun is shocked and expresses discomfort at the thought of them trying to turn her away. She remembers how Yu Xin had given her the phone the murderers had on them and handed it to the police. She tells them she will reveal everything to the press if the police don't cooperate. Yu Xin and Ji Hye swim to the shore to see the otter dragging the heron. They are shocked that the otter is their next boss to fight. The other police officers outside the investigation room discuss how the evidence Hye Yun brought is enough for an arrest investigation and that they might get in trouble. Still, the other officer tells him that they can do nothing as the higher-ups instruct them not to take any action. The first officer claims that police must serve justice regardless of the status of people and informs the chief that news reporters are waiting outside. This means that if Hye Yun opens them up about the case, the police will become less visible in the eyes of the public as well. The second officer says that if they start an investigation and nothing comes out of it with not enough solid evidence, then who will take responsibility for investigating such a politically backed-up person? The first officer says that he will take responsibility and that the chief was never someone like this, as he was the one who taught all of them to take responsibility for their actions and the one who stepped up when cases like this happened. He says to leave it on him as he will take the fall if a problem arises. The chief sighs and tells him to file for a warrant as he will talk to the higher-ups. Meanwhile, Yu Ju watches a show on TV where the producers go to a remote village where they hear that an otter comes to a seafood shop daily and brings his prey to the shop owner. A man on the street shows them the shop where he leaves the fish. All of a sudden, Yu Ju hears someone putting in the password and rushes to the door. She is delighted to see her mother and they hug each other tightly. Hye Yun asks if Yu Ju was fine during the time she was gone, and Yu Ju counters questions about Hye Yun's wounds. She asks Yu Ju if she has listened to Grandma, and Yu Ju replies that she has been a good girl. She suddenly remembers something and tells Hye Yun that one of Yu Xin's friends stopped by. She tells him he informed her that he was the chairman of the company Yu Xin worked at, and he wanted to make sure Hye Yun knew that he stopped by. Hye Yun becomes highly shocked, and the TV shows the otter bringing fish to the seafood shop. Yu Xin, on the other hand, is thoroughly shocked. He wasn't expecting to see the otter and only wanted to consume the heron. He thinks the otter is a very swift animal that is curious about everything around him and possesses great intelligence. Otters are known for ripping off the shells of crabs and turtles to eat their insides. And how cute it is, but it is one of the most ferocious animals of freshwater bodies. Yu Xin wonders why it is named the Assassin of Crevices. Ji Hye asks him about their next move, and he tells her to follow the otter. He tells Ji Hye that the otter hasn't spotted them yet, so they can use this opportunity to learn about its strength. They follow it for a while and see its footprints leading to a town. He wonders if the otter stays somewhere in the town, but decides that going any further than this would be too dangerous and heads back to the water. He thinks that if they band with other survivors, they might be able to take the otter down. He tells Ji Hye that he was unable to gather any significant information as the otter headed into the town with the grey heron's dead body. Ji Hye wonders if it's okay for them to harm such a cute animal, and Yu Xin tells her that they will end up as ripped shreds if they underestimate the otter. He tells her not to forget that they are in the wild now and must fight other species to survive. They can't just let things have it easy just because they are cute. He also tells her that the otter is ranked above the grey heron, and considering the hard time the heron gave them, taking the otter down will be hard. Ji Hye says they should set a trap for it, and if they are successful, they can win against the otter without even having to fight it. He thinks the otter's hiding spot must be nearby, and setting a trap would be perfect. He tells Ji Hye it's worth a shot, and they should start hunting for prey so they can set the trap. Yu Xin thinks this might be the worst thing to happen, but at least he has Ji Hye by his side. He thinks of how the difficulty level of the bosses is increasing with time and how happy he is that they spotted the otter before the otter spotted them. He thinks of how only 2 bosses are left, and with the help of other survivors, they will all be able to go back home. The otter leaves the heron's body in front of the seafood shop and leaves. Ji-hye tries to find useful stuff for the trap but doesn't find anything. She is just swimming around when she hears the sound of electric fishermen. She hurries to tell Yu-shin, thinking of ways they can use the electric fishing to their advantage. However, Yu-shin comes across a vast monster fish and asks if it is a survivor. The monster fish asks Yu-shin if he hasn't seen him before and if he has a place to return to. Yu-shin is shocked by its size and thinks that since he has leveled up, the only threats to him have been other survivors or bosses, but he has never seen a fish this big. He assumes it must be the survivor as he talks to Yu-shin. He again asks if the fish is a survivor. He says that he is the one who has lost everything and Yu-shin can call him an abandoned soul. He again asks Yu-shin if he has a home to return to and Yu-shin is shocked. The fish continues that it must be hard for someone as small as Yu-shin to fight against all the predators and come so far, but it is all futile as he will meet the same fate as the fish did. Yu-shin asks him if he is a survivor as he remembers that survivors have their names and levels above their heads. This fish doesn't have any of them. He tells Yu-shin that he knows he must be confused and frustrated, but the only information he can give him right now is that he must kill all survivors. As only 3 are left, he must make haste as that is the only way he will turn human again. Yu-shin is shell-shocked and only 3 survivors are left. Meanwhile, Ji-hye fears the electric attack and rushes towards Yu-shin. However, she is unable to find him and accidentally runs into Junji, who uses his level 4 sever attack to cut her up. He again uses the attack, and Ji-hye gets the notification that the wound has caused her to bleed, and the bleeding is decreasing her HP. She coughs up blood, and her movements are limited. Ji-hye recognizes young Junji, and he is shocked to see how fast she is. He claims that her speed must have gotten her so far. She gets angry and asks him why he keeps doing this, as all of them are trying to join forces so they can go home, but he keeps getting in their way. Junji tells her that it is a fake act and that he will do all he can to return home. On the other hand, the giant fish tells Yu-shin that hunting the bosses is not open and that it is impossible. He tells him that they are forced to grow to take down the bosses, and the more they grow, the more they lose accurate natural memories. In the end, they are left as abandoned fish with no memories. He again urges Yu-shin to kill the other 2 survivors. He says that he is the cunning predator, and at one point he too was misguided by the light into thinking that he will be able to return home once he kills either all the bosses or all the survivors. He tells him that he is a survivor just like Yu-shin, but he was from a batch 10 years ago, and he wishes Yu-shin would not make the same mistakes as he did. Yu-shin goes into shock, thinking how brutal and unfair it would be if he had to kill all the survivors. He wonders if this is because they lose their memories as they get bigger. He then thinks of how the cunning predator told him that only 3 survivors were left, indicating that all the rest must have died. On the other hand, Junji launches attacks at Ji-hye, and she uses her skill to illuminate him, blind him, and hide behind a rock. He tells her that hiding won't do anything for her, as she will have to hide eventually. She cries in pain and asks him why he is doing this. She tells him he can just sit back and watch if he doesn't want to help. He doesn't have to interfere and make things difficult for others. He tells her to keep her mouth shut, as she only wastes her breath. The only way to become human is to kill each other. Just as he is about to launch another level 4 attack at Ji-hye, the electric hunter uses his bolt to shock Junji, and Ji-hye, despite being in severe pain, is relieved. Meanwhile, the monster fish swims away and the otter spots Yu-shin. Yu-shin quickly hides before the otter can come close to him. He thinks of how quickly the otter is back to hunting for another prey, thinking that the otter must have consumed the heron. He also realizes that now is not the time to fight the otter, as he needs to reunite with Ji-hye, form a solid plan, and replenish the energy before it can be spotted by the otter. He quickly goes still and points towards the otter's whiskers. He explains that other than making the otter look super cute, the whiskers serve the primary function of detection. They work like antennas, and they detect even the slightest movement, these whiskers making it the powerhouse of fresh water. Yu-shin clenches his teeth, fearing that the otter might have detected him already. He narrows his eyes and thinks he has no choice but to dash away into hiding quickly. He wonders if he can reach the other side before the otter reacts. He uses his level 1 skill, Charge, which gives him extra speed, but he hasn't made it any far, and the otter uses his level 4 skill called the Hunt. This skill gives him extraordinary speed and holds Yu Xin in his mouth. He is shocked and looks back, but the otter bites him, causing Yu Xin to go unconscious. Yu Xin gets the notification that the intense attack caused his 42nd spinal bone to crack, that his HP is low, and that he has become immobile. The otter takes Yu Xin out of the water and puts him in front of the seafood shop. There, the dead body of heron is also laid on the floor. Meanwhile, the electric fishermen aren't satisfied with their catches, as they only catch small fish. One of them says they shouldn't have come to this part of the lake, but the other one insisted on coming to this area. They decide that now that they have come to this area, they should test their luck in a bit deeper waters. In the deeper waters right below them is an injured Ji Hae. She opens her eyes and struggles to move, but thanks God that she is in a deeper area than Junji, who got hit by the electric jolt of the fisherman. She thinks of how if she were a bit above, she would have suffered from the shock as well. She looks at Junji disappointingly as she thinks of how he will again attack other survivors once he recovers from the shock, as he is malicious by nature. She decides that she needs to take care of him on her own, because if she leaves him, he will only cause trouble in the future. She approaches him quietly and asks him how it feels to be punished by the heavens. He remains sarcastic and tells her it doesn't feel good, but he can tell. He tells her he won't give an elaborate speech, but if she spares his life, he will join them. Ji Hye asks how she can trust him, and Junji tells her that he noticed that despite Ji Hye having a chance, she refused to kill him, which means that Ji Hye must need something from him. She tells him she has nothing to gain from him and merely wants to know why he targets other survivors. He coughs badly and tells her he doesn't care about random people, as he has a loved one back home that he must protect. He continues that to him, that woman is more precious than his own life, and he will do anything in his power to get back to her. Even if he has to harm others for that, he will not hesitate. Ji Hye tells him that no matter how precious that person is to Junji, it doesn't justify his malicious and evil attitude. She tells him that all of the survivors have loved ones who are waiting for them. Junji tells her that the next boss is an otter, and Ji Hye claims she already knows about it. He continues that 4 survivors joined forces to take down the giant northern snakehead, but all of them were killed in the battle. And talking to Yu Xin, he knows there is nothing they can do. He expresses frustration at how they can't grow in size, as it costs them their human memories. Without growing, they cannot take down such a large otter. However, Ji Hye remains steadfast and tells him that Yu Xin managed to take down a bird that isn't even part of the water body. If they can do that, they can take care of the otter. She tells him he is a coward for giving up out of fear without even trying. She tells him they could have reached this point much earlier if they joined forces. Junji agrees that she has a point, but tells her it's too late as only 3 survivors are left. Ji Hye's eyes widen and he mocks her, asking her why she looks so surprised after hearing the number of survivors and if she is having cold feet after realizing they have no chance against the otter. However, she is shocked because she sees the otter rushing towards them and quickly tells Junji to run to safety. On the other hand, Yu Xin feels pain in his entire body and coughs out blood. He gets notified that his gills are drying up and must get into water to breathe properly. He gets another warning that his HP is decreasing and he is slowly losing consciousness. Yu Xin wonders if this is how it all ends. His hard work and effort to turn back to humans just ends on a random day on the street because of lack of water. He clenches his teeth and tells himself not to be so weak and to move for Hye Yun, as he promised her he would return. He thinks that if he were to give up this easily, he wouldn't have started the journey in the first place. He encourages himself to move and eventually gets some energy. He thinks that if he eats the grey heron, he will suffer a penalty, but it is better than dying on a random street. He uses his level 2 skill, Ravenous Hunter, and level 4 skill, Consume, and munches down on the dead heron. He remains resolute, thinking of how they can take everything from him, but his determination will ensure that he is taken back home to his wife and daughter. He gets various notifications telling him he has leveled up, along with the information that he has absorbed his target's skill. Back in the water, Ji Hye uses her skill, Luminate, to emit a bright light and temporarily blind the otter. She offers her hand to Junji, telling him to hide with her. He takes her hand and they both manage to escape the otter. Junji asks her why she saved her when she said she wouldn't spare his life. and Ji Hye tells him that she is sure no one wants to die in such a situation and cannot help but save him. Junji claims that it didn't even take a single second for the otter to rip off his claw and questions what makes Ji Hye think they will be able to defeat such a swift monster. She tells him they have made it through situations far worse than this and that Yushin will never give up. Junji asks Ji Hye to cover for him as he eats some fish to replenish his energy, and Ji Hye questions his intentions. He tells her that if they all want to survive, he should at least have some power. In the human world, police show up to investigate Chairman Kang. He calls the chief to tell him that he will expose the chief's sins if anything goes wrong with him. He tells the officer to pin the blame on Hye Yun somehow. The story continues as the otter swims near Young Junji, the crab, and Park Ji Hye, the goldfish. Junji tells Ji Hye that now is not the time to let feelings get between their decisions, as there are only 3 survivors left, 2 of them, and the third one being Lee Yushin. He tells Ji Hye that if she buys him time by distracting the otter, he will join forces with them, and only then can they defeat the otter. Ji Hye is in disbelief and tells Jinji that she is not naive enough to trust him. However, he again tries to convince her by telling her that only 3 survivors are left, and that if he gets killed, there is no way the 2 of them can defeat both the otter and the final boss. Ji Hye questions how he knows about the exact number of survivors, as no announcement about it was made, and Junji explains that when he killed another survivor to level up, it was revealed to him that only 2 more survivors are left. He tells her to make the decision right now, as it will be impossible for just her and Yushin to defeat the final boss. Ji Hye remembers how Yushin had instructed her to find more survivors to join forces with them, as that is their only way to survive. Junji again tries to tell Ji Hye that he understands why she doesn't want to trust someone like him, but if she decides to trust him, she will be able to help take the burden off Yushin's shoulders. He tells her to look at the otter swimming in the nearby water and tells her that they can run as much as they want, but they will eventually fall prey to the otter. He encourages her to try at least to survive. He then asks her if she has been accompanying Yushin from the very start, and she affirms. He tells her that she can help make things easier for Yushin if they join forces. He tells her to use her distraction skill to distract the otter while he goes to find something that will level him up. That way, he will have new attacks and replenished power to defeat the otter. Ji Hye makes Junji swear on his loved one, and he promises not to betray her. On the other hand, Yushin plops on the ground, trying his level best to make it back into the water. He constantly reminds himself of his goal. No matter what obstacle comes his way, he will make sure to become human again. Junji and Jiho dash in opposite directions, catching the attention of the otter. Still, Ji Hye quickly uses her distraction skill and causes a bright light to emit all around her, blinding the otter for a second and getting his full attention. Ji Hye rethinks the plan where she had suggested that they use the distraction skill and Junji would level up. However, after that, they will quickly come and hide in the rocks. As the otter is an animal with less comprehension skills, he will try to find them, but after failing, he will eventually leave. If the otter manages to find them, then they will use their power to fight against it. Back to the present, Ji Hye notices that despite her blinding distraction circle, the otter has started to follow her at a very high speed. She again emits the bright light, but notices that with little stamina left, she can only use her illuminating spell once more. She looks up to see Junji grabbing a fish to eat and level up, and she notices that it's still too early, as more time is required. She decides that she will no longer rely on Yushin only, and decides to try taking the boss down on her own. However, the otter closes its eyes and bites the fin of Ji Hye, causing it to crash down to the ground. As the otter bites Ji Hye, Junji rushes to hide behind the rocks and thinks to himself that the 2 of them can't take down the otter on their own. He tells himself not to feel ashamed for running away from the battlefield, as he is only saving himself, and not to feel bad for Ji Hye as well. He thinks of how the otter will quickly kill Ji Hye, and with Junji soon leveling up, he will only have to fight Yushin to become the sole survivor. As Junji munches over the fish, he thinks of how foolish Ji Hye is for believing him. He admits that he is selfish and only thinks of ways to get him back home till he gets a flashback of a fish telling him that she fell for him because he is a man of conviction. Junji levels up and emits a light before he receives the notification that his stamina and power have been recovered. Now, powerful Junji starts feeling bad about Ji Hye when all of a sudden, the otter biting Ji Hye is hit by Yu Shin. Yu Shin fiercely stands between Ji Hye and the otter before using his charge and spiral attack, hitting the otter again. There is nothing but the want to go back home as a human in Yu Shin's mind. In the human world, the news reporter announces that it has been 13 days since the president of the Saseong group has gone missing. He further announces that the issue resurfaced after Yu Shin's wife, Oh Hye-yun, accused Chairman Kang Jin-soo of having involvement with the disappearance of her husband. Hye-yun is on call, telling someone that if the police do not take action, she has no choice but to fight on her own. Just as she is about to step out of the house, her daughter Yu-ju stops her and asks her where she is going. Hye-yun assures her that she is going out for some work and will soon be back before instructing her to behave well under the supervision of her grandma. However, Yu-ju just looks down on the ground and asks if she is ever going to see her dad again. She then wonders if Hye-yun will randomly disappear like him as well. Hye-yun again reassures her that her father will be back soon, as he has never lied to them before. She remembers how she met the fish reincarnation of Yu Shin, who promised to return to them once he re-achieved the human form. She tells Yu-ju that she knows Yu Shin is working really hard and that she will put her faith in him. Chairman Kang is sitting in the chief police's office having tea when he asks the officer about the reason for this meeting. The chief tells him that because the press is after Chairman Kang, they have to at least pretend that they are doing the fair investigation process. The chief questions why he created such a big mess, suggesting that he has a job and status to maintain and therefore can't always save him from serious punishment for the crimes he commits. He asks him to be more careful next time as he is tired of cleaning up after him. Chairman Kang stands up and walks to the door, telling the chief not to forget how he got this job and status and to remember what he does with traitors. He walks out of the office, and the chief holds his head in his hands, wondering why Chairman Kang thinks the whole world revolves around him. Chairman Kang sighs as he steps out and says to himself that the world is full of traitors and that he misses Yu Shin. On the other hand, Yu Shin is still strongly fighting the otter. Junji is shocked to see that Yu Shin can move faster than the otter and wonders how a human can move this fast. He notices how Yu Shin seems to have become one with his fish body, and it almost seems like he can win against the otter. Ji Hye coughs out blood as she regains consciousness, and Junji throws a fish in front of her, telling her to eat it to regain her strength so they can help Yu Shin. He explains that she almost died before Yu Shin stepped in and saved her life. He asks her how a human can move so quickly in a fish's body, and Ji Hye also stares at Yu Shin strangely before saying that he wasn't this big just a little while ago, so it's shocking how quickly he is growing. Junji says that regardless of how it's happening, he is their only chance at survival, and they must use it. Ji Hye looks at him with worry as Yu Shin strikes the otter again. The otter uses his powerful level 5 The Hunt squeal, temporarily paralyzing Yu Shin's body. Yu Shin receives a notification explaining that his body is in a state of fear, rendering him unable to move or use any of his attacks for a short period. Both Junji and Ji Hye also become paralyzed with fear. Taking advantage of this, the otter quickly jumps and bites Yu Shin's neck, causing Ji Hye to scream in worry. Gathering all her energy, Ji Hye uses her level 1 illuminating skill to blind the otter and swiftly free Yu Shin from its grip. Junji steps in and employs his level 4 sever attack, pushing the otter in the opposite direction. He urges Ji Hye to run and they try to escape the danger. The otter suddenly has a flashback where he leaves the water and eventually reaches a store, searching for another water body. It finds an aquarium and jumps in to steal a fish. The owner, an elderly man, catches the otter and starts chasing it. He claims the fish is very expensive and cannot be randomly stolen by animals. The otter drops the fish and hides under a table. The old man places the fish in a bowl and offers it to the otter, explaining that he was going to throw it out anyway. He tells the otter to stop stealing the expensive fish and promises to give it good food in return. The otter eats and eventually returns to the water at night. It's raining heavily when the otter comes across the same old man, Yun-duk Jong, surrounded by some thugs. They tell him he should have stayed home instead of becoming a witness to their crime. Yun-duk laments the thugs for taking such dirty jobs and asserts that they won't get away with the murder of an innocent man. The otter rushes towards them but sees Yunduk lying dead on the ground next to the thugs. Yunduk Jong reincarnates as a level 21 red-eared slider. The otter approaches the body and overhears the thugs, mentioning that the old man was already near death, implying that he didn't need to escalate the situation by meddling in and resulting in his murder. They hastily decide to dispose of the body to avoid another witness and a repeat scenario. The otter emits a squeal that startles one of the men, prompting him to kick the otter, sending it tumbling away. Helpless, the otter can only watch as the thugs remove Yunduk's lifeless body. Returning to the present, the otter effortlessly evades Junji's level 4 sever attack. Junji, taken aback, fears the otter will attack him next as it swiftly approaches with its mouth open. Despite landing 2 strikes, Junji's efforts prove futile against the otter. Seeking cover behind a rock, Junji observes an unconscious Yushin and a concerned Ji Hae tending to him, regretting his trust in them. Realizing their dire situation, Junji believes only a miracle can save them from being devoured by the otter. He contemplates his chances of escape when, unexpectedly, the otter swims away in the opposite direction, leaving them unharmed. Junji is astonished by the otter's sudden departure. In a flashback, the otter retrieves the red-eared slider, Yunduk's reincarnated form, from the water and carries him to a seafood shop, settling down beside him on the ground. All the survivors receive a notification informing them that the boss has been immobilized. Junji expresses gratitude for their miraculous survival, having avoided being devoured by the otter. Ji Hae continues her desperate attempts to revive Yushin, shaking him and repeatedly calling out his name. Junji regards them with disdain, recalling how he risked his life to ensure they had time to escape, only to be met with their apparent indifference towards his well-being. Junji then realizes that their chance to defeat the otter has been lost, with Yushin still unconscious and Ji Hae injured. He contemplates the perfect opportunity to eliminate both of them and become the sole survivor. Suddenly, Yushin and Ji Hae receive a notification declaring their victory over all their bosses. In contrast, Junji simultaneously receives a notification about the release of the final boss and the activation of his final quest. Junji worries about the nature of his final quest when a massive fish appears and swallows him whole in one gulp. Ji Hae watches the grim scene with concern as the large fish announces that there can only be one survivor. Yushin regains consciousness and witnesses the fish rushing towards him, intent on consuming him. Ji Hae pushes Yushin out of harm's way, leaving him disoriented. Yushin begins questioning what happened to Hae Yun and expresses his urgency to return home as she must be worried about him. He looks at the monstrous fish and inquires about its identity and the situation at hand. Ji Hae implores Yushin to regain his composure, emphasizing the gravity of their current issue. The monstrous fish smirks and shifts its approach to manipulation. It asks Yushin if he longs to go back home to the comforting embrace of his family. Yushin's eyes widen with hope at the idea of regaining his human form. The monster fish explains that the more fish one hunts, the more human memories they lose, eventually forgetting about their desire to return home. It states that only one survivor can reunite with their family, and to become human again, they must fight each other. They must exhibit negative emotions like hatred and betrayal and hunt each other down before they can reunite with their loved ones. Yushin, entranced and lost in thought, contemplates how he could return home by hunting down Ji Hae. However, Ji Hae snaps him out of his daze by slapping him, cautioning him not to be deceived by a fish. Despite facing numerous challenges and Yushin's unwavering resolve, he finds himself manipulated by the monster fish. Turning to the monster fish, Ji Hae questions how it possesses information about the requirement for the last survivor to regain human form, noting the absence of any official announcement. She challenges the fish, pointing out its evasive responses and lack of transparency, especially considering its claim to be a survivor as well. Ji Hae speculates whether the fish's behavior stems from being abandoned by its own family, leaving it with no home to return to. The news reports that despite several days passing since Hae Yun brought the case to the press, and regardless of increasing public interest, there has been no substantial progress in the investigations. The prime suspect, Chairman Kang, remains free, and no evidence has been found against him. However, more accusations and evidence against Chairman Kang are being submitted by those he has wronged. The news highlights that Chairman Kang is being investigated for the murder of Lee Yu-shin, allegedly due to Yu-shin being the successor to his company and having a huge share in his assets. As Chairman Kang exits the company, the press surrounds him and questions him about Yu-shin's murder. He denies any wrongdoing, claiming he would never harm his colleague and that he is not worried, as the truth will emerge if he cooperates with the investigation. Conversing with his lawyer, Chairman Kang is advised to maintain his innocence by acting clueless, as the case is likely to proceed to court. The lawyer reassures him that public interest will soon fade. As Chairman Kang departs, he wonders why Yu-shin betrayed his trust and made him take such harsh measures against him. Back in the water, the fish becomes enraged when Ji-hye calls it abandoned and attempts to attack her. Yu-shin intervenes, pushing Ji-hye to safety and urging her to run. He explains that they lack the strength and time to confront such a powerful enemy and that he must return quickly as Hye-yun is in danger. Despite Ji-hye's attempts to remind him that they saved Hye-yun, Yu-shin remains unaware of this fact. The monster fish mocks their foolishness as they are losing their true selves and memories while maintaining loyalty to each other. It declares their trust in one another to be a curse. Suddenly, the fish receives a notification that its wish cannot be granted. It bursts into tears, questioning why its wish is unfulfilled when it has followed the instructions and done all it was told to do. An anonymous light replies that the monster fish is unworthy of its wish and offers it a chance to make another wish. The monster fish turns to Ji-hye and Yu-shin once more, urging them to fight and hunt each other just as they had to. However, Yu-shin launches an attack on the monster fish, telling Ji-hye to flee to safety while he distracts it. The fish quickly retaliates by biting Yu-shin. Realizing that Yu-shin has exhausted his energy and may be swallowed by the fish, Ji-hye decides to use her remaining strength despite the potential penalty. She notices that the fish is preoccupied with attacking Yu-shin, making it unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Ji-hye attacks the giant fish, creating a massive hole in its body. The fish responds that her efforts are futile, as it has used the same healing tactic it employed before. Yu-shin falls unconscious from the attack, and Ji-hye resolves to remain strong. She decides to use the skill card she obtained from fighting the heron and the otter. While the monster fish is healing, Ji-hye uses the skill upgrade card and receives a level 3 laser beam, an extremely powerful attack with increased destructive capabilities. This upgrades her attack to level 4, which is now excruciating and limits the target's healing power. Ji-hye makes a worried expression, as this is not the upgrade she had expected. The monster fish laughs in her face, saying it can tell things are not going her way. The fish tells Ji-hye that this is her last chance to kill Yu-shin and become human again, reuniting with her family. It tries to tempt her by saying that Yu-shin is unconscious and won't survive a simple attack. Suddenly, something clicked in Ji-hye's mind, and she realized why the monster fish wanted them to turn against each other so desperately. She states that she knew something was wrong when the monster fish could have easily killed both of them, but instead tried to make them fight each other. She explains to the monster fish that she has realized its intention for them to repeat the same mistake it made, to succumb to the monstrous urge, betray their trusted partner, and remain trapped as fish forever. Enraged, the monster fish aggressively urges Ji-hye to kill Yu-shin, prompting her to flee with Yu-shin from its hostility. However, during their escape, Ji-hye receives a notification that her health points are low and her stamina is depleted, limiting her movements. She acknowledges their dire situation, realizing they are both in critical condition and at risk of being killed. Assessing the circumstances, she understands there is no time to replenish her energy and level up. With no other option left, she places her trust in Yu-shin, taking him to hide among a cluster of rocks. The monster fish ridicules Ji-hye for futilely hiding, claiming it won't alter their fate. It dismisses the idea that Yu-shin, even if he were to awaken, could challenge such a formidable foe. The monster fish predicts their demise from hunger and suffocation among the rocks, emphasizing Ji-hye's lack of energy even to move her fin. It attempts to manipulate her further, suggesting this is the perfect opportunity to be the sole survivor. Ji-hye rebuffs the monster fish, refusing to be swayed by its hateful words. She asserts that they have overcome numerous challenges together to reach this point and will never abandon each other. With determination, she grits her teeth and forcefully strikes her head against the rock. Upon receiving a notification of sustaining severe damage, she entrusts Yu Xin with her survival before collapsing lifeless. The announcement of Park Ji-hye's death is broadcasted. The monster fish burst into hysterical laughter before slamming its head against the rocks, amused by Ji-hye's decision to end her own life. The noise rouses Yu Xin from his slumber, and he is startled to find the monster fish nearby, banging its head on the rocks. Turning to Ji-hye, he attempts to awaken her by shaking her, emphasizing the imminent danger they face and urging her to wake up. The monster fish declares Ji-hye's death, noting her sacrifice of her wish to become human by taking her own life for Yu Xin's sake. It then commends Yu Xin for emerging as the final survivor, acknowledging the challenges he must have faced in the treacherous waters where giving up would have been tempting. A notification appears on Yu Xin's screen, congratulating him on eliminating all the other survivors and revealing the final quest that, upon completion, will grant him a wish of his choosing, but for only one person. He has the choice of either choosing the final quest or becoming the ruler of the lake by eliminating the last standing monster. The monster fish mocks them, reiterating that their loyalty has become a curse, as only one can return to being human. Yu Xin is taken aback by the cruelty of the situation. The monster fish elaborates on how the authorities create scenarios where individuals must turn against each other, betraying one another for survival, ultimately manipulating them into sacrificing their humanity. This cycle, according to the monster fish, has been its reality for a decade. He then explains to Yu Xin that Ji-hye came to realize this truth and chose not to bear the burden alone, hence taking her own life to shift all the blame onto Yu Xin. The monster fish reveals that Ji-hye maintained an innocent facade until the end, intending to die a hero so that Yu Xin would live in misery. It suggests that Ji-hye's actions were driven by the hope that Yu Xin would use the wish to transform her into a human, knowing he might not be able to return home regardless. Yu Xin gazes at Ji-hye's lifeless body, grappling with the betrayal and questioning how she could act in such a manner towards him. He queries the monster fish about the possibility of regaining his humanity, to which the fish responds that Yu Xin can use his wish to become human since he was the sole survivor of the previous game batch, despite being unable to return home due to causing harm to others. The monster fish proposes a solution where Yu Xin uses his wish to transform both himself and the monster fish into humans, enabling them to reclaim their former lives and homes. When Yu Xin hesitates, the monster fish urges him once more, questioning his reluctance by highlighting that Yu Xin had no knowledge of Ji-hye or his fish companions before embarking on this quest. It suggests that Yu Xin could choose to continue his life as if none of these events had occurred. Contemplating the wish, Yu Xin ponders if there truly is no alternative for all of them to return home. The monster fish reaffirms that there is no other path available. Yu Xin takes a deep breath and reflects on almost falling for the monster fish's deception. After listening to the full speech, he grasps the true intentions behind the monster fish's manipulations. Yu Xin reveals that the monster fish aimed to keep them confused, hoping they would wish for his return home. However, they received a notification that destroying all the bosses would allow the entire group to regain human form. This revelation angers the monster fish, challenging Yu Xin's confidence in facing such a formidable opponent. Unbothered, Yu Xin asserts that with the monster fish trapped among the rocks, defeating it won't be too challenging. He recounts his past victories over formidable creatures like the giant bluegill, lake skygazer, grey heron and the otter, emphasizing his experience in overcoming various monsters throughout his journey. Compared to his past conquests, he views the monster fish as nothing more than a large fish. Opting out of the final survivor quest, Yu Xin chooses the path to become the ruler of the lake. Utilizing his skill upgrade card, Yu Xin employs his level 4 skill, Chow Down, to reduce the penalties for using skill cards, while his level 5 skill, Digest, enhances his ability to absorb higher level skills. Approaching Ji-hye's lifeless body, he vows to transform her into a human and reunite her with her family. With no other means to level up and regain strength, he consumes Ji-hye. The chapter opens with a flashback to the heavy rain when Ji-hye was pushed into the lake. Despite her desperate attempts to stay afloat, she begins to drown. As she sinks, Ji-hye reflects on her modest desires in life, to pursue her passions and fulfill her dreams. She screams for help, but no one comes to her rescue, leaving her to wonder why such awful things happen to her when all she wants is to live. She remembers her love for singing and dancing, her lifelong dream of performing as an artist before an audience. As she plunges deeper into the water, a light shines upon her, gifting her with the skills of illuminate and laser beam. Ji-hye pleads for this not to be the end, desperate to live on. Suddenly the light grants her wish, and a bright flash illuminates the water. When she opens her eyes, she is shocked to find herself underwater, yet able to breathe. Flapping her hands, she is surprised to see fins instead. Unsure of her transformation, a notification informs her that she has been turned into a goldfish. Having experience in gaming through live streams, Ji-hye adapts to the hostile underwater environment. However, she is perplexed by the aggression of the other fish and the constant struggle for survival, barely finding time to eat. She commends herself for her ability to fend off attacking fish and level up. One day, while hiding behind a cluster of rocks, Ji-hye laments the worst aspect of her issue, the overwhelming loneliness and fear. She cannot find a moment's rest, always on guard. Suddenly, she spots a level 3 fish named Yu Shin Lee swimming by. Recognizing him as a potential survivor, Ji-hye decides to follow the fish. Recalling a quest mentioning competition among survivors, she ponders if Yu Shin will become hostile and engage in a fight. She contemplates the possibility of encountering someone malevolent, like the individual who pushed her into the lake, leaving her to drown. Despite these concerns, feeling too isolated to attempt harm, she hopes Yu Shin might be one of the kind-hearted individuals in the world. Resolved to approach him, aware of her higher level and ability to defend herself if needed, she decides to initiate a conversation. When Yu Shin detects her presence, he retreats into a bottle, questioning her intentions. Feeling remorseful for startling him, she believes that continued dialogue will demonstrate her harmless intent. Inquiring if he is also human, she attempts to enter his bottle, relieved to have found another survivor to communicate with, dispelling her fears. As she tries to enter the bottle, Yu Shin prevents her, teasingly calling her a fatty. Annoyed by his rudeness, she expresses her desire for friendship and rebukes him for the insult, asserting her past praise for her human physique. Initially finding him peculiar, she later appreciates his resourcefulness. Yu Shin imparts knowledge on discreetly feeding on bait to avoid detection by fishermen, aiding Ji-hye in adapting swiftly to the new aquatic environment. Reflecting on their shared experiences and the constant threats faced by smaller fish like themselves, Ji-hye recalls their unity in perilous situations and their successful survival strategies. Despite temporary separations, Yu Shin consistently came to her rescue, fostering trust between them. Together, they navigated challenges, culminating in Yu Shin reuniting with Hye Yun, albeit in his fish form, as they triumphed over each monster they encountered. When the monster fish pressures Ji-hye to eliminate Yu Shin, she contemplates Yu Shin's ability to absorb a fish's powers by consuming it. Reflecting on their journey and the trust they've built, she realizes that even if her hopes of Yu Shin saving them all are unfounded, their authenticity towards each other is what truly matters. Her priority is ensuring Yu Shin's safe return to Hye Yun and Yu Ju, finding solace in the serendipitous encounter with Yu Shin as the survivor. In the current situation, the monster fish attempts to maneuver among the rocks to reach Yu Shin. Still, Yu Shin outpaces it, absorbing Ji-hye's skills like illuminate and laser beam, leveling up in the process. Despite the monster fish's attempts to reason with him, Yu Shin, with tears in his eyes, remains resolute, rejecting the creature's words. He vows to return home with everyone, disregarding the monster fish's disbelief in his capabilities. Enraged by Yu Shin's defiance, the monster fish faces a powerful laser beam attack of such intensity that it pierces through the water. The monster fish wonders what just happened as his body is torn entirely. It is shocking to see Yu Shin using the same skill as Ji-hye. He wonders how Yu Shin learned the technique and managed to master it better as he left a deeper wound than Ji-hye had. He uses his tenacious life force skill of level 5, but receives the notification that the laser beam attack that was just used on him was of a level 5 degree and has limited his healing powers. He gasped in shock as this skill didn't restrict his healing when Ji-hye used it. He remembers how Yu Shin had warned him, saying that things won't work his way because Ji-hye had leveled up her skills before passing away. The monster fish is now covered in blood and questions Yu Xin about his abilities and how he was able to master someone else's skill so quickly. He expresses his frustration, saying that everyone is limited to the skill that has been assigned to them, so what kind of trick does Yu Xin have up his sleeves? Yu Xin dismisses him, saying he doesn't have time to explain how his life works to a villain as he has to get back to his home soon. The monster fish laughs, dismissing Yu Xin's response and asserting that he is overestimating himself if he believes he can defeat a monster who has thrived in the lake for 10 long years with only a single blow. The monster fish explains that it had hunted down all the survivors of its batch and then patiently waited for 10 years for the new batch to arrive. It boasts of its ability to survive a decade without the company of any being, solely relying on its own strength. Emphasizing that it hasn't even been a month since Yu Xin's arrival in the lake, the monster fish questions his audacity in thinking he can overpower it so quickly. It roars angrily at Yu Xin's presumption. Yu Xin looks up at the monster fish, worried as it unleashes its level 5 skill, Muddy Water Jets. This technique renders Yu Xin nearsighted, making it impossible for him to locate the fish's position. Another notification appears, informing Yu Xin that his breathing has become limited and his HP will gradually decrease. The monster fish mocks Yu Xin for being a mere small fish incapable of surviving even in muddy waters. It explains that using the unique Muddy Waters technique enhances its stats and healing powers impressively. The monster fish asserts its identity as a catfish, claiming that a small bass fish like Yu Xin cannot defeat it. However, Yu Xin retaliates by employing Ji Hye's upgraded level 5 illuminating technique, which now possesses the power of cleansing. This effect dissipates the muddy waters, freeing Yu Xin from its constraints. The monster fish is shocked by the bright illuminating display, and Yu Xin seizes the opportunity to launch an attack. The fish crashes to the ground, coughing up blood, and wonders how Yu Xin grew so strong in such a short time, considering his recent unconscious state. Yu Xin sarcastically apologizes to the monster fish, acknowledging its desire to become human. However, he firmly refuses to betray Ji Hye after her sacrifice for him. Closing his eyes, Yu Xin recalls a frightened Ji Hye calling out to him for help. He reflects on how he wouldn't have made it this far without her support. Yu Xin then mocks the monster fish, imagining the difficulty it must have faced without any companionship for 10 years. He resolves to end the monster fish's misery by granting it eternal peace. The monster fish grits his teeth, urging Yu Xin to stop being so dramatic. He recounts consuming various fish during his time in the lake, turning them into his followers. With a fierce gaze fixed on Yu Xin, he asserts his dominance as the true ruler of the lake. Asserting that no one can defeat him, he unleashes his level 5 attack, group feeding under ruler's order, summoning a swarm of fish previously consumed by the monster fish to converge on Yu Xin in a loud frenzy. Once more, the monster fish presents an ultimatum, offering Yu Xin a final chance to use his wish to turn him into a human. Threatening Yu Xin with death if he refuses, the monster fish declares his intent to await the next batch of survivors, even if it takes another decade. Yu Xin, however, responds with a sigh, likening the monster fish to his former self, who abused power to oppress the vulnerable. Suddenly, a surge is felt as all the base in the lake rush towards them. Perplexed by this development, the monster fish questions Yu Xin's summoning of the fish. Yu Xin reveals his use of the level 2 domination skill to summon smaller base, with level 4 enhancing their combat prowess and level 5 crowning him as the head leader, granting him freedom from restrictions while summoning his kind of fish. Yu Xin closes his eyes, expressing gratitude to Hye Yun for her patience and Ji Hye for her unwavering trust. He opens his eyes with a fierce look in them and says that this is feeding time, unleashing all the base. He reflects on how he used to think that people were replaceable pawns that just existed to help him make his way up to the top and consider them nothing more or less than baits. The base starts rushing towards the monster fish in large quantities to eat it, and Yu Xin uses his level 3 skill of Gentle Light to prevent the allies from getting any damage. The base use their attacks to hit the enemy, and despite their small size, their large quantity does enough damage. The ones that are hurt by the monster fish quickly recover because of Yu Xin's Gentle Light. Yu Xin realizes that for the first time, it wasn't an arrogant mindset that stopped him this near the top. Monster Fish is covered in blood and receives the warning that he is getting serious damage. He tries to prevent their attacks by using his level 1 skill of danger sense. But Yushin exerts all his force, clenching his teeth as he says he may have started this journey to get revenge from the chairman who wronged him, but now he doesn't care about any of it, as he only wants to return home to his wife and daughter. He continues launching harsh attacks as he screams how he wants to live a peaceful, happy life with his loved ones. He sees Junji in the army attacking from the monster fish's side, but doesn't care as he launches the final attack on the monster fish, causing it to fly off in another direction. A notification informing that the cunning predator has been slain is released. Yushin is congratulated by a notification for defeating all of the bosses. As Monsterfish rumbles on the ground, hardly speaking his last words, he says he too wants to go home and that Yushin should take him as well. The monsterfish dies, and his body vanishes from the ground. The bright light shines and congratulates Yushin for facing and winning all the challenges that were presented to him, even while being in a mere base body. Yushin eyes the light suspiciously, and it further explains that everyone watching the situation is entertained and pleased. He will now be granted his wish, and the light asks him to voice his wish. Yushin says, before he can ask for his wish, he would like to ask a few questions. He asks the light that they mentioned that the people watching them were satisfied with him, and wonders if there were humans who were watching them put their lives in danger just for the sake of some entertainment. He also inquires about how long this game has been going on, as the catfish mentioned he had been in the lake for over a decade. Yushin looks very disturbed when asking these questions, but the light replies that it is merely a messenger that follows orders that are passed to him and hence cannot answer any of Yushin's queries. The light explains that Catfish was a survivor who wished to remain the ruler of the lake, and the cunning predator was a remnant of the past batch of the game. Yushin says that the light confirmed that this game has been played multiple times before and wonders why he was reincarnated as the smallest of the fishes, as a base. The messenger says that he was told that the selection of species was random. However, he has noticed a range of similarities between their skills and general image. Yushin questions if the people watching the game are the ones who decide this as well, and the light again insists that it's only a messenger with no power to answer all these questions. The messenger asks for his final wish, and Yushin becomes stressed as he thinks back on how he is now a level 56 largemouth base and has taken a liking to this form. He tells himself not to think like that, as all the effort he put in was to return home. He tightly closes his eyes before opening them and making his wish. Before his wish is revealed, Ji-hye wakes up on the bank of the lake. She shivers and rubs her arms, wondering why it is so cold. She suddenly realizes that she is feeling the wind and looks down at her hands with tears in her eyes to see that she is human again. She starts sobbing loudly, claiming that Yushin did it. He killed the monster and managed to save them all. She suddenly wonders where Yushin is if they all got out as humans, but she looks around and doesn't find him. She begins to wonder what happened to him. On the other hand, Hye-yun accidentally falls asleep in the living room. She is clearly overworked and stressed because of Yushin's situation when all of a sudden her phone's ringtone wakes her up from slumber. The person on the line frantically questions if Hye-yun has watched the news and informs her that the actual murder culprit behind Yushin's murder has turned himself in. She is still in a daze and questions what real culprit they are talking about. The person on the line urges her to turn on the TV. Hye-yun turns into the news channel with her mouth agape in shock as the reporter announces that the real murderer has come to the police. Chairman Kang was made a prime suspect after Yushin's wife stepped forward with accusations that he murdered her husband before kidnapping her and trying to murder her as well. The police quickly took action and seized and searched the home and office of the chairman. However, no substantial evidence was found. Now, the real culprit has shown himself and therefore is closing the case before it can go to court. The press asks the culprit who ordered him to do such heinous acts, but he remains quiet and says he will cooperate with the investigation. Hye-yun sits there in shock as if her whole world has fallen apart. The reporter continues to say that the mastermind behind this is Yushin's colleague, Mr. Kim. The murderer got cold feet when he was investigated and decided to confess his crime to end his misery. Hye-yun is in disbelief and says there is no possible way the press and public would believe a cover-up stunt like this one. However, as she checks comments on articles, the public thinks of this new cover story and comments on how this is clearly a power struggle between colleagues and jealousy for higher positions. The people even believe that Mr. Kim tried to take two birds with one stone by murdering Yu Shin, the president, and putting the blame on Kang Jin-soo, the chairman of the company. Hye-yun tries to calm herself down by telling herself that she can't change the public's opinion, but she will try her best. Suddenly, someone tries to open the lock of their apartment by putting in the password. Hye-yun becomes extremely scared. The lock doesn't open, and Hye-yun assumes that whoever is on the other side of the door must have found her old password, and she is glad that she changed it. She picks up a stick for self-defense and tells herself to stay calm in any dire situation. She describes herself as relaxed, as after a certain number of attempts, security will be alerted about this, and they will come for her help. She decides that she needs to call the police first when, all of a sudden, the person on the other side inserts the correct password, and the door opens. Meanwhile, it's late at night, and Chairman Kang is on the rooftop of a skyscraper, smoking a cigarette. He wonders why he feels so empty, and his secretary informs him that all the preparations have been made. He gives him a script and says that he needs to say all these things to the press. He further adds that most of the public is now on his side and there is no longer anything to worry about. Chairman Kang puts out his cigarette and heads to the press conference. Even at that point, he wonders why life is so dull. He told the press that Yu Shin was his longtime colleague and friend. He understands that the loss of a husband can cause hysteria and extreme grief, which may have led Hye-yun to release such a statement. That is why he was patient with the investigations. However, now that the truth is out, he will no longer hold back, as it will only ruin his company's reputation. He claims that he had nothing to do with Yu Shin's disappearance. Midway, he wonders when was the last time he actually enjoyed being alive, and remembers the time when he and Yu Shin used to take cigarette breaks on the rooftop as both of them were trying to make their way to the top and were struggling together to survive this rat race. He continues with the statement he is giving to the press that he is now well aware that there are enemies within the company who will take such extreme measures to bring him down. However, on the inside, he thinks of how reassured he was when Yu Shin was by his side, how everything seemed more manageable, and together they were never lonely. He continues with the conference and says that all the evidence and material regarding the case that has been found in the company premises will be handed over to the police, who will be deciding the fate of the murderer. He promises to ensure that the investigation goes on till the body is found and justice has been done to Yu Shin. He again remembers how he and Yu Shin used to go fishing and goes down a spiral where he wonders why Yu Shin had to betray him. Why did he abandon him and cause him to get rid of him with his own hands? He walks out of the conference and asks his secretary to explain his schedule for the day / she alerts him that he has a meeting with the chairman of another company, and he tells her to cancel all his appointments for the day as tonight he will go fishing as he needs fresh air. As he heads to his car, his phone starts vibrating. Taking it out, Chairman Kang is shocked and scared to see Yu Shin calling him. He picks up the call and tells them that sick pranks like these will not be tolerated. However, the other person on the line is Yu Shin, who tells him to come to their usual fishing spot at the Coldfield line and cuts the call. The chairman is bewildered and quickly rushes to the place. He doesn't believe the situation as he saw Yu Shin being murdered with his own two eyes, and there is no doubt that he died that day. Chairman Kang reaches the spot and wonders if Yu Shin is dead. He then realizes who is standing in front of him, as it is indeed Yu Shin, holding a fishing rod in his hands. Hye-yun makes tea and serves it to Ji-hye. Ji-hye explains that she is a goldfish who was with Yu Shin the entire time. She is shocked to see how easily Hye-yun believes her and how calm she is in the situation. Ji-hye thinks of how hard it is even to believe herself and how extraordinary the problem is. She then wonders why Yu Shin had to leave them alone, as she feels very awkward and out of place. She remembers how Yu Shin had opened the lock of his house and stepped in to give Hye-yun a warm hug. He thanked her for waiting for him before telling her that he would be back to answer all of her questions, but he had to leave for now, and left without introducing Ji-hye to Hye-yun. However, Hye Yun reassures her that she believes her story but is just surprised to see Yu Shin with such a pretty young lady. Ji Hye asks why Hye Yun believes her, and she explains that she too would have had a hard time believing this if she had not seen Yu Shin as the base talking to her with her own eyes. She explains how the base and the goldfish helped her multiple times, and she was shocked when the base claimed to be Yu Shin. But to her, what really matters is that with Ji Hye's help, Yu Shin was able to return home. Hye Yun expresses her gratitude for it. Ji Hye is shocked at how positive, radiant and beautiful Hye Yun is, and thinks of how Yu Shin is a lucky man to have such an amazing and trusting wife. She asks her if she is fine with how quickly Yu Shin ran out, and Hye Yun explains how it is not out of character for him to always be busy or rush somewhere. Her eyes show a bit of sadness, but then she says there's nothing she can do about it. She is delighted Yu Shin is back home. The women discuss the long story of how they spent the past few days, starting from when they turned into fish to when they turned back into humans. On the other side, Chairman Kang questions who the man standing in front of him is, as it can't be Yu Shin because he was killed in front of his eyes. He stands there in disbelief, but Yu Shin is unfazed. Yu Shin asks him if he is going to be fine once the world knows the truth, and all of Chairman Kang's hard work to maintain an image goes down the drain. Yu Shin takes out his phone to put the voice recording on pause and save it. Chairman Kang is fully shocked at both how Yu Shin recorded their encounter and how he is back to life, as he was struck with a baseball bat on the back of his head and a brick was tied to his feet to ensure that he drowned. He asks him why he is showing up now, 2 weeks after the incident. If he had shown up earlier, none of this would have gotten to such an extent. Yu Shin explains that even if he wanted to show up, he wasn't able to, as he went to hell and played a game to win a wish that turned him into a human again. He says that he is grateful because he was able to save Hye Yun from him and return to clear his name. He says he was like a small fish in a big lake that survived all the hardships to be able to reach this confrontation. He asks him why he killed him, and Yu Shin says Chairman Kang was the only colleague he trusted, and he thought the feeling was mutual, so why did the chairman feel the need to murder him? Chairman Kang takes out a cigarette and says that he considers Yu Shin his true family, adding that he was his only family, but Yu Shin abandoned him. Ever since Yu Shin got his own family, he stopped contacting him and stopped coming for fishing. He was busy managing work, home and friends until time passed, and they were like complete strangers to each other. But he knew everything about him and was like a ticking bomb that had to be killed. He then tells Yu Shin that he has been feeling empty and nothing motivates him anymore. Even fishing doesn't excite him. He says he realizes he made a mistake and gets on his knees to beg for another chance. He says that after he killed Yu Shin, his heart started feeling empty and he couldn't focus on anything. Before, even when they no longer spent time together, Chairman Kang found solace in the fact that Yu Shin was nearby. Yu Shin, however, tells him that there has been a misunderstanding as he didn't bring Chairman Kang here to talk to him. He got him here to get rid of him. He explains how he was at first motivated by the need for revenge, but now he only wants to spend time with his loved ones, and for that, he will take out any obstacle that comes his way, including Chairman Kang. Yu Shin remembers how he was once in the same miserable condition and tells Chairman Kang that if he wants a shorter sentence, he should confess his crimes. After he has completed his punishment and paid for his crimes, maybe then they can go fishing again. He tells him goodbye and leaves for home. Back at home, Hye Yun is shocked at how Ji Hye killed her goldfish self and entrusted Yu Shin to win and bring her back to the human world. Hye Yun asks what Yu Shin wishes for in the end, and Ji Hye says she didn't ask him that. But knowing him, she assumes he must have hoped for all the survivors to return home. Yu Shin, Hye Yun and Yu Ju go fishing after a few days, and Hye Yun turns on the TV in the cabin to see that Chairman Kang has turned himself in. Based on the evidence provided by Yu Shin, who returned alive, the chairman will be punished. Yu Ju calls for Hye Yun to come out and fish with them, and she turns off the TV and looks at her husband and daughter lovingly. She explains that sometimes until we lose something, we forget about its importance. She looks at Yu Ju, talking to Yu Shin, complaining that she doesn't like fishing as she hasn't caught a single fish yet, and Yu Shin comforts her by saying that fishing is all about patience. She smiles at them and explains how special things become mundane over time, and we forget that the people around us are significant and all that we need. But no matter what, one must remember that happiness is always near them and embrace it with gratitude. In his last moments as the base fish, Yu-shin wished for all the survivors to return to their homes. The light was impressed by his wish, and he was told that the people watching wished for Yu-shin to turn into a human as well because he had overcome all the trials and troubles of the lake. The light turned into a mermaid and granted his wish. Yu-shin wakes up on the lake's bank and is shocked to see several people lying on the bank having come back to life. Back to the present, Ji-hye walks to her dancing and singing academy while talking to her mother on call. Her mother expresses her worry about Ji-hye not calling or getting in contact for 2 weeks, and Ji-hye tells her that she needs some time to clear her head and that she won't pull such a stunt again. Just then, she sees the stalker who had accidentally caused her to drown, and she had wished for death upon coming out of a building. She quickly cuts the call with her mother and approaches the man before bowing politely and apologizing for the misunderstanding she caused. On one side, Mr. G is waiting outside the labor room as his wife gives birth. He thinks of how he was wondering and complaining to Jun Ji about whether the baby and his wife would be fine. The doctor tells him to come in, and he goes to see his wife and baby doing completely fine, with the delivery being an easy one. He thanks heaven with tears in his eyes for saving his family. On the other hand, Soo-bin returns to his class, and his bullies immediately start beating him. They blame him for the inquiry that was opened on them for bullying and decide not to hit his face and leave pieces of evidence of their bullying anymore. Soo-bin thinks that the bullying sucks and the hitting hurts, but they are nothing compared to the life and death situations he had to face down in the lake. He gets up and punches one of his bullies, saying he is no longer scared of them as he has seen bigger monsters and defeated them. Do Young Kim looks at her life miserably as she writes her resume now at the age of 26, but then sighs as she remembers that this is much better than being a fish. Yoon-duk returns to his fish shop and looks at the bowl he had left for the otter in a longing manner. He wonders where the otter has been when 2 people from a TV show called Backyard Critters inform him that they had been filming the otter that lived here. Still, they hadn't seen it in a while and investigated its whereabouts to find out that he got injured and is in the city's pet hospital. Yoon-duk goes there to find the otter in a cage and tells him that he heard the otter brought fish to the store while he was missing. Yoon-duk thanks the otter for trying to take care of him and tells him to eat the fish next time instead of bringing it, as he is the one who is injured and needs more nutrition. The otter wakes up and starts squealing loudly after seeing Yoon-duk. He tells the otter that the doctor has said he will have to go back to the wild after he gets better, but he can always come to the seafood shop for food. Meanwhile, Hye-yun and Yu-shin are having drinks together, and Hye-yun expresses her surprise at how this is the first time the 2 of them are spending time like this ever since Yuju's birth. Yu-shin agrees and tells her that he will try spending more time with them from now on. She smiles and tells him that he has changed a lot in a positive manner. He tells her he couldn't help but think of the way he lived his life when he was thrown into the lake and never wants to take anything for granted again. He says that he didn't know Yuju missed him so much and that he had been neglecting both of them. Hye-yun asks him what he wishes for, and he tells her he just hoped for all the survivors to return to their everyday lives. Chairman Kang Jin-soo is sitting in the prison serving his sentence when a bright light shines within his room, asking him if he wishes to start a new life. 4 people sitting in a mansion watch Chairman Kang using the light as a recording device. They discuss how the ending was anticlimactic because Yu-shin decided to use legal means instead of getting revenge. They laugh at how everything else seems so dull when they watch a season that is full of action. A girl suggests it would be boring to see it again in the form of another batch. But a man replies if that were the case, she wouldn't have watched it all with such interest till the very end.